So you've picked up this game, and you're wondering what makes Exalted different from any other fantasy role-playing game on the market. First, there are its influences. Almost every other fantasy game can directly trace itself back to that monolith of the 20th century, J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Exalted, however, draws its inspiration from Western and Eastern sources, both older and more recent. The first major influences are the ancient epics of the West and the East, the Ramayana, the Iliad, the Journey into the West, the Arabian Nights, etc. All feature larger-than-life heroes capable of laying waste to nations and challenging the might of the gods themselves. The second source is pulp fiction. This genre includes the pre-Tolkien fantasy produced by Edgar Rice Burroughs, Robert E. Howard, and Fitz Leiber, which birthed Tarzan, Conan, Fathird and the Grey Mouser, and a multitude of other standard swords and sorcery type literature. The final sources of inspiration for Exalted are Asia's over-the-top shonen manga and anime, video games, and the wuxia and waifu films. More than the rest, it is this last set of sources that differentiates Exalted from many of its other competitors. The second way Exalted is different from other role-playing games is in its power levels involved. In most games, a player's heroic character starts out as a complete wuss. He's lucky if he owns a rusty dagger and a loincloth, and he's possessed of all of the fighting prowess of an asthmatic schoolboy. Exalted is different. Exalted characters begin the game as badasses, reborn heroes of old, wielding powerful magic and weapons, so massive mere mortals can't even lift them. These heroes are easily capable of challenging armies in combat and prevailing. Finally, what truly sets Exalted apart is the strength of its setting. Creation is a fantastic place, a flat plain larger than the whole of Earth, formed by the confluence of elemental forces and the will of ancient primordial beings. Once an even larger and more fabulous place, all of creation was nearly destroyed some 800 years ago by powerful forces arrayed against it. Just beyond the edges of the world, the fair folk bide their time, waiting for another opportunity to march forth from the formless Wyld to undo the shaped reality. Just beneath the skin of the world, the necrotic lords of the underworld plot to share the gifts of oblivion with all living things. And imprisoned within the infinite body of the Yozis known as Malphaeus, the demon princes strive to escape their prison to wreak vengeance on the gods and the gods' champions. Meanwhile, in the celestial city of Yushan, even the greatest of the gods cannot tear their attention away from the seductive games of divinity, although creation teeters on the brink of apocalypse. That leaves the chosen of the gods, the Exalted, as creation's only hope. Those Exalted are your characters. What legends will you tell of their deeds? The history of creation is a great sprawling tapestry, embroidered in blood and jade and gold, stretching from the furthest past to the current hour. Immortal demigods once shaped creation to their will and made it a place of miraculous splendor. Today, men fight with sword and mail in the ruins of ancient glory. The immortal Scarlet Empress has vanished, and the realm she founded shudders as the great houses of the Scarlet Dynasty turn against each other. The forces of the Wyld make war on the border marches of reality, and newly reborn heroes from the ancient past return to save the world or doom it. This is truth. The world is a great field of energy known as essence. This essence pervades all things, composes all things, and controls all things. It is often called breath, but it forms not only the respired medium of life, but also the physical material of that life. Essence is the wall of structure that contains creation, and essence is the swirling insanity that lies beyond it. Every creature is inseparably linked to essence. When immortal, beings who can control and channel essence are called spirits. When mortal, they are named Exalted. In the beginning, there was raw essence, existing in constant swirling chaos, unshaped and unformed. Within this chaos existed the primordials. It cannot be known whether they were born from the essence, if they predated its existence, or if they were somehow coterminous with it. But they were the first of all shaped things. In the madness around them dwelt the fair folk, creatures whose very nature was antagonistic to the primordials and all that sprang from them. The primordials warred with the fair folk, and matters have not changed since those first days of the world. Even today, the fairies seek to burn away all creation and return the Wyld to the formless purity of the time before shape. The primordials desired a place for themselves, so that they might take shelter from the endless storm of chaos and the tiresome warrings of the fair folk. There, they would take rest from the struggles of existence in the Wyld and play their games of divinity. From this thought and their united will sprang creation. They gave shape and form to the world, from the sun in the skies to the tiniest ant in the dust, and when the primordials saw that it was sound and safe and suitable to their desires, they settled down to play their games. Creation was too complicated to maintain or sustain itself, however, and their games did not permit long lapses of attention. Therefore, the primordials created gods to protect and maintain creation, leaving it in their charge. In time, the gods grew discontent at their slavery. They could raise no hand against their creators, however, so they empowered mere mortals to be both their weapons and their champions. These chosen mortals, these Exalted, then rose up and made war against the primordials on the gods' behalf. Strife racked creation, and many things were destroyed that would not be made again. The 5 great elementals were unmade by the primordials, lest they should serve as a weapon against them. The pre-human race of the Dragon Kings died by the millions, and those who survived had no choice but to retreat into a technomagical state of torpor until a future age. After years of battle, the primordials were defeated. Some were slain, and beneath them yawned a horrid abyss that swallowed their dying souls. Others surrendered, lest they too fall into the abyss. At the intercession of Gaia, the only primordial who sided with the Exalted, these defeated primordials were spared execution. Instead, they were forced to swear powerful oaths on their very names, which banished them elsewhere and imprisoned them within the body of their general, Malphaeus. Those primordials who died became known as the Neverborn. They were too vast to pass into nothingness, and the rules of the cycle of reincarnation they had created for mortals did not apply to them, so they lingered on the doorstep of existence. Their collapse into the abyss damaged the cycle of reincarnation, however, and polluted much of the essence with which they had formed creation. This polluted essence abscessed and congealed into a parallel plane of existence that is now known as the underworld. In time, this necrotic essence even began to seep into creation itself, and hardly had the Neverborn begun their endless dreamy slumber in their vast subterranean tombs, than a portion of the spirits and other creatures that had died began to filter into their grey new world as well, rather than obeying the rules of the cycle of reincarnation. Those primordials who were taken captive became known as the Yozis, or demons. Yet hardly had the gods locked these demons away when they began to dream of escape and revenge. They produced races of offspring to serve and amuse them in their imprisonment. Yet, in their defeat, all the primordials cursed the gods, the Exalted who served them, and the creation that housed them all. Their curses were as true and wicked as the curses of a creator betrayed by her own connivings always are, but such matters were of little concern to the Exalted and the gods. After all, the Neverborn and the Yozis were merely the shades of foes already defeated. Ghosts were ignored as curious echoes of the war against the primordials, while the Yozis' demon offspring were summoned and harnessed in sorcerous servitude for their might, and used to build public works and palaces. In the days after the primordial war, a body known as the Solar Deliberative was founded as a council where all Exalted might have a voice. In purpose, it was to provide a collective defense and to help decide the future of creation. In these early years, the celestial gods passed creation into the control of the Exalted, and a golden age of peace and prosperity reigned throughout the world. The Solars ruled. The Lunars were their warlords and mates. The Sidereals advised them and planned the future, and the terrestrial Exalted served in a great bureaucracy. The gods and elementals obeyed their orders, and great works of art and sorcery were created, wonders of a magnitude that shall likely never be seen again. This was the first age of creation, and it was a time of miracles beyond description. The sorcerous might of the Exalted knew no limit. Armies expanded the borders of the world itself. Cities flew through the sky on essence engines. Little did those who lived at the time think of the foes they had defeated. So secretly did the curse of the primordials grow within their souls. The primordials' curse fell upon the Exalted, and not the gods. It grew unrecognized in their hearts like a sickness, warping virtue to excess and magnifying natural faults. Valor became vainglory and rivalry. Honor became rigidity. Compassion became corruption, and the Solar Exalted turned to tyranny, cruelty, and malice. The great curse lay on the other Exalted as well, but most heavily on the Solars, as they were the leaders who had brought down the primordials. Eventually, the Solar Exalted turned from the guidance of the unconquered sun, their patron and invincible chieftain of the gods. In turn, he averted his face from them. The Sidereals saw that their masters were turning to evil, so they took counsel with each other. They peered into the loom of fate itself and saw three alternatives for creation. The first, they did nothing, which resulted in the corruption and downfall of the whole world. In the second, they attempted to reason with and restore the Solars, which might or might not save creation. And in the third, they guided the Dragon-blooded, the terrestrial Exalted, to seize power and to wipe the Solars utterly from the face of the world. That act would surely preserve the world, if only in a considerably diminished form. They chose that third option. At the subtle behest of the Sidereals, the Dragon-blooded came to believe that they had no choice but to slay their Solar masters and replace them. In secret they had laid their schemes, then attacked by surprise while the Solars were at a great banquet, slaughtering many on the spot and managing to separate the others from their resources and seats of power. The Lunars, who had already grown troubled by the Solars' excesses, were not as vigorous in their defense as they might have been. Some Lunars were slain, some fled into the far reaches of creation, and many of the rest retreated into the world beyond the elemental poles. Despite their great skills and powers, the Solars who survived the initial ambush fell one by one. As they died, the portions of their souls that the unconquered sun had empowered were whisked into the cycle of reincarnation so that new Solars could be exalted. To prevent this, and forestall an otherwise eternal war, Certain Sidereal Exalted used powerful magics to coerce those portions of the Solar's souls into an apparatus called the Jade Prison. The Dragon-blooded then sank this enormous structure into the depths of the inland sea to lock the Solars away forever. A tiny handful of Solar essence remained free and continued to reincarnate when the prison was sealed, but on the whole, creation was purged of the Solar Exalted, making way for the rule of the Dragon-blooded. Seeking to simplify matters for their terrestrial pawns, the Sidereal Exalted vanished from sight through use of prodigious magic, obliterating all knowledge of themselves from history and the stars. With the Solars overthrown, and the Lunars in fugitive exile, and the Sidereals occulted behind eldritch misdirection, the age of the Celestial Exalted came to an apparent end. The Terrestrials then rewrote history to cast the Solars and Lunar Exalted as diabolical anathema who had been mad with power and in league with demons. Those who had witnessed or suffered from the excesses of the Solar Exalted raised no objection to this comfortable lie. The Terrestrial Exalted now ruled in the Solar's place, establishing a shogunate in place of the deliberative. Yet, as year followed year, the glories forged in the First Age failed and could not be replaced. For century upon century, Dragonblood fought Dragonblood for dwindling magical weapons and resources, hiding the true reasons for their conflict behind the ideologies of leaders long since lost to history. Throughout this era, a loose confederacy of warring daimyos ruled creation, periodically uniting by a strong shogun until the next disputed succession or palace coup. It was a time of growing unrest and declining standards of living. The Terrestrials were unequal to the challenge of maintaining the wonders of the First Age, those that had not already been destroyed, sabotaged by the Twilight Caste Solars, or hidden by the Sidereals. The borders of an expanded creation shuddered. The armies of the fair folk breached the boundaries of reality, sowing chaos in terrible breakthroughs. Finally, having grown mighty in their centuries of underworld exile, the Deathlords showed their hands. These creatures of black power joined their might to conjure a vast sorcerous disease into creation. The Great Contagion, as it was known, struck the world like a hammer, slaying 9 out of every 10 living beings in creation, and the dead flooded the world to swell the armies of the Deathlords. By the time the contagion abated, so many had died that great holes had been torn in the fabric of creation itself. From these holes seeped the necrotic essence of the underworld, pooling into gloomy shadowlands where creation and the underworld overlapped. The fair folk eagerly seized their opportunity and set upon creation in its hour of greatest desperation. Shadowlands grew and swelled in the heart of the world, and the Wyld ate at the borders of creation, and it seemed that all might be destroyed. In the midst of this chaos, as the world spiraled into a cataclysmic end in a welter of plague and fairy fire, one soldier managed to win her way to the ancient seat of the defenses that once protected creation. There, at the heart of the world's power, she activated those defenses and became their master. This is the rise and fall of the Scarlet Empress. First, the dragon-blooded hero destroyed the Fairfolk armies in an incredible cataclysm of power. Then, she used the nation-leveling geomantic weapons at her personal direction to consolidate her power, annihilating utterly anyone who opposed her. Seizing a fateful opportunity, a cult known as the Immaculate Order, which believed that the Terrestrials had a divine mandate to rule creation, helped legitimize her action by claiming that the elemental dragons smiled upon her. With the blessing and devotion of this widespread and fanatical cult, she consolidated her surviving terrestrial kin about her. Through marriage and adoption, blackmail and skullduggery, she united them in the Scarlet Dynasty, a sprawling political empire with her, the Scarlet Empress, as its unquestioned ruler. In the ruins of the Contagion, the Empress set up new governmental ministries, reorganized and rebuilt the military legions, established a new deliberative to occupy the more fractious nobles, took consorts, bore children who founded the great houses, and maintained the Wyld hunt to strike down any reborn anathema. The realm she created was merely a pale shadow of the first age realm that had come before, but it maintained the peace and enforced her will on a world far too shattered to resist. Over the course of several tumultuous centuries, she came to rule all of creation. All but 2 of her rivals submitted to her rule or were destroyed by the vast weapons at her command. Those 2 were the famed sorcerer Bagrash Kol, who raised a kingdom for himself in the northern Wyld, and the commander of the 7th Legion, who later founded the city-state of Lukshai on the far side of the inland sea. Through it all, despite barbarian invasions, fairfolk incursions, and endless peasant rebellions, the realm endured. For almost 800 years, the Empress ruled her barbaric dragon-blooded empire amid the twilight ruin of a miraculous past. That was then. This is now. 5 years ago, the Empress disappeared during a notoriously inauspicious end-year period called Calibration. Some say she was destroyed while trifling with black magic. Some say she is in hiding and is watching to see who will first attempt to seize power in her absence. Others say she was assassinated by one of the ancient anathema, for nothing else could have penetrated her security. Regardless, she is gone, and a great deal has come to pass in her absence, not the least of which is an epic internecine struggle among the great houses of the Scarlet Dynasty to seize the throne. Ambitious dragonbloods all over the Blessed Isle have been plotting against and clashing with one another, pulling their military forces home to shore up their power. In doing so, they have significantly diminished the realm's presence and military might in the threshold beyond the inland sea, which has birthed an equal amount of opportunity and tumult. For instance, 4 years ago, a Deathlord known as Mask of Winters marched an army into creation to attack and sack the City of Thorns in the Scavenger Lands. His mighty undead citadel, Juggernaut, now squats in the growing Shadowland there. His army's vanguard consisted of not only dead and undead horrors under his direct control, but also Barosk, sinister Exalted, whom the denizens of creation have come to call Death Knights. And the Mask of Winters was merely the first Deathlord to tip his hand about this matter, for it soon became apparent that all other Deathlords have such servants as well. In that same year, in the northeast, a Solar Exalted barbarian warlord defeated the legions of House Tepet at this culmination of 2 years' campaigning. In doing so, he destroyed much of the cream of the Imperial military. What's worse, it has also become apparent that more Solar Exalted are being reborn since the Empress's disappearance than has been the case for centuries. And with more soldiers withdrawing to the Blessed Isle every day to aid the scions of the Scarlet Dynasty, there are fewer warriors to ride in the Wyld hunt and keep this upsurge of anathema in check. In the years since the crushing defeat of the Tepet legions, the realm has been reluctant to campaign abroad. House Tepet has been effectively knocked out of the race for the throne, so no house is willing to contribute its portion of the military to risky endeavors. Yet, they all demand more and more taxes from their threshold tributaries as they seek to improve their military position for the coming civil war. The people of the threshold, especially those of the Scavenger Lands, are beginning to grow tired of the dynast's demands. It is a time of opportunity and risk. It is clear that an age of war is at hand. The armies of the Death Lords stir in the underworld. The fair folk launch raids and demonstrations along the borders of creation, and the lunar Exalted are called forth from their wilderness by the scent of their long-lost mates. The world, as it was, is passing away, and a new world with a new balance of power will soon be born. In most places, the world waits breathlessly for the storm. In some places, the first raindrops have already begun to fall. This is the lay of creation. At the center of creation is the elemental pole of earth, a great mountain that rises nearly to heaven itself. This imperial mountain is the axis of creation and the heart of reality. Around it lies the Blessed Isle, surrounded in turn by the great inland sea. Surrounding the inland sea is the threshold, the ring of land and islands that stretches out to the tattered edges of creation. The Scarlet Empress ruled the Blessed Isle as her own, while she ruled the threshold as subject states and tributaries. At the extreme north of creation is the elemental pole of air, a precipice of ice beyond which lies nothing but air and snow. The northern stretches of creation are cold lands, where ice is lord and wind is master. The uttermost south of creation is the elemental pole of fire, a precipice beyond which exists naught but endless, smokeless flame. Deserts lie in the south of creation, and the sands grow ever hotter the further south one travels. In the furthest west is the elemental pole of water, where the seas are endless and no more islets break the surface. The western reaches of creation are great archipelagos of island nations. To the east is the elemental pole of wood, and in the furthest east, a great cathedral of huge trees darken the skies, rising up from an infinite gulf. The east is a land of forests and fields and fens. In the far east, savage tribes dwell in the branches of trees, and a man can live his whole life and never touch the ground. Above creation lies Yushan, the city of the gods, the home of the celestial court, and the games of divinity. Weather comes from the elemental poles, with warm winds coming from the south, blizzards from the north, and rainstorms from the east and west. Each part of creation receives some attention from all four poles, but the poles exert the greatest influence over the areas that cover them. The Blessed Isle at the center of creation is truly blessed because it benefits from the temperate attentions of all four quarters. The lunar calendar used by the realm has spread through much of the rest of creation. The moon passes through its phases every 28 days, and each of the 5 seasons, wood, fire, earth, air, and water, consists of 3 months. Each of the 3 months represents a phase of the season. The first month is the ascending phase, the second resplendent, and the third descending. After the season of water is calibration, a moonless 5-day holiday that is not part of any season. During this topsy-turvy time, the spirit courts are in disorder, and the worlds of men and gods are closer than normal. And many strange phenomena are observed as the world ties up loose ends and prepares itself for another year. These natural patterns of climate and weather are affected by gods, elementals, sorcery, charms, and other supernatural influences. Winds move under the direction of the weather gods, weather magic is commonplace, and elementals and local gods can be relied upon to disturb the regular flow of climate in response to a few prayers or favors, or in order to spite an enemy. While the major weather patterns continue according to the season, with monsoons slashing across the western coasts in the rainy season, and sandstorms moving through the deserts during dry seasons. Smaller changes occur constantly. In the First Age, these fluctuations were regulated by the Exalted, who would have set matters in order and ordered the gods to keep the weather patterns in balance. Alas, the First Age is long gone, and the solar deliberative with it, and now every petty deity is prepared to divert a rainstorm for a bit of worship on the side. The combination of a very long growing season and the effects of magic and prayer result in high crop yields. The gardens of creation are heavy with vegetables, and the paddies full of rice, all through the season of wood. Most areas can harvest 3 crops of rice per year, while the Blessed Isle and the Scavenger Lands bring in 5 rice crops in the most fertile areas. This vast bounty encourages large and complicated societies, for one peasant can nourish many people with her labor. In some areas of creation, natural essence is channeled into standing vortices of power. Such places, domains, are natural holy places, dedicated to the character of the essence that comprises it. The character of the power may vary across a wide spectrum from elementally aspected essence to that drawing on the tainted power of the underworld. Each domain is aspected towards a particular form of essence. This essence may be solar, lunar, sidereal, terrestrial in one of the 5 elements, or abyssal. As essence vortices, domains are rivets in the structure of creation, nodes in the pattern that maintains the world as it is. To the average inhabitant of creation, they are wild sources of power, seething with untapped energy and full of danger. Those who are not masters of their own essence are twisted by the ambient power of such places after prolonged exposure, and common folk usually avoid domains out of fear of mutation. Beings who can wield essence can attune themselves to the vortex and suckle on its vast power. Yet, only one attunement may be had at a time. Once aligned with a domain, an essence user will forever be a target of those who covet its supernatural power. A suitably skilled savant architect can redesign the area of a domain in order to harness its geomantic power, creating a manse. Once, during the First Age, manses were temple fortresses of the solar deliberative and the strongholds of their rule. Those built afterwards were also designed to be used as palaces or military installations. As such, manses often have a very solid construction, and the term conjures visions of a powerful stronghold in the minds of most inhabitants of creation. But the term manse refers only to the geomantic harness, which can be constructed in any number of ways. The actual form of the manse may be anything from a mighty tower roofed with orichalcum to a forest glade that has been carefully laid out in order to channel and master the power of the land. Regardless of its shape, if the manse is built properly, the land around it will no longer brim with spontaneous miracles and twist those who live on it into creatures of magic incapable of surviving away from its radiance. The owner of a manse can attune himself to it, just as if it were a domain. In fact, a manse is superior, for it can be attuned repeatedly, allowing shared use of its resources. In addition, the manse creates a crystal nodule, a hearthstone, about the size of a hen's egg, formed from and fueled by the raw power of a domain. An attuned being who carries this hearthstone can draw essence from the manse at a distance. The connection to the essence vortex is attenuated, but it is still an important lifeline whose effectiveness at replenishing the life energies can surpass transcendental meditation. In addition, if the crystal is placed in a specially crafted hearthstone setting, then it becomes a sort of talisman, and the bearer is blessed with the lingering effects of a miracle, the effectiveness of which can vary from useful tricks to attacks of devastating power. Finally, many ancient artifacts of especially miraculous character use these crystals for power, and will not function without one of these geomantic resonators. Anyone who wishes to master the secrets of the First Age must also master sufficient Manses to fuel their wonders. All of the gods of creation hold a defined place in a vast celestial bureaucracy. Be they great or small, all gods serve a function, from the highest of celestial deities like the unconquered sun and the celestial maidens, to the least god who guards a single road or a tiny spring. Sometimes, lesser gods are referred to as sprites, though this appellation may be taken as an insult by some gods. All things are watched over by some god or another, from acts of mercy to city roads, from toads to murders, and from disease to true love. A wise man knows which gods govern the areas that interest him, and what to offer them when he seeks to gain their favor or turn aside their anger. Gods are everywhere, naturally immaterial, but they can manifest physically at great cost to their personal essence. There is a clear distinction between celestial and local deities. Celestial deities are gods of universal phenomena such as storms, war, darkness, cities, and lost things, while local deities are gods of singular places or areas. Celestial deities are part of the celestial court and generally have a higher status than gods within a purely local domain, though it is possible, especially in these later degenerate days, for a strong local deity to be more powerful than a minor celestial one. Local gods, also known as terrestrial gods, are not usually permitted to dwell in Yushan, the celestial city, though they may visit it on occasion. The greater the deity, the more essence it takes for him to remain fully materialized in creation. As a result, gods favor manses and domains for their dwellings if they spend much time in material form. A manifest god may be slain, but he will rise again, weakened yet still fundamentally himself. To destroy a god totally requires great power, or the ability to journey to Yushan itself and to lay a case before the bureaucracy of heaven. Elementals are different from gods. They are created through the mingling of elemental matter and essence. They are personifications of particular aspects or functions of creation. Storm spirits and wood beings, fire dancers, water hags, and deep hiders of stony secrets. While elementals often serve gods, truly powerful elementals, such as the elemental dragons, can cause even powerful gods to tremble. Elementals lose their memories if they are slain, and they revert to the original matter of the element that formed them. Foremost among the servants of the primordials were the Celestines, or the celestial incarnae, the 5 maidens, Luna, and the unconquered sun. They are termed celestial because each are associated with a heavenly body, the sun, the moon, or one of the 5 planets. Gaia is sometimes counted among the incarnae, increasing their number to 8, but she's actually one of the only surviving primordials, rather than a god. The unconquered sun was the god who first suggested to overthrow the primordials. None can match him as a strategist and a leader. He is the greatest warrior in all of creation, and is typically depicted as a clean-shaven, handsome, 4-armed male, wearing bronze armor and carrying a lance, a shining shield, a laurel branch, and a horn. Luna is the constant companion to Gaia, and is pictured as male or female with equal frequency. Many-faced, cunning, and probably mad, Luna is a trickster and a shapeshifter without peer. During the war against the primordials, she advised the unconquered sun on battle stratagems. Less is known of her than of the other incarnae, except to savants and to her chosen. Mercury, the maiden of journeys, is associated with going and doing, as well as travel and what results from it. She is the goddess of merchants, messengers, wanderers, and explorers. She has the most diverse interests of any of the maidens, but her interests are so diverse that she rarely focuses on one thing for any length of time and has a reputation for fickleness. Her astrological house is the golden barquet of the heavens, made up of the constellations of the captain, the gull, the mast, the messenger, and the ship's wheel. Her color is yellow gold, and she is often pictured dressed in saffron-colored robes. Venus, the maiden of serenity, is the god of leisure and joy, art, and all things that make life worth living. She oversees the desires that cause life to continue and motivate humans and immortals alike. She is said to be the maiden who cares the most about mortals, though some claim that she is more concerned with her own pleasures. Her astrological house is the Silurian lute of harmony, consisting of the constellations of the ewer, the lovers, the musician, the peacock, and the pillar. Her color is sapphire blue, a color often seen in both marriage gowns and the veils of courtesans. Mars, the maiden of battles, is the mistress of war and strife, and though the unconquered sun is the greatest warrior among the gods, Mars may be the greater general. Her symbol, a stylized sword and shield, is the universal sign of armory or weaponsmithery. Her astrological house is the crimson panoply of victory, consisting of the constellations of the banner, the gauntlet, the quiver, the shield, and the spear. Her color is crimson, and she is often depicted as an armed woman with short red hair, wearing red lacquered armor. Jupiter, the maiden of secrets, is the eldest and most mysterious of the five maidens. She is said to know the allotted span of every mortal thing, of even the gods and creation itself. She is associated with wisdom and learning, but also with spying, stealth, and secrecy. Her astrological house is the forbidding manse of ivy, consisting of the constellations of the guardians, the key, the mask, the sorcerer, and the treasure trove. Her color is green, and she is depicted as handsome rather than beautiful, with a measuring rod in her hand that is used for measuring the length of the threads on the loom of fate. Saturn, the maiden of endings, is the most feared of the five maidens. Her task is to cut the threads of the loom of fate at Jupiter's direction, and she is the god of death and undoing. Unlike the Death Lords, though, hers is a merciful and final ending that gives way to new life, not a twilight stagnation. Her astrological house is the violet bier of sorrows, and includes the constellations of the corpse, the crow, the haywain, the rising smoke, and the sword. Her color is deep violet, which is often used in funerary shrouds. Saturn is depicted as a beautiful maiden with white hair and a sad expression, bearing a sword whose touch means death. Gaia is the spirit of the whole of creation, a primordial equal to or even greater than the gods of the various planets. She is sometimes called the Maiden of Plenty, though this is a misnomer. She is venerated abstractly by the Immaculates as the source of all life, and though many offer her prayers of thanksgiving, few ask for her intercession. She is benevolent, and her compassion for life is boundless, but she is as distinct as the Celestial Incarnate. The 5 elemental dragons are sometimes thought of as her offspring, and other times as 5 pieces of her soul. Beneath the Celestial Incarnate, there are many other gods who are charged with watching over creation. All gods have some rank in the celestial bureaucracy, whether or not they choose to observe their duties, and even those who have been degraded for improper conduct are still part of the divine system. The bureaucracy is divided into 5 bureaus, under which all of the functions of creation and heaven fall. 2 criteria determine a deity's position in the hierarchy: power and history. Each god, from lowest to highest, knows his duty and should perform the tasks that are assigned to him. Even those lesser gods that have been created through mortal actions and mortal worship, such as the spirit of a boat, are aware of their relative status and obligations. Gods may be defined in terms of their assigned duties, whether or not they perform them, and their areas of patronage. By nature, the elementals are personifications of particular aspects or functions of creation. The first and greatest elementals were created by the gods from essence-infused elements, under the tutelage of Gaia and after the example of her offspring, the 5 elemental dragons. At the time, there was no need for spirit courts, and everything ran like clockwork for uncounted ages. Lesser elementals came into existence after the war with the primordials, and they were set in order by the gods under the direction of the elemental dragons. All elementals are aspected towards one of the 5 elements: earth, fire, wood, air, or water. They come into existence to fulfill some task associated with their element, such as protecting it, helping it to increase, governing its movements, or otherwise guiding it through a natural cycle. Elementals do not do so out of duty, as do the gods, but their very nature. They range in size from mighty masters of the winds and guardians of entire forests to smaller creatures, such as fire sprites, brine curs, or ice butterflies. Elementals can rise or fall in power. Those who grow to truly great power alter as their forms change to match their nature, and they become dragons. Elementals are static creatures, closely tied to their physical surroundings, such that to modify their behavior would require modifying their own substance. After the usurpation, when the Solar Exalted were thrown down, and the Great Contagion, which slew millions, and the invasions of the Fair Folk, many elementals died, and the world was so changed that those who remained found it hard to pursue their duties as they had once done. Some formed spirit courts in imitation of the gods, whilst others remained solitary and shunned what contact with gods or mortals they had once had. The terrestrial bureaucracy is inefficient, slack, and overridden by protocol. Apart from those small areas that still function effectively, and the Blessed Isle itself where the Immaculate Order largely keeps the elementals and lesser gods in check, the terrestrial bureaucracy is generally a shambles, invoked only when it is to take advantage of the more significant participants. The Exalted have been chosen by the great powers of creation, from the elemental dragons to the Death Lords, and given power like that of the gods themselves. A shard of imperishable might has been set within their souls, allowing them to master their internal essence and empowering them to slay monsters, lead armies, work puissant sorceries, and perform other deeds appropriate to the brightest of heroes. Once the Solar Exalted ruled the world, but they were cursed and fell and were slain, leaving the Terrestrial Exalted, commonly called the Dragon-blooded, to become rulers in their place. In the earliest times, the gods became discontented with their lots as keepers of the world, tenders of creation and mere servants of the primordials. The primordials had created the gods, but with a mighty chaos laid upon them, such that the gods could not use anything that was divine, or any of the stars or planets or moons or turning seasons, to attempt to work the undoing of their creators. The primordials did not mention mortal life in the chaos, though, for they did not believe that any mortal could be a threat to them. The unconquered sun proposed to his fellow incarnate that they should take the humans and give them great power so that they could fight as their champions against the primordials. The other Incarnae agreed, and they went out and chose mortals to become heroes. These were the first of the Exalted. Gaia would create no soldiers, but she gave her blessing to the elemental dragons, and they raised up soldiers to serve as armies for the heroes, the Dragon-blooded. Autochthon, also a primordial, and the first of all smiths, turned against his brothers and gave the Exalted designs for mighty weapons that could destroy the primordials. After the war with the primordials was concluded, the Incarnae took up the games of divinity, leaving the stewardship of creation to the Exalted. In turn, the Exalted took up the position that the Celestial Incarnae had once held, having authority over creation and the terrestrial gods. The Solar Exalted are the chosen of the unconquered sun, created to be the rulers of the world and the leaders of all other Exalted. The Solar Exalted come in one of 5 castes. The Dawn caste are unparalleled warriors. The Zenith caste are priests and mystics. The Twilight caste are savants and sorcerers. The Night caste are spies and assassins. And the Eclipse caste are diplomats and ambassadors. The Lunar Exalted are of course the chosen of Luna, and they were the viceroys, generals, and strategists of the Solars, and sometimes their consorts as well. They are shapeshifters and hunters, warriors and survivors. Their power is divided in terms of the moon's phases. The full moons are generally warriors and lovers of battle. The no moons are keepers of lore and sorcery, and the changing moons are tacticians and shapeshifters and scouts. The Sidereals are the chosen of the 5 maidens, the most secretive and inscrutable of all the Exalted. They are advisors, viziers, planners, counselors, and masters of intrigue and the martial arts. Each Sidereal Exalted is chosen by a particular maiden, but they are never more than about 100 in total at any time. The Terrestrial Exalted differ from the Celestial kind in that they can pass on their powers to their descendants. They were formed by the elemental dragons as foot soldiers to the Celestial Exalted. Separately, they are weaker, but when working together, the Dragonbloods can topple dynasties and menace even the mightiest gods into submission. A terrestrial has one of the 5 elemental aspects: air, earth, fire, water, or wood. And at the recent destruction of the City of Thorns, the Deathlord Mask of Winters was shown to have dark Exalted servants, and there have been increasing reports of such beings from all around creation. These so-called Death Knights are the subject of a terrible rumor, but little is certain knowledge. These are the Abyssal Exalted. Though the Terrestrial Exalted can pass on a heritage of power to their progeny, the power of the greater Celestial Exalted is too mighty to pass on through hereditary. Instead, when a Celestial Exalt is slain, the fragment of essence that grants him his power flees to a new host, granting her exaltation. Thus, there is a fixed number of each type of Celestial Exalt. It is important to understand that although the exaltation springs from a divinity and is clearly aligned with that god's influences, its maker has no natural control over it. Had this been otherwise, the gods would have merely been ordered by their primordial overlords to gather the power of the Exalted back up and been forced to crush their own uprising. Exaltation is a fire passed into the hands of man, a gift that cannot be taken back, and what the Exalt does after receiving it is governed by his will and vision alone. Among men, Exalted have no equals, for they were created to be the weapons of the gods in the war against those that came before the gods. When young, in her power, an Exalt might be mistaken for the miraculous child of a mighty god, or for a particularly talented thaumaturge, but as she matures, she far surpasses the potential of both. Each sort of Exalt is its own distinct being, but the following is true of all Exalted. from an adolescent terrestrial to the most honorary of lunars. The exaltation grants a vast lifespan. The Mayfly terrestrial endures only 2 or 3 centuries, while celestial exalted can typically live 10 times as long. In addition, the exalted are nearly ageless. They endure, seemingly in the prime of their lives, until the very end of their long lifespans. Any exalt who appears elderly is ancient indeed. The exaltation grants tremendous vitality. The physical body of an exalt is incredibly resilient. Exalted heal with incredible rapidity and are largely immune to disease and are intensely resistant to poison. An exalt can endure the most incredible hardship and survive wounds that would ordinarily fell a mortal. The exaltation demands heroes. Exaltation is a fundamental alteration of destiny that turns a mortal into a semi-divine weapon. To be capable of benefiting from the exaltation's power, the exalt-to-be must have already been an important destiny. No exalt is unwilling to wield his power. The exaltation is not a rational or moral force, though. It simply seeks out beings who can wield divine power. It could descend on the most pious of hermits or the most immoral of rascals, so long as the chosen one is of consequence to history and will put this might to use. The exaltation is desirous of hail hosts. The exaltation heal without scar and recover without permanent disability from all but the most terrible non-magical maimings. In addition, the power that inhabits the exaltation is a military weapon. Though rare exceptions occur for those whose talent and destiny surpass their physical limitations, the vast majority of those who become exalted are free of any serious birth defect and are generally superior physical specimens. Those who become celestial exalted are almost always of age to serve in the military, between 13 and 60, and possess full use of their limbs and senses. Exaltation knows no gender or ethnic preference. It desires only quality, base material from which to make a hero. The exaltation is imperishable and inseparable. No known process can sunder the bond between soul and exaltation in either terrestrial or celestial exalted. In addition, the exaltation is protective. As godly beings and creatures of magic, the exalted suffer lesser or no effects from many magical powers. When a celestial exalt is slain, the power flees from her mortal frame and seeks out a new host. Only once has this succession of power been interrupted, when the solar exalts were slain and banished, and even then, that merely postponed their return until the current day. Today, the realm is the single greatest power in the whole world. Secure in its core lands on the Blessed Isle, and nearly invulnerable to attack, the realm has set policy for the rest of creation for nearly a millennium. For most of the last 800 years, the decisions of the Scarlet Empress have raised up kings and brought them down. They have sent armies across deserts and seas, and made gods and exalts tremble. Enforced by the Dragon-blooded, and the martial prowess of her legions, her decisions seem to march the whole of creation along a path of her choosing. Even now, in her absence, the realm still acts while other nations only react. The policies and philosophies of the realm's princes, bureaucrats, and satraps affect the day-to-day lives of millions of beings. Indeed, there is a close connection between the growing confusion within the realm and the reappearance of the solar exalted. The Wyld hunt no longer pursues its anathema with the vigor it did during the days of the Empress. Instead, like all resources of the realm, the Wyld hunt is increasingly turned to the purpose of various rival powers within the realm, rather than against the realm's external enemies. Without the clear and firm guidance of the Scarlet Empress, the various factions she encouraged and played against each other to support her rule are now dueling for control of her empire. In the process, they have forgotten or ignored the responsibilities she assigned to them, and the realm no longer acts with one mind. Yet, even in its decline, the realm is a great force within the world, capable of mighty deeds and terrible actions in a time of tumult. The realm consists of two main regions, which are geographically distinct from one another and governed by two different means. The first region is the Blessed Isle itself, centered around the Imperial Mountain. The Isle is the heartland of the realm, and the realm has imposed a high level of discipline and control upon all aspects of life and society there. From the small gods who watch over each forest, beach, and hill, to how deeply a peasant genuflects to a terrestrial exalt riding by, each being has a place and a purpose on the Blessed Isle, and there is little room for interpretation or variation. The Scarlet Empress was the Isle's sole lawgiver and benevolent despot, a role now nominally filled by the regent. The second region is a series of disparate, fractious, and occasionally rebellious territories in the Threshold that owe allegiance and pay tribute to the realm. These territories are called satrapies. Each satrap has its own local government and political system, which is watched over and advised by an official realm called a satrap. Each satrap serves as the voice and the ears of the empress in the region, and speaks her decrees. The satrap's advice is usually received with a dutiful obedience by the local government. This is not surprising, since the satrap's personal staff usually consist of a substantial body of elite troops, several monks of the Immaculate Order, and a representative of the realm's secret police. To understand the realm today, it is necessary to begin with an understanding of the Scarlet Empress. The realm has been her creature, the jade steel glove around her strong-willed fist, for more than 700 years. 4 generations of the long-lived dragon-blooded have grown up and died since she came to the throne, and more than 20 generations of mortal have turned to dust during her reign. What the realm desires, the realm performs, has always been an adage and a warning in the Threshold for longer than most kingdoms have lasted. Both the official histories and more private remissaries reveal the Scarlet Empress to be a physically beautiful woman, of good family and enormous personal resolve, capable of a wide range of emotions and possessed of a razor-sharp wit. It is said she routinely remembered people by name, even decades after their only meeting. She spoke and wrote 9 languages. She could shoot a sparrow in mid-flight from a distance of a mile, and she once strangled a great-grandson to death in full view of her court. Midway through her 8th century, she resembled a mortal woman in her early 30s, the epitome of grace and charm. Yet, she is also a powerful warrior in her own right. Only a decade ago, she personally led a wild hunt against a newborn solar Exalted in the western prefectures of the Blessed Isle. Courageous, cunning, charismatic, lucky, beautiful, elegant, half-divine, willful. All these words were used to describe the Scarlet Empress. Mere depiction fades before the basic truth of her accomplishment. She created and manipulated the largest empire in creation, in the very teeth of the powers of the Wyld and Oblivion, while manipulating a restless and ambitious nobility to serve her own ends. It has never been done before her, and it is a deed unlikely to be repeated by any less formidable and awe-inspiring a specimen. Philosophy of rulership. Numerous scrolls and codices are filled with treatises by the wise on the Scarlet Empress's methods and philosophies. The arguments of scholars are endless, but some basic principles can be found within and beneath all of her known actions. These can be summarized as follows. Divide and rule. The Empress never allowed power to rest in one pair of hands where it might better be placed in 2 pairs. Rather, she set 3 pairs of hands and eyes where 1 pair alone might be best. The realm has 3 different types of secret police, watching each other almost as carefully as they watch the populace at large. The realm also has 11 whole families of potential heirs, rather than half a dozen princes of her own blood. All favor from the center. The Empress reserves to herself power over all appointments and all commissions, all medal-giving, all land grants, and all beneficence. If someone wanted honor, glory, responsibility, or recognition, the only place to seek it was on bended knee before the Empress's throne. With the power of appointment came the power of recall, and the Empress used this power with startling speed and frequency. Dishonor before death. The Empress always sought to wreck the reputation and standing of those who thought to replace her, rather than outright murder them. Many of her most fanatical supporters were those she had once driven from high office, as they constantly sought restoration to her good graces. Her disfavor could last decades, but she always had a core of willing bureaucrats and officers to draw upon in a crisis. Perpetual violence at the fringe. The Empress encouraged the realm to be in a state of constant low-level warfare all along its boundaries, in essence, along the edges of its satrapies in the threshold. Thus, the realm's troops were kept exercised. The most capable military commanders learned their business efficiently, and the most dangerous and ambitious of the realm's future leaders were kept at a distance from the center of power. Privileged responsibility. The Empress shaped the realm's legal and cultural climate so that the Dragon-blooded can expect unquestioned obedience from every human on the Blessed Isle. Every terrestrial exalt enjoys a host of privileges and advantages, even without an official title from the realm, including the right to maintain a small private army. Yet, the Dragon-blooded also accept a huge burden of responsibility. They care for their underlings with a deep sense of noblesse oblige, and are personally liable for the failings of their subordinates. All praise and all blame sits squarely on the Dragon-blooded's shoulders, always. Outcast and Dynasty. One of the most critical divisions within the Empress's policy lies between the 2 different types of terrestrial exalted, different not in terms of physical or magical capabilities, but in cultural awareness and social standing. The realm's outward success in the threshold, or against the forces of the Wyld, have depended upon apparent unity of the Dragon-blooded before any adversary. At the same time, however, the Empress secured her throne through the creation of an artificial distinction between 2 cultural groups within the Dragon-blooded, the Dynasts and the Outcasts. Outcasts are those Dragon-blooded born among the common people of the realm, born in the threshold or born of slaves. The Empress sought out these oddities and offered them wealth, power, and privilege in exchange for loyalty. The outcasts who accepted found postings in the realm's bureaucracy or the legions, or were accepted as monks in the Immaculate Order. The outcasts gained power and prestige on the basis of personal merit and individual action. Dynasts, by contrast, belonged to one of the 11 families whose founders were the consorts of the Empress in years, decades, and centuries past. Dynasts claim blood descendancy from the Empress and hold enormous power in the realm, but much of this power comes to them by virtue of a famous family name rather than their own individual abilities. Superbly trained, they nevertheless face the world with a startling degree of arrogance, as if the whole of creation should be theirs. The outcasts and the dynasts have played against each other in a delicate game of respect and mutual distrust for centuries. The outcasts were the Empress's ill-bred lackeys, dependent on her goodwill, but their puissance more than made up for their breaches of manners. The dynasts had impeccable manners, and were beholden to no one, but their lack of real-world hardening could lead them into fatal mistakes. Now, for the first time since the realm's founding, the dynasts have the best tiles on the table, and the outcasts are scrambling, looking for friends in hostile places. Polity and policy. During the calibration between realm year 762 and 763, counted since the ascendancy of the Scarlet Empress, the Empress disappeared. The immediate members of the Empress's household hid her absence from the realm's leadership. The Empress had taken long sabbaticals before, and she had standing instructions on how her occasional absences should be handled. These directions sufficed for a time, but by the last months of realm year 764, the failure of the Empress to act on a number of important items of business prompted the dynasts first to request and then to demand an audience with the Empress. When their most vocal and even insolent remarks were greeted with silence, the Empress's chamberlain revealed the truth. She had been missing for almost 2 years. The absence of the Empress came as a terrible shock to dynasts and outcasts alike. The realm needed a monarch. The entire political and social structure of the realm absolutely required it. The Empress had ruled on the basis that all favor and goodness flowed from a single center, the Scarlet Throne. Without an occupant upon that throne, no business at all could be completed or even genuinely considered. The realm would look weak and divided before its spirit foes and more mundane enemies. Someone had to take the responsibility for being the ruler of the realm, but what if the Empress should come back? The dynasts chose an unassuming, middle-aged nobody from House Teppet named Fokuf. Fokuf had been a failure at every assignment he had ever been given in a short and deplorable bureaucratic career. Genial, good-natured, and extremely biddable, he accepted the dynast's offer and became regent of the realm. He would perform the Empress's official functionaries in her continuing absence and take the blame and the punishment if she came back. Fokuf proved a poor choice to sit on the most important throne in creation. He meets with his self-appointed counselors for a few minutes every day to sign and seal every decree placed before him. For the rest of the time, he hides in his apartments in the Imperial Palace, practicing Owenisms in contemplation of the Immaculate Texts. Whether this behavior stems from his already strange nature or the pressure of being regent, no one knows. What is clear is that much decision-making power has fallen back upon what threshold wits and realm half-wits often call the Empress's two-ring circus, that is, the greater and lesser chambers of the deliberative. The realm founded the deliberative centuries ago to serve as a law-drafting body and advisory board. While she reigned, it had no power to enforce any of its opinions, which were presented to her in the form of advisory letters. With a biddable regent, though, the legislative process has sped up considerably. The greater chamber of the deliberative, whose members are all dragon-blooded dynasts addressed with the title of senator, proposes all legislation and opens all debates. Its newly claimed powers include the rights to set taxation levels, to conscript troops, and to draft laws. Every senator must have held a military commission in the field, and must also have served in the realm's bureaucracy, at least until recently. The Greater Chamber presented Regent Fokuf with a list of over 50 new candidates who did not meet the Empress's stringent requirements, but the Regent accepted all of them. The Lesser Chamber of the Deliberative has relatively few dragon-blooded members, and almost all of them are outcast. Outnumbering the senators by at least 4-1, the members of the Lesser Chamber are titled Deliberators. They are drawn from the ranks of the mortal patricians and the merchant classes of the realm, the younger sons of the native rulers of satrapies. Most of the deliberators were appointed to the Lesser Chamber by the Empress, and there have been no new additions to the ranks of the Lesser Chamber since she disappeared. The Lesser Chamber is nearly powerless. serving only to approve or reject each proposed law that comes from the Greater Chamber. The charm of this tedious process lies in the degree to which the debate drags on. The deliberators debate each and every bill in a melodramatic display that resembles a cross between a shadowboxing routine and stand-up comedy. The Scarlet Dynasty. To say that any real power lies with the deliberative, even in the Empress's absence, is something of a misnomer. Experienced dynasts and outcasts can look at the realm in its present state, and what they see is not simply fragmentation, but dissolution. The regent signs elaborate scrolls, and the deliberative debates, but these are merely the outward forms of an empire's governance. The realm's beating heart and soul is missing, and the realm cannot properly govern if there is no empress to command. So, while the power to make decisions rests with the deliberative, the power to decide which decisions are acted upon rests with another group entirely, the various members of the Scarlet Empress's 11 extended families. The Great Houses, as these 11 families of the Scarlet Dynasty are styled, are fractious and disagreeable. Each has different goals and philosophies, and all of them dislike one another to varying degrees. Here, the outcasts reveal their greatest weakness. Loyal to the Empress alone, the outcasts are only nominally loyal to each other. Now, bereft of their leader, they tend to be ill-positioned to seize power, and are easily swayed by others. By contrast, the great houses are united by mutual ties of blood, common interest, and, perhaps most importantly, concentrated fortunes. The younger members of the great houses are dependent upon their elders for jade, weapons, responsibilities, titles, and education. The elders of each great house rely on their juniors to carry out missions and bring success to the family, and they dispense rewards in proportion to their nieces' or nephews' successes. To a great degree, then, the great houses are choosing the realm's course in creation, yet the road they are choosing is defined by 11 separate and sometimes mutually exclusive goals. Moreover, the leadership of each great house is increasingly aware that the interests of their houses might not be best served by the perpetuation of the realm. It could be that the Scarlet Throne will be filled again, but it might also happen that the Scarlet Throne will fall. Most of the dragon-blooded of the realm were born or adopted into one of the 11 great houses that form the Scarlet Dynasty. The peoples of the Threshold tend to view each of the great houses in the following ways. House Nemon wants the Scarlet Throne. Many members of the house serve as satraps, extracting burdensome tributes. The house lacks experienced military commanders, but its leader is arguably the most powerful sorceress in the realm. House Tepet wanted the throne desperately, but has lost its legions fighting the bull in the north. The regent is a hideous embarrassment to the Tepets, and many of their soldiers go berserk when taunted with Fokuf's name. Tepet used to be supported by House Cathok and House Venif, but now it seems to be hanging in the wind. House Cathok wants to be a critical power behind the Scarlet Throne, and is possessed of the military experience to put someone on the throne and keep her there. It's aligned with House Venif, and once supported House Tepet. House Venif vacillates between wanting the throne and avoiding it. The house's vacillation, or is it a power struggle in the house, is costing its control of its satrapies, which are slowly breaking loose. The Venif run the realm's merchant marine defense force, and protect their wineries and orchards by overthrowing governments that want their land for peasant farms. House Saesus wants the southeastern quadrant of the Blessed Isle for itself. Its legions never pay for food or other supplies, but take what they want from their host countries. House Pelops commands the navy. It wants the throne, but probably lacks the might necessary to take it. Increasingly, the Pelops work on making the islands off the coast of the Blessed Isle their exclusive dominions, and they raid the threshold ports for experienced sailors and ships in good repair. Thresholders regard Pelops as privateers or well-equipped pirates. House Ladal wants control of the whole southern half of the Blessed Isle and matching territories in the Threshold, and its scions are preparing to fight any new emperor or empress who refuses their rights. Ladal are staunch defenders of the Immaculate philosophy. House Regara does not want the throne, but it wants whoever sits on it to be deeply in debt to its banks and loan agencies, just like everyone else. The Regara used to support House Tepid. House Sinus has no real allies and has no chance at the throne. Its satraps wring taxes from the poorest provinces and seize the prettiest boys and girls for their slave markets. House Nellens is a pack of sharp traders and jade thieves. There isn't an honest merchant in the bunch. This great house tends to support Ladal as if it were a minor patrician house, since House Nellens' troops haven't the strength to back up their swagger. House Iselsi is a has-been house, dismembered and disgraced by the Empress centuries ago, and is now used as assassins and workhorse courtiers. House Iselsi wants to survive, and it wants the realm to survive, but it probably cares more about its own survival than that of the realm. The house is closely allied with the missionary factions of the Immaculate Order. The dragon-blooded of the realm, whether outcast or dynast, are the emissaries and agents of an empire that has stood the test of time. As such, they rarely act alone, but rather as directors and commanders of significant amounts of personnel and equipment. Even in the present time of tumult, each dynast typically possesses a team of well-trained household servants, a competent official staff, a company of bodyguards, a troop of preferred entertainers, and a crew of slaves with their overseers. Even the average outcast has at least a dozen human retainers to help her carry out her official duties. This staff can be turned to nearly any project the dragon-blooded desires. In the Empress's absence, the bureaucrats have aggregated an enormous degree of authority to themselves. Armed with a brush and scroll, the decisions of the ministries have begun to affect the course of the realm as a whole. The Legions. The Legions are the blunt instrument of the realm's forces, and for most of the reign of the Scarlet Empress, there were 37 legions. At times, though, there have been as many as 81. These are crack troops, led and commanded by the dragon-blooded, have a fearsome reputation throughout the Threshold, and even today, in the midst of the present crisis, the arrival of an Imperial Legion strikes fear into the heart of the realm's foes. Those enemies are thus profoundly relieved that the Regent and the Greater Deliberative have reduced the number of active legions in the Imperial army to 30, including the infamous Vermilion Legion. They are even further delighted by the attachment of each legion to a sponsoring great house. The troops and officers from those extra legions were recruited by the militaries of the great houses or forcibly retired, but a substantial number of legionnaires and their officers are still unaccounted for. Many of these missing soldiers have become mercenaries or joined forces with local principalities in the Threshold, where they are trying to make new lives in new surroundings. Others are actively carving out territory to rule for themselves. Everyone in the Threshold is well aware of the profound differences between the legions of the Empress and those of the great houses. The Empress's troops are elite soldiers, and their commanders are promoted on the basis of talent in the field. Sent into battle with adequate provisions, superior equipment, and excellent discipline, an Imperial Legion is still hardy and capable, among the best military forces in creation. By contrast, the House Legions are officered on the basis of patronage and political infighting, rather than true merit. Their equipage is usually shoddy, and their discipline is lax. Moreover, the Imperial Legions tend to train and fight as unified forces, while the House Legions tend to prepare in smaller numbers, usually in half-legion formations or smaller. Each house is allowed to field up to 2 legions worth of men in the Blessed Isle, or up to 9 in the Threshold, and each house is additionally expected to deploy these legions as the Empress requests in the event of an emergency. For this reason, most of the great houses have rarely deployed their maximum allowable complement of forces. Even House Teppert has maintained only 6 legions before its fall. Each legion, whether maintained by the realm or a great house, contains roughly 5,000 soldiers trained in a mixed force of heavy and medium infantry, at least on paper. The actual average complement is often smaller, as legions are usually under strength due to battle losses, disease, retirement, or injury. For a full breakdown of the contents of an Imperial Legion, please refer to the 1,000 Correct Actions of the Upright Soldier, which may be detailed in a future video. The Magistrates. The Magistrates were the realm's original secret police, appointed by the Empress from among the most cunning and clever dragon-blooded outcasts she could find. These officials wander the Blessed Isle and its satrapies, looking for wrongdoing and correcting it. Their mandate extends from dealing with bandits on the realm's roads to removing corrupt officials from their posts. Often, they handle crisis situations or direct the management of natural disasters or civil rebellion. Their goal is the assurance of stability and security throughout the realm's territories. During the Empress's reign, the magistrates had a wide latitude. Each magistrate had plenipotentiary powers and could commandeer any of the Empire's resources upon presentation of her credentials. Magistrates could even execute other dragonbloods without recourse to the judiciary. The Empress alone had the power to review their decisions and actions, and now that she is gone, the magistrates are answerable to no one. This situation is hardly an advantage, however, though everyone pays lip service to the idea of the magistrates. In real life, these officials are now the prey rather than the predators. Both as individuals and as a group, the magistrates have a huge number of enemies, both inside the realm and beyond. Many of them were criminals or outlaws before their appointments, dragon's teeth, harnessed by the Empress to her will and purpose as special tools. Without the Scarlet Empress to protect them, the magistrates often find themselves hunted or hounded by their many enemies, giving rise to the derogatory term describing them as the magistracy of hares. The magistrates rarely work alone. Each has several archons to assist her. The archons are sometimes dragon-blooded, but they are usually criminals or outlaws themselves. Most archons were saved from execution, and often have as many rivals and foes as their masters. Magistrates use them as spies, messengers, expert advisors, bodyguards, and assassins. Magistrates are ranked according to the number of archons they are allowed to recruit and sponsor. Those with 4, 12, 18, and 25 archons are the most common rankings. The Ministers. Officially subordinate to the magistrates, the ministers of the Thousand Scales form the imperial bureaucracy of the realm. The ministers run all the day-to-day bureaucratic functions of the realm, from setting the tax rates on bolts of silk cloth to publishing the debates of the lesser deliberative. Staffed almost entirely with unexalted dynasts and patricians, with only a rare dragon-blooded among them, the ministers have shown their power and strength largely in the last 4 years, While the great houses hunted the magistrates, the ministers expanded their regulatory functions into many new areas of imperial life. Many of the ministries of the Thousand Scales are quite small. The office of the Imperial Overseer of Airships has only one clerk, and its minister himself is not reported to work in 16 years, for example. Many are more mundane. The Minister of Weights and Measures is responsible for keeping the realm's standard weights and measures in a special vault in the Imperial City, for example. The greatest ministers and their ministries are now helping to shape the realm's policy, however, and their opinions are sought out by the deliberative on a regular basis. A more detailed description of the specific ministries of the Thousand Scales will be detailed in a future video. The most important ministries are the Imperial Assessors, who collect the realm's taxes, the Imperial Treasury, which decides how that money will be spent, and the Foreign Office, which advises the Empress, and now the Regent, on foreign policy. In the early months of the Empress's disappearance, these three ministries pushed hard for the elimination of the magistrates, hoping that by removing those dangerous and unpredictable elements from the realm's structure, they might keep the Empire together a while longer. Now, however, they find themselves increasingly enthralled to the desires and whims of the great houses. The Foreign Office, in particular, is discovering how hard it is to get anyone to obey it without threats from the Scarlet Empress to keep them in line. The Imperial Assessors are being forced to squeeze more funds from the peasantry and townsfolk alike, but more and more of those collections are never reaching the treasury. Cathok Currach, the head of Assessors, and Baal Karaz, the head of the treasury, were among the Empress's most loyal servants. In a sense, these two men were right and left hands on the reins of the Empire. In her absence, they have struggled to maintain her prestige, her mystique, and her role in the realm's governance. Now that the actions of the Deliberative and the Scarlet Dynasty have made the work of preserving the Empress's prerogatives almost impossible, however, the two ministers are wondering how to force the Regent from the throne and see that a new, strong and vigorous Empress is appointed. They argue long into the night about how to do this, sometimes inviting Ladal Arnis, the head of the Foreign Office, to join them. None of them see any easy solutions, however. The All-Seeing Eye. As the magistrates became part of the judicial apparatus of the realm, the Empress created another organization to act as the Empire's police force and intelligence service. The All-Seeing Eye is that agency. Since the disappearance of the Empress, it is one of the branches of the Imperial Service that has stayed most true to chartering its purposes: to learn what the realm's enemies are thinking, to destroy those enemies who cannot be fought on the battlefield, and to suppress potential rebellions against the Empress arising from the peasantry and the dynasty alike. Organized and controlled by the few surviving members of House Excelsi, in coordination with Treasurer Baal Karaz, the All-Seeing Eye focuses on external threats to the realm's security and internal threats to the Empress's rule. The Eye's budget was approved directly by the Empress, and so were its missions and long-term programs. The Eye conducted surveillance operations against the realm's enemies in the Threshold and kept the dynasts under observation. It also authorized and performed assassinations of corrupt officials and foreign princes, and, in addition, it organized the Wyld Hunt. Since the disappearance of the Empress, the Eye has reported to Baal Karaz and to the Deliberative. While Karaz has been quite forthcoming with money for foreign operations and for programs designed to prevent peasant rebellions, the Deliberative has reined in the Eye on matters of domestic security. Most of the Eye's spy networks within the great houses have been dismantled publicly or destroyed unofficially, and the Eye has much more limited resources to create new networks. As a result, the great houses are much less carefully observed than they used to be. At the same time, the Deliberative is demanding greater access to the Eye's intelligence files and greater control over its assassin squads. The great houses are particularly keen to tap into the covert resources of the Eye for use in the civil war that seems to be brewing. Because each great house is so interested in what the other houses are doing, more of the Eye's attention is focused inward rather than outward. The realm is spending an enormous amount of time and money observing itself. In consequence, events in the Threshold are going unobserved, and therefore uncontrolled. Kingdoms are rising or expanding, boundaries are changing, and the realm has little idea what these things mean for the future. Perhaps most importantly, the Wyld hunt is called out only intermittently these days, and the Eye is less able than ever to control what it does or how it performs. The Wyld hunt. The Wyld hunt is the realm's method for destroying the anathema, particularly solar exalts, before they can rise to full power in the world. Being chosen for the hunt used to be considered a great honor, but in the current political climate, the dynasts are likely to see it as a waste of time when exciting things are happening at home. Few young Dragonbloods are adding their names to the Book of the Hunt each year, choosing instead to stay at home where they can be of more use to their families and their great houses. Among the older generations, serving in a hunt is considered part spiritually fulfilling duty and part noble sport. Each Wyld hunt usually consists of 5 to 10 Dragonbloods and a few mortal attendants. The Eye and the Order each make a point of contributing one or more agent or monk to each hunt, to prove that it is a sufficiently important duty to warrant risking their own personnel. Of late, however, both the Eye and the Order have been doubling or tripling their numbers to increase the likelihood of success. On one hand, this practice has tended to make each hunt more especially dedicated, as the Eye and the Order both consider the destruction of the anathema to be of paramount importance. On the other hand, it has tended to reduce the overall capabilities of each hunt, because fewer military officers or long-time house elders have come along on hunts with all their heirlooms, jade steel armor, and weapons. Most disturbing to the leaders of the hunt these days are the sheer number of targets. It used to be that there would be one anathema loose every decade or so. Now there are dozens in the Scavenger Lands, and hundreds more in the Thresholds as a whole. And there have been at least 20 on the Blessed Isle itself. The Eye and the Order are even considering forming a permanent roving hunt to track down and destroy the anathema continuously, rather than going through the laborious process of forming a new group for each prophesized rebirth. Officially named the Order of Immaculate Dragons, this monastic order is composed of both exalted and human acolytes of varying abilities. Most of the exalted monks are dynasts who seek refuge from the political life of the realm, or who desire enlightenment. The mortals who fill out the ranks come from all walks of life, but rarely do they advance to positions of high responsibility in the order. If the Imperial Army is the realm's spiked club, then the Immaculate Order is the axe. The legions are ultimately good for little besides protecting trade routes, guarding cities, or upholding territories. The Immaculate Order is a tool of both peace and war for the realm, shaping subject territories to the realm's liking. The Mouth of Peace is the head of the Order, whose title derives from her traditional counsel to the Empress against warfare. Such is the power of the Order that if the Mouth of Peace condemns an official or military officer, even a Dragon-blooded is disgraced. Few ever see the Mouth of Peace, besides the high-ranking exalts of the Order and the elders of House Excelsi, though the current Mouth of Peace, like many of her predecessors, is known to wander the Blessed Isle in disguise to determine the spiritual state of the realm. The Mouth of Peace's official residence is the vast and looming manse called the Palace Sublime in the Incas Prefecture on the Blessed Isle. Beneath the Mouth of Peace are the 5 most righteous paragons, each representing one of the 5 Immaculate Dragons. The paragons are those members of the Order who have most rightly and faithfully emulated their chosen Immaculate Dragon. There is a murky hierarchy of abbots, vartabeds, and sibyls below the Mouth of Peace and the paragons, but few outside the Order even begin to understand it, for it wanders almost as much as the Immaculate Texts, which are the Order's scriptures. Duties of the Order. The Immaculate Order regards the recovery of new Immaculate Texts and the teaching of the Immaculate Philosophy as the core of its work in creation. Since the Immaculate Texts are usually drawn from larger First-Age documents, the Order is now the largest repository of knowledge on the First Age outside of heaven. As such, the Order substantially influences all education in the Blessed Isle, and it also functions as a college of advisors to the realm on all sorts of matters. The Order tends to think of itself as independent of the realm, and indeed above its petty concerns. To the denizens of the independent regions of the Threshold, however, the Order looks suspiciously like a tool of the realm rather than an independent body. Often, the Order will establish a mission in a region that the realm intends to conquer later by force or threat. The Order will attempt to convert the inhabitants of a region that the realm has already conquered. Realm and Order always go hand in hand. Moreover, the Order's operations usually follow a set of patterns that has little to do with finding new Immaculate Texts. A few monks will set up a monastery. Then the mortal monks will start teaching the local inhabitants about the philosophy. Meanwhile, the Exalted Abbots and his allies will begin challenging local gods and spirits to martial arts duels and forcing them to conform to the Order's expectations of divine behavior. The Immaculate Philosophy. Millions of beings, from small gods in Yushan to peasants in the most backwater prefectures of the realm, adhere to the Immaculate Philosophy and accept the teachings of the Immaculate Order. Though it is secretly a tool of the sidereal exalts, and remains wedded to the ambitions of the realm, the philosophy genuinely appeals to people's sense of order and harmony. The philosophy is both intellectually compelling and emotionally satisfying. Many accept the teachings of the Immaculate Dragons not because they are forced to do so, or because they have been hoodwinked, but because the teachings of the philosophy seem to reflect the underlying structure of creation. Its system of prayers and meditations give the devotees of the philosophy a sense of tranquility and the ability to accept their place in the world. At the heart of the Immaculate Philosophy are 5 core beliefs called the Noble Insights, and 5 basic behaviors and duties called the Diligent Practices. Different monastic traditions within the Immaculate Order promote or downplay different insights and practices, but all of the various schools within the Order accept these 10 elements as the essentials of the Immaculate Philosophy. The Noble Insights are: all beings in creation are constantly dying and being reborn, ascending and descending the road of enlightenment. Those who are exalted are very close to the end of that road, while insects and plants are near its beginning. Most sentient mortals are somewhere near the middle. As beings approach the end of the road, they approach the infinite perfection of essence that is the elemental dragons, who hold creation together. Working in solitude and striving to surpass their lot in life, all beings in creation draw away from the perfection of the elemental dragons. Working together and accepting their present incarnations, all beings in creation mimic the elemental dragons and approach their perfection. The dragon-blooded, who were the disciples and children of the mortal incarnations of the elemental dragons, i.e. the Immaculate Dragons, are leading the Immaculates towards that degree of perfection. The anathema, who reject the elemental dragons and obey only their own ambitions, are drawing creation towards despair and ruin. The Immaculate philosophy specifically endorses attention to community, obedience to the realm's masters, and genuine concern for the present well-being of every living thing. It acknowledges rebirth, but places most of its focus on one's present incarnation. It urges an adherent to the focus on the here and now, to aid one's neighbors, and to heed the commands of the terrestrial Exalted, and to report the anathema whenever they appear. The expectations placed upon an ordinary devotee, therefore, are relatively few. Even so, the Immaculate philosophy holds a set of 5 specific obligations that mark a follower of the philosophy as particularly devout. Monks of the order are expected to perform the diligent practices all the time, but the practices need not be followed quite so strictly by the average layperson. The diligent practices are: hear a recital of an immaculate text at least once a month in the company of at least 17 other followers of the philosophy. Respect and honor spirits only according to the calendar and the specific rites set down by the Immaculate Order, giving each spirit its due only insofar as to serve the harmony of creation. Worship no spirit, element, small god, or anathema at all. Imitate in word and deed the honorable behaviors of the 5 Immaculate Dragons, the mortal incarnations of the elemental dragons. Emulate the thoughts appropriate to your incarnation as decreed by the Immaculate Dragons. Obey the Dragon-blooded, who are the descendants and disciples of the Immaculate Dragons, and are so close to enlightenment that their commands cannot cause a soul to stray from the road. Resist the commands of the anathema to the fullest degree of the abilities of your present incarnation, and do not fall into despair. The diligent practices tend to bring communities of disciples together strongly. Often, the official rituals in the temple each day are followed by discourses led by a prominent abbot or teacher of the order who will lead a guided meditation on her favorite Immaculate Dragon. These discourses are often designed to promote a community project or civic duty, so that a new public bath or marketplace or orphanage will be built or provided for. The Immaculate philosophy thus brings real and practical benefits to the communities it touches. That these communities are strongly opposed to the Solar Exalted only pleases the Order and its sponsors the more. The policymakers and military leaders of the realm used to work hand in hand to make sure that the dominion of the realm maintained secure throughout creation. That degree of cooperation and control has slipped in the last 5 years, but the realm's forces continue to act in a substantially unified program in most areas. The Empress organized her territories in the Blessed Isle and the Threshold both to be defensible and productive. Although the Empress is no longer the guiding force that rules the organization remains. The realm's lands are divided into prefectures and satrapies. The prefectures are small territories on the Blessed Isle, directly governed by the Empress through her appointees, the prefects. The satrapies are usually much larger territories in the Threshold. The realm rules these territories indirectly through covert and overt dominion of the local government. A small number of territories are styled dominions because of their physical size or political or economic importance, but even the dominions function exactly like prefectures or satrapies, only on a larger scale. Each prefecture on the Blessed Isle usually consists of one large city, 7 to 12 small towns, their dependent villages, and the surrounding wilderness. On average, each prefecture is about 100 square miles in area and contains a population of several 100,000 people. The prefect is appointed by the Empress. Or now the regent, to be the region's chief administrator and judge of last resort. She is also responsible for appointing the governors, who are the judges and administrators, in each district of the prefecture. The prefect and her governors have clear chains of command and precise areas of responsibility, but the prefect has overall authority for all the realm's officials in her territory. For example, if a tax collector in one village in an outlying district is considered corrupt, the magistrates may assume that the prefect is corrupt and may take appropriate actions, from demolition or dismissal to exile or death. Few prefects are dragonbloods. The terrestrial exiles usually only govern the dominions on the Blessed Isle. Most prefects and their assistants come from the mortal patrician class and are sponsored to their assignments by a dragonblood or a great house. Prefectural assignments are rarely sinecures. There is all sorts of local trouble that needs to be dealt with. Bandit gangs are more common since the Empress vanished, for instance. The bureaucracy always needs to be monitored for corruption and indecency. Wild animals occasionally attack farmers or their crops and need to be destroyed. Roads, bridges, shrines, fortresses, and canals need to be kept in repair. Crops need to be harvested, and of course, taxes must be collected. Since the Empress disappeared, the work of running a prefecture has become considerably harder. In addition to carrying on all their usual work, the prefects must now also curry favor with whichever great house is the largest leaseholder. Officially, all of the land on the Blessed Isle belongs to the Empress, and everyone pays rent for their land. The great houses are now trying to free themselves from these payments, however, which is emptying the prefect's coffers. It is difficult to dispense justice in the name of a vanished empress or an empty throne. The satrapies. In the Threshold, there are no prefectures. The realm does not directly rule any territory there. Instead, the Empress created a system of satrapies in which one of her hand-picked relatives serves as chief advisor to a local government. The government is free to create its own legal system and its own culture, provided that these remain within certain basic standards of fairness and provided the realm receives a tribute payment each year. In the days of the Empress, tribute payments were carefully set to be difficult but bearable. Usually, a tribute payment was made once a year in some combination of jade, goods, and services. For example, the rich land of Harborhead in the south used to provide 20 talents of jade, 30,000 talents of grain, 12,000 slaves, and 2 dragons of archers for 60 days each year, in addition to much smaller amounts of salt, wine, pears, and spices. Since the Empress vanished, the satraps have been demanding higher and higher tribute payments and have been pocketing more and more of the difference between the old tribute and the new. These days, Harborhead is expected to contribute 200 talents of jade, 100,000 talents of grain, 30,000 slaves, and 9 dragons of archers. The satrap. The Empress used to select each satrap personally, using a combination of intelligence about the posting from the all-seeing eye, the resumes of the available candidates, and her own gut feelings about her relatives. Once chosen, the Empress then sold him the office as a form of tax farming. The satrap could pay for his posting by squeezing extra tribute out of the satrapy. Under the Empress, satraps were almost always dragonbloods, nominated by the great houses from their elder members. The Empress was paid a nominating fee based on what they thought their candidate could extract in tribute from a given satrapy in a closed bid system, but their candidate also had to be considered worthy. Most satraps had served in a number of advisory positions and had to have spent at least a couple of years as prefects before being considered for a senior post in the threshold. It is not uncommon, even today, for a satrap to be a veteran soldier, a well-trained bureaucratic wrangler, and a former prefect. At least some, however, are well-heeled dynasts with no experience and less training, dumped in positions of authority in order to help their house get ahead. Regent Focuf now appoints satraps on the basis of petitions that are brought to him from various dynasts, who seek to control the wealthiest satrapies for their own great houses. The sale prices for these offices has dropped considerably, whereas before the satraps tended to be keenly intelligent, careful advisors to the existing governments, the new satraps tend to be ham-fisted, grasping and arrogant. To the denizens of the threshold, it sometimes seems as if the realm's officers have gone mad and forgotten that they pretend not to rule. The satrap's advisors. It was common for the Empress to appoint not only the satrap, but also 3 of the satrap's 4 principal assistants. The 4 advisors, together with the satrap, would serve as the realm's embassy to the threshold government and the guarantors of the realm's interest in the region. Where possible, all 5 of these officials would be dragonblood, but the Empress tried to make sure that at least 3 were terrestrial exalts. To balance the factions of the Scarlet Dynasty, the 4 advisors were always members of different houses than the satrap, and frequently from rival houses. In this way, the Empress trained new potential satraps and placed a check on the powers of both individuals and the houses. In the last 5 years, however, that check has evaporated, so satraps and their advisors act in the best interests of one house rather than the realm's interest or that of the government they are present to advise. Reporting. The satrap and each of the 4 advisors is required by the laws of the realm to submit a report each season to the Empress. The report must be independently composed, and each report is sealed and sent separately. The format of the report is standardized, with each person reporting first on their own doings, and then on the doings of the other 4 of the realm's principal officials. In addition, the all-seeing eye compiles its own report from the observations of its agents in the satrapy. Thus, the Empress, now the Regent, receives 6 reports on the realm's business for each satrapy, and can dispatch investigators or even magistrates to handle any apparent inconsistencies between the satrap's reports and the overseer's reports. The existence of these regular reports kept the satraps honest, for the rivalries among their principal advisors meant cutthroat candor in reporting on one's own errors and faults. If one official failed to be rigorously self-critical or insufficiently critical of her colleagues, the cool and dangerous eyes of a magistrate might appear in a satrapy to investigate the matter personally. The dragon-blooded of the realm, also known as the terrestrial Exalted, led interesting lives. Their schooling, their marriages, even their retirements are all quite different from those of their mere human relatives. If they survive to old age, they can live to 300 or 400 years. More often, however, they die in battle or while having great adventures. Dynastic terrestrial exalts often shout, 10,000 dragons conquer the world, before going into battle, and 8 generations of Dragon-blooded have never faced any other types of Exalted in combat, except in vastly unequal fights, where 8 or 9 experienced and cunning Dragonbloods take down one newly exalted and naive Solar, or at most a small pack of Lunars. For most of the last 1,000 years, they have had no continuing rivalries or enmities other than with their own kind, and their whole culture and worldview is based on their sense of individual and collective supremacy. All of this is beginning to change, however, as both the world and the worldview of the Dragon-blooded is crumbling around them. Childhood. Each child born into a dynast's family, and even the children of outcast parents, is treated from birth as though she might exalt. The Scarlet Dynasty tries to make sure that all of the Dragon-blooded of the realm are born into one of the 11 great houses, even to the point of faking pregnancies so that illegitimate babies can appear to have dynastic mothers. Once a child is acknowledged as legitimate, the children are reared by wet nurses, governesses, and tutors, and they rarely see their parents except under formal circumstances. Their parents do love them, but preparing them for life among the dynasty is critically important. Important enough to make sure that a child gets a head start, unencumbered by a mother's overprotective nature or a father's indulgence. Boys and girls begin receiving tutoring and instructions of various kinds almost as soon as they can walk. Art, music, hunting, swordsmanship, dancing, riding, etiquette, calligraphy, languages. All these are suitable study for dynastic children. Their family members or colleagues of their parents will regularly stop in to see them and to teach them something, and their parents' rivals will stop by to test and challenge them. Their diets are carefully regulated, and there is much physical activity in their lives before they turn 10. Daily martial arts practice, long-distance running, wilderness survival, archery, and sailing. The mental regime is no less grueling, involving the study of at least one second language, a musical instrument, rhetoric, the tactics of classical board games such as Gateway, chess, and Go, and knowledge of the geography and cultures of the realm and the threshold alike. At the age of 10, dynastic children go away to a boarding school, supervised by the Exalts, and leave this rigorous children behind for the really hard work. Schooling. From the age of 10 until the age of 15, the future Dragon-bloodeds of the realm attend primary school. There is at least one such school in every prefecture, but only a few can be found in the satrapies. Most administrators send their children to the Blessed Isle for their educations. The primary schools teach a standard curriculum mandated by the Empress, including archery, bare-fisted fighting and self-defense, swordplay, athletics, history and geography, government and politics, religion, the Immaculate Philosophy, and spirit lore. In addition to the basic curriculum, students must complete an advanced program in politics, religion, philosophy, and combat. Students cannot be failed out of primary school, though some are returned to their parents for disruptive behavior. Some primary schools also offer specialized training in art, outdoor activities, combat, or politics. These institutions are particularly popular and have long waiting lists. There are 4 main secondary schools for the exalted children of the dynasty, each supported by a sector of imperial society: the Cloister of Wisdom, run by the Immaculate Order; the House of Bells, which serves the Imperial Army and Navy as a military officers' school; the Spiral Academy, which supplies the bureaucracy with trained clerks and ministers; and the Heptagram, which teaches sorcery. By the time students enter secondary school, They are engaged in an intense rivalry with students of other houses. This rivalry takes many forms. Athletic competitions such as races and duels are common, but so is artistic and academic rivalry. Students are expected, even encouraged, to sabotage the potential achievements of students from rival houses, and to support the works of members of their own or allied houses. This rivalry characterizes not only their school lives, but the careers of all dragon-blooded. Households. After finishing school but before marrying and establishing households of their own, dragon-bloods tend to live in the household of a married relative, an uncle or aunt, an older cousin, or sometimes a grandparent. While they visit their parents for major holidays, their house expects them to make an alliance with another branch of the family and to cement this alliance through regular association with a married couple. The young dragonblood assists in the education of her host's children, contributes a portion of her income to the household, and works to advance her host's careers. The household system works in part because each dynast receives a stipend from her house, which is paid out of a standard allowance to pay the houses of the Scarlet Dynasty from the Imperial Treasury. This stipend increases based on a number of factors, ranging from the importance of the office one holds in the realm, to the number of years one has been married, to the number of children that one has had who have exalted. For young, unmarried dragonbloods, just out of school, the stipend is insufficient to maintain an appropriate lifestyle. He often pays for his lodging with a relative, while spending most of his income on wardrobe, armor, and the household's entertainment. His relatives run the household with their stipend, using their junior boarders' rent money to supplement their slush funds for bribes and for the education of their children. Denizens of the Threshold view these sorts of family arrangements as insane, but the system works for the dragon-blooded of the realm, in part because their loyalties are usually to their house rather than to their own parents. Marriage. The dragon-blooded get betrothed early and marry late. Courtship often lasts years, if not decades. The leaders of the great houses arrange most marriages, and many betrothals are established specifically to gain economic or political advantage. Few dragonbloods get married for love, though some do fall in love with their selected spouses. As a result, having mistresses, lovers, party girls, boy toys, and concubines is almost expected. The realm's law does not allow for divorce in most cases, with only the failure to produce children being considered an appropriate ground for annulment. Pleasure. Perhaps 10,000 dragonbloods pledge their loyalty to the realm. Of these, perhaps 2/3 are on active duty at any given time, with an additional third in reserve. Yet, these numbers are deceiving. The dragonbloods on active duty, in fact, take numerous short vacations or seek adventure on a regular basis. They could be off participating in a Wyld hunt, visiting a favorite aunt, or going on a surreptitious diplomatic mission, or they could just be taking a hunting trip to the south, or a leisurely weekend with their spouses. Those terrestrial exalts in the reserve tend to be equally active. While they are not on official duty with a legion or a ministry, these dragonbloods tend to be engaged in serious work of their own. Some are involved in researching charms or new sorceries, or conducting archaeological digs at first-age sites. Some of them serve as teachers at their children's primary or secondary schools for a year or two, or serve similar duties at the school of a colleague's child to help cement an alliance. Many dragonbloods participate in one of the 3 great endurance trials of the realm. The Periphery Race, held once every 10 years, in which contestants run the Great Coast Road around the entire Blessed Isle. The Circumnavigation, a quadrilennial sailing circuit around the Blessed Isle. Or the Pilgrimage, in which participants climb the great Imperial Mountain in order to touch the summit of the elemental pole of Earth. The time spent training for the events is intense, and the terrestrial exiles tend to engage in other adventures along the way, using their training as cover for other activities. Nearly every Dragonblood has some sort of hobby that allows for competition, even if they don't go in for long-distance trials. Gateway is the realm's principal strategy game, but there are simpler games such as Dragon Draughts and Fireseed, Go, and Chess, dances, choral performances, operas, solo and chamber music recitals, martial arts displays, calligraphy parties, and garden tours are all occasions for the Dragon-blooded to show off their talents to their colleagues and to demean their rivals. The Dragon-blooded tend to engage in sensual pleasures almost as much as they train for these sorts of amazing displays of physical and intellectual prowess. Sex, drugs, food, wine, and clothes are obsessed over almost as much as formal competitions. The Dragon-blooded generally avoid the horrors of addiction to these sensual pleasures, though. Most of them learn the perils of addiction in early secondary school. Often, older students will invite them to try a drug, and then exploit their disorientation with a series of physical and mental attacks. The Dragon-blooded might develop a taste for a certain sensual pleasure, but they can rarely be blackmailed with them. The realm is the civilized heart of creation. Even now, at the opening of the Age of Sorrows, the Blessed Isle's poorest citizens still have a higher standard of living than anyone else in the world. While the Isle lost nearly half of its population during the Great Contagion, it retained much of the base of the infrastructure of the First Age, and suffered fewer of the ravages of the Fairfolk than other parts of creation did. Although many of its cities fell, the roads and highways of the First Age survived, as did many of the engineering projects of that ancient time. Dams, levees, polders, bridges, canals, aqueducts, manufactories, farming terraces, signal towers, tunneling, and harbours of the Shogunate Age are still in use. Using the foundation provided by this infrastructure, the Dynastic Dragon-blooded erected their own Manses and refounded cities. Therefore, the realm is a vital mixture of the very new and the very old, and its power in world affairs rises as much from its production and transport capabilities as it does from the Dragon-blooded's loyalty. Most of the Blessed Isle manages to harvest 5 cycles of crops per year, thanks to the deep magic woven into the land and the enormous fertility that surrounds the elemental pole of Earth. There is always food on every table for every meal, even if the substance of that meal is meager. Rice is a staple crop of the Scarlet Empire, both because it is easy to produce and because it is labor-intensive to grow. The peasantry of the realm is kept constantly occupied in growing its food, which gives little time to consider revolt or rebellion. Millet, barley, wheat, and oats provide much of the other food for the realm, while flax, cotton, and hemp serve as the major fiber crops. Sesame oil is a major ingredient in peasant cooking, and vegetables ranging from lettuce to peppers round out the peasant diet. The tables of well-off city dwellers serve fish and chicken, as well as orchard fruits and nuts, such as oranges, almonds, and cashews. Olive oil replaces sesame oil in richer households, and beef replaces fish and chicken. Mammoth meat is particularly popular at parties. Much of the realm's manufactories are cotton industries, a village or group of villages working together to make flax into linen thread, and thread into cloth, for instance. The realm's so-called cottager ceramics, of simple line and coloured in delicate blues, reds, or greens, is highly valued in the threshold. Blessed Isle cotton and linen,
with high thread counts is suitable for wear for the highest nobility elsewhere. The simplicity of these products is part of their appeal. The status suggested by plain clothes made in the realm is greater than the status suggested by threshold silks or armours. The more high class an industry is perceived to be, the more likely that there are formal manufactories. Silk production, in particular, is most often confined to urban areas, though the silkworms come from the countryside. Weapons and armour factories are also tightly controlled by the government, and usually exist in close proximity to mines where the raw material is gathered. Social class. Among mortal humans there are 5 social ranks. The dragon-blooded have numerous nuances and graduations among themselves that contrast a dynast of a major line from a dynast of a minor line, and that divide the dynasts from outcasts. Mortals in the realm play these games of rank on a far more limited scale, as their mayfly lives permit. Patricians. At the top of the social ladder are the various patrician clans. Patrician families fill most of the offices too menial for the Dragonbloods in the ministries. Senior patricians become prefects and assistant sub-ministers in the Thousand Scales. They rarely rise higher in the legions than Winglord, and while there are a number of patrician captains in the navy, there are few human commodores, fleet captains, or admirals. Patricians are still considered noble in the realm because they are descendants of the Exalts and the Scarlet Dynasty. Some of them are the children of outcast exalts, rewarded for their parents' exceptional service with patrician rank. Perhaps one patrician child out of 30,000 exalts is then adopted by one of the great houses of the dynasty in exchange for favors, jade, or offers of alliance. Patrician families are often allied with one or another great house, and usually remain so for dozens of generations at a time. Their estates are never as large as those of great houses, but they do amass large incomes and are usually as prominent in their prefectures as the dragon-blooded are in creation as a whole. Citizens. Below the patricians are the citizens. This is a broad class of artists and artisans, merchants and traders, sailors and carters, and low-level bureaucrats and clerks. Most of the citizens live in the realm's cities and large towns, and their wealth is sufficient to pay bills and live reasonable lives. Citizens form the connective tissue between the peasantry and the patricians, transforming the works and produce of peasant factories and farm into things which the patricians can delight. Barely visible to the Dragonbloods, the realm's citizenry nonetheless is the recruiting tool for the legions, the navy, the Immaculate Order, and the ministries. Peasantry. Supporting the patricians, the citizens, and even the mighty Dragonbloods are the peasants of the realm, outnumbering all other classes by tens of thousands to one. The peasantry works the land and fishes the seas, collecting the food that supports the vast interlinked society of the realm. Since the Empress took power, almost 30 generations of peasants have lived and died, and since the usurpation, almost 100 generations have passed. The peasants of the realm have never known any other reality besides the rule of the dragon-blooded. The dragon-blooded regard the peasantry with a degree of paternal care, but truly, the peasantry of the Blessed Isle lives in a state of enforced helplessness. Forbidden to own weapons of any sort, schooled in only a limited version of the Immaculate philosophy, and dwelling in a state of near serfdom, the realm's peasants tend their villages and fields with hardly any hope of betterment in this life. A farmer may plant an olive grove to improve the lot of her granddaughter, and a fisherman may save jade script to let his son buy a new boat. It has to be enough to provide for the next generation, because there is little else for which to hope in this one. Slaves. The realm purchases huge numbers of slaves and expects tens of thousands of additional bodies as part of annual tribute from many satrapies. Nonetheless, Ownership of slaves is illegal in the realm. Mortals may not own them, and all slaves officially belong to the realm, the Empress, or the houses of the dynasty. Dragonbloods may have long-term use of individual slaves, and occasionally whole work gangs. Individuals or small teams can also be loaned or gifted to patrician houses for private projects. This structure is supposed to protect them from abuse by dangerously ignorant peasant owners. But it is also intended to prevent a large-scale slave rebellion from breaking out on the Blessed Isle. By keeping the slaves in tightly limited work gangs with suitably trained overseers, the realm keeps the slave population from communicating with intent to win its freedom. Slaves are generally sorted into one of three categories upon enslavement. The largest groups are the work gangs. Gangs of up to 10,000 slaves labor on various civil works projects, such as stone quarrying, road repair, land reclamation, or harbor dredging. The realm tries to ensure a ratio of at least one overseer to every 25 slaves in the realm, and one overseer to every 10 slaves in the threshold, to discourage rebellions. Every prefecture in the realm has a slave gang to look after the realm's infrastructure, which the prefect can allocate to various projects as needed. In addition, various ministries have slave gangs of their own, and some legions on garrison duty have slave teams to assist in various projects. The lives of the workhorse slaves are short and harsh. Life expectancy in the mines or one of the road crews averages only 2 years, and death is more common than any other sort of punishment, as the realm feels that one troublesome but unskilled slave is easily replaced. Work gang slaves are usually purchased in lots of 1,000 bodies. The second category is formed of specialty slaves of various sorts, often captured in war or sold into slavery to pay debts. These slaves have various skills from their earlier lives. Some may be literate or financially savvy, others are trained warriors, and still others are skilled engineers, artists, or artisans. Dancers, musicians, sex toys, and certain kinds of artisans command high prices and rarely leave their owners. Usually purchased singly or in small groups, depending on their knowledge and abilities, slaves in this category are usually able to work their way into their owner's good graces over a period of years and survive to old age. The third category of slaves are the domestic slaves, who assist in one of the households of the great houses. Purchased in lots of 10 to 100, household slaves act as cooks, cleaners, launderers, gardeners, and ordinary servants in the dragon-blooded and patrician households. Many of them are encircled in various ways to prevent them from revealing their owner's secrets, and all of them are demonstrably broken in some way as proof that they are no threat to anyone in their owner's household. The disenfranchised. Even below the slaves in the realm's social structure are the disenfranchised. The realm's law rarely distinguishes between one mortal and her neighbours, particularly for any human below patrician rank. When a villager is discovered breaking one of the realm's laws, the magistrate or prefect, or their archons or governors, may declare every resident of that village disenfranchised. The affected peasants or citizens are turned out of their homes and are exiled from their prefecture. They can be abused or killed with impunity, and they may not take up residence in a new location until they have paid the residency pledge fee of 4 koku. Few can pay this enormous sum, and so many disenfranchised are forced to wander place to place, looking for somewhere with a shortage of workers where the fee might be waived. At present, there are many more disenfranchised on the roads of the realm than in times past. Numerous villages, and sometimes even whole towns, have been uprooted to make space for the great houses and their patrician allies to expand their estates or to create no man's land regions between rival houses. This state of affairs is yet another sign of the disintegrating fabric of the realm's society. The realm not only has the dragon-blooded host on its side, but also has the lion's share of creation's first-age technology and weapons at its disposal. Some of this weaponry takes the form of personal equipment. The terrestrial Exalted are always well armed and armored, with jade steel diclaves and buff coats with jade steel plates. Some of this personal armament is of recent construction, but many pieces of the dragon-blooded host's personal equipment are heirlooms and weapons passed down from ancient times. The house units and Imperial legions, while not equipped with jade steel weapons, are no less fearsomely armed. The Imperial legions train with shields, halberds, and straight swords for close combat, and they travel with companies of trained engineers who can construct siege weapons for them on short notice. Each legion is expected to have a sorcerer or two in its officer corps as well, to augment the power of the actual soldiers. Each house unit tends to be differently armed and armored according to its preferences, but some sort of armor, polearm, and sword are common, so that the house talons and legions can be trained using the Imperial Army's military manual. The 1,000 Correct Actions. One of the tools of the realm's military might is the famous book, The 1,000 Correct Actions of the Upright Soldier, usually ascribed either to Hesiesh, the Immaculate Dragon of Fire, or to Mela, the Immaculate Dragon of Air. The book details 1,000 ways a commander can husband the strength of his troops and to make use of their discipline at exactly the right moment. Espionage, small unit tactics, individual training exercises, and encampment procedures are all detailed carefully. Senior officers carry the complete manual, while the junior ranks carry heavily abridged versions. If correctly copied, the book contains a number of encoded charms and sorceries specifically of use to military officers and their armies. A similar manual for the use of ship captains and admirals also exists. Since the Empress's disappearance and the houses took over the sponsorship of the legions, this field manual has fallen into disrepute. Old outcasts and even dynastic officers regard this as a terrible waste and a disregard for tradition, for they know that an army trained according to the 1,000 Correct Actions is nearly invincible in warfare. The Imperial Manse. The realm's senior leadership today is greatly worried over its inability to access one of the most important military resources in the realm, the Imperial Manse. Located at the center of the Imperial Palace and surrounded by a vast garden, this huge and squat but opulent building is decorated with orichalcum and marble. Its single door is a slab of black jade. Within the Imperial Manse are the controls that coordinate the operation of the war manses of the Imperial Defense Grid, as if they were a single entity, and it also contains the first-age mechanisms that made the Empress the equal of the shoguns before her. The Imperial Manse gave the Scarlet Empress the power to destroy the hordes of fairfolk who had invaded creation, and to rain down fire on the rebellious cities of the Threshold and the Blessed Isle. It also allowed her to project her image to every village, town, and city in the realm when she chose. No one among the realm's current leaders has any idea how to get inside it, much less how the manse works. It is known that the Empress entered with several companions more than 700 years ago, and that she alone survived the deadly traps and dangers within. In all that time, no other mortal or dragonblood has ever entered and returned. While a number of sorcerers have been studying the manse, the great houses have mounted a number of security precautions to keep anyone from slipping inside. Everyone knows that whoever emerges from that manse, knowing its secrets and its powers, will be the next emperor or empress by default. The War Manses. Standing at over 200 known locations, and at as many as 100 more secret locations around the Blessed Isle, on positions of geomantic importance, are the War Manses, which tap the essence of the Blessed Isle itself and funnel that power to essence weapons of superior force and destructive capabilities. The War Manses are nearly all squat, forbidding towers, with 4 or more vicious jade steel spikes rising from their roofs. Some of them shoot bolts of flame, while others stir up tornadoes and waterspouts, and still others cause localized earthquakes. The War Manses can be controlled in 2 different ways. A crew of Dragonbloods attuned to the manse can operate the controls of these weapons while within the manse, and direct their weapons upon a nearby region of land, sky, or sea. The manses can also be controlled by the engines of the Imperial manse, and directed by a single intelligence within that manse against targets all over creation. It was the Empress's pleasure to gift command and operation of the War Manses to outcast officers in the military, and to dynasts who lacked other nearby properties, but possessed rivals in the area. In this way, the army watched over the dynasts, and the dynasts watched over each other, and the War Manses were always carefully guarded from unauthorized visits. Today, the War Manses are watched even more closely, and the great houses are likely targeting them for capture or destruction as part of the opening phases of a civil war. While the realm stands, they are too important to use, but when it falls, they will be too important to let stand. No one has a clear idea of how to disconnect the War Manses from the overarching control of the Imperial Manse, and this has dire implications for any future conflict. The Imperial Navy. While the War Manses serve as stationary fortresses throughout the realm, and act as the inner wall of the realm's defences, the main line of the realm's defence is the Imperial Navy. Largely commanded by House Pelops, the Navy consists not only of modern ships built in the yards of the Blessed Isle's ports, but also a number of older vessels, ranging from armed catamarans and trimarans to first-age battle hulks that do not need sails, but move over the sea with deadly grace and carry their own energy weapons. The Navy maintains an aggressive watch on the coasts of the Blessed Isle, and it stops and boards ships regularly to search for contraband. Lord High Admiral Pelops Shorogan has overall command of the 5 Pelops fleets and tactical control of the merchant fleet as well. Fleet Admiral Pelops Erelin, the Sea Witch, commands the Earth Fleet and patrols the coast of the Blessed Isle from the naval shipyards of Dragon's Mouth. The city of Noble is home to the Fire Fleet, under Fleet Admiral Pelops Lundair. The Fire Fleet patrols the southern quadrant of the inland sea. The Water Fleet, under Fleet Admiral Ladal Kalin, and based at Port Wavehold across from the Eye of Creation, guards the western quadrant. The Air Fleet sails from Canos and operates in the northern quadrant under Fleet Admiral Regara Feria. The Wood Fleet sails from Stoya and guards the eastern quadrant. The air and water fleets are traditionally the most powerful, but a strategic shift of naval resources is underway, with additional powers being placed into the earth and wood fleets at the expense of the air and water ones. Some see this as the realms tightening into a defensive posture in a time of weakness. Others see House Pelops making a bid to choke the realm in the event of a civil war, as the 2 looted fleets are both in command of admirals not of House Pelops. A merchant fleet commanded by House Vanif controls landing and unloading rights and runs piloting services through the dangerous shoals off the shore. The merchant fleet uses Arjuf as its base and conducts operations in the inland sea. There is much rivalry between the Imperial Navy and the merchant fleet, but the balance of power is heavily in favor of the Imperial Navy, which has all of the first-age ships, most of the best-trained officers and sailors, and many of the best weapons. War machines. Though rarely seen, the last major weapon group in the realm's arsenal is a wide variety of war machines. Some of these devices are called war striders, enormous hulking beasts constructed of metal and jade, which shoot fire from their nostrils, or hurl exploding stones with their hands, or shoot lances of light from their horns or eyes. Not only does the realm have these weapons of war in its arsenal, but it also has the dragon-blooded individuals necessary to power them and bring them to bear against the realm's foes. In addition to these land-striding beasts of battle, the realm has a number of first-age flying craft in operation too, which gives it control over the skies of the Blessed Isle and some parts of the Threshold. These first-age weapons have wings like birds, or bats, or insects, and can shoot streams of blazing fire. Finally, there are the great paddle-wheeled warships of the First Age, invincible dreadnoughts whose energy weapons can defeat any number of modern wooden-hulled vessels. For more than 700 years, the Scarlet Throne in the audience hall of the Imperial Palace was the symbol of true power throughout creation. This jade chair, said to weigh 1,000 talents, is supported and canopied by 5 dragons, sinuous and entwined around a place for a human to sit. The dragons' heads are deferential, reverent, and yet fiercely protective of the person enthroned. From this throne, the Scarlet Empress spoke, and her will was carried out. No ruler in creation could think on the power and strength that seemed to emanate from that throne and not sigh in awe and envy. Depictions of the 5 elemental dragons twine in upon themselves to form the Scarlet Throne, each bearing a body carved of jade and a fierce yet noble head depicted in its elemental color. The entirety of the throne is carved from the purest jade in creation. Rumor has it that the throne was created for the Empress by the elemental dragons themselves as a sign of her rightful rule. Adding to the Scarlet Empress's impressive appearance, the 5 dragons depicted on the throne appear to come to life whenever she was seated there. More than one courtier made a hasty retreat from the imperial presence after watching in terror as the elemental dragons slowly stirred themselves to life around the Empress. While thusly animated, the dragons fully assume their natural coloration, and have been known to snap threateningly at those with whom the Empress is even momentarily displeased. On the single occasion when Regent Fokef dared to seat himself upon the Scarlet Throne, the dragons writhed to life, rearing back to glare disapprovingly at the quaking pretender. Perhaps this explains his reluctance to remount the throne, pretending to take what audiences he cannot avoid in more private chambers. Despite that, it seems clear that the throne itself has no magical powers to confer greatness. The personality and dedication of the woman or man who sits there is far more relevant to the realm's prominence than any mystical virtue that might rise onto the one who sits upon it. Therefore, there is a contest for the throne. The issue is not simply who will sit on it, but also who will not sit upon it. All of the major players are universally agreed that Fokef will not stay on the throne as regent forever. It is possible he will not outlast the year, though if he's lucky he might survive another year and a half after the next calibration. As many are going out of their way to try and protect him as are trying to assassinate him. Everyone wants to make sure they are ready with their own candidate when the storm breaks, so the regent's life is guarded for now. There are two issues at work, pulling the contest first in one direction and then another. First, the Dragon-blooded are largely aware that the realm is tearing itself apart without the firm hand of the Empress guiding its various factions. Some members of the great houses think the realm needs to be broken up, if only so that they can get a larger portion of wealth and power. Others are prepared to follow any new monarch just to get the realm back on track again, somehow. The second issue is more complicated, but the basic problem is the lack of a body. If the Empress were dead, then there would have been a funeral. Even if she had left instructions behind explaining the succession, many might have followed her commands. Yet, every candidate for the Scarlet Throne ponders what would happen if she takes the throne and the Empress returns. One can easily imagine what would happen if the Empress returned to find that buffoon Fokuf dressed in scarlet sitting on her chair, and his title is only regent. She would destroy him and scatter his ashes to the elemental poles. What would happen if she found someone there actually claiming to be the new Empress or Emperor? So, the realm needs a new monarch, yet the threat of the old monarch returning gives many of the likely candidates pause. Still, a few names get bandied about, and it becomes a matter of guessing which one of them will act, or whose minions will push their leader into acting first. Knowledgeable bookies, particularly in House Sinus, have set up pools to help people bet on their favourites. The odds against the Empress's return grow longer, and possible candidates are beginning to make their intentions known. These are some of them. Nemon, founder of the house that bears her name, grandmother and mother to more dragon-blooded than any other house leader, is probably the prime candidate for the throne, and the most likely to win it. Nemon is a powerful sorceress and a dangerous foe. If lineage alone determined inheritance in the realm, she would already be on the throne. If lineage and ambition were sufficient to take the throne, Nemon would be Empress. Nemon is known to rage nightly, throwing people about and knocking down buildings in her fury, for she knows that while she could take the throne, she certainly could not hold it. She hates the other great houses, and the members of the other houses know it. While her own brood remains relatively loyal to her, the other houses of the dynasty would band together against her and find an acceptable compromise candidate, rather than let Nemon rule. Nemon has tried to open the Imperial Manse numerous times and failed again and again. At heart, she knows that her reasons for trying to enter are insufficiently pure. Her mother went in desiring to save all creation from the fair folk, with no thought of her own safety. Yet, Nemon wants only to ensure her own survival. For her, the prize is not entering the manse, but coming back out again, alive and in command of the realm's most powerful defensive and offensive weapons. Alliance with other houses have also failed, and marriages between the scions of House Nemon and those of other great houses have not helped break the deadlock. Nemon is confident that she can take the throne, but she can find no one willing to commit to letting her keep it. The Rose Black. Meanwhile, the other great houses debate the idea of choosing to support the Rose Black, the nickname of Tepet Ejava, a recent military hero and superior strategist who is currently on campaign in the southwest with the ragtag Vermilion Legion. Even with such a rebellious and broken force under her command, the Rose Black has given the realm a series of successes and victories that raise people's hopes for the Empire's glorious survival and renewal. At present, no one can quite figure out how to keep her safe from Nemon. If she were recalled to the Blessed Isle, Tepet Ejava would probably face an accident, or even an obvious assassination, the moment that she landed. While she is a military genius, she is not as politically savvy as Nemon, which is, of course, part of the Rose Black's appeal, but Nemon is among the most capable sorceresses in the realm, Even the Rose-Black's most ardent supporters must face the truth. If the Rose-Black wants the throne, she will have to take it and then discover how many supporters she has. To offer her the throne is tantamount to signing her death warrant, though, for she likely would not survive long enough to be crowned. Adding to the complications, every one of the great houses has its own pet candidate. The Ledal clan advances one of the younger members of its house, a superior gateway player by the name of Kess. No one thinks Kess wants the dubious honor of being emperor, and he is regarded as something of a hothead. Most difficult of all, while he and his wife have dutifully produced children, both of them are known to have exotic and peculiar, troubling tastes in bed partners and sensual pleasures. The other houses tend not to like Kess very much. Cathach Canaan is another such house-sponsored candidate. Great-great-grandson of the Empress, a former general, and now the elder of his house, Canaan has a great deal of power and prestige to throw into the contest. Yet he does not wish to be emperor. His children, cousins, and nieces think very highly of him and his loyalty to the realm, however, and they think that he might make an acceptable compromise candidate. Members of the other houses often agree, but few are prepared to acclaim him just yet. And then there are the wildcard candidates, such as Venif Bijar. This young sorcerer graduated from Heptagram several decades ago and now works as Venif's chief of security. For the last 3 years, she has been puzzling out the outer layer of defenses for the Imperial Manse, and she now believes that she can bypass these defenses and open the door. She is considering daring the Imperial Manse, reasoning that if her grandmother could do it more than 700 years ago, she can too. If successful, of course, she would have access to and control over the realm's most powerful engines of war, and she would likely become empress without too much trouble. Roads to the throne. In truth, there are 5 possible roads to the Scarlet Throne, any of which could be the one that sets a new empress or emperor over the realm. The first of these is called the Right of Acclaim. Under some obscure rules laid down by the empress, with the advice of the deliberative may declare the throne empty, and then the senators and deliberators in each chamber may shout out the name of the dragon-blooded they feel most eligible for the throne. If there is any clear unity in both chambers about who the person is, then the throne is offered to that person. Yet, the deliberative cannot agree on how much the scribe of the upper chamber must be paid each year, much less who should replace Regent Focuff. The second method is a coup. If someone kills Regent Focuff, takes the throne, and kills or neutralizes anyone who comes to try and kill her, then she will be empress. Maybe. The question then becomes whether the deliberative, the army, the Immaculate Order, and the 1,000 Scales will recognize her, and how long it will take for someone to do the same thing to her. The third method is invitation. If 4 or more of the great houses, the generals of several legions, and some senior members of the 1,000 Scales can agree on a single candidate, those officials might invite their candidate to come to the Imperial City to visit the regent in the palace and claim the throne with their sponsorship. The difference between an invitation and a coup is simply that Focuff might not have to die, though he probably still would, and the support for the various factions of the realm is at least partly decided in advance. The fourth method is procedural, with the regent functioning as if he were the empress, vigorous new leadership in the army, the imperial service, the houses, and the deliberative might simply find a new balance of power between all of the realm's various factions. Many of the empress's powers will rest with other individuals and institutions, and the realm will go on. When Focuff dies or is murdered, the deliberative will have a set of procedures in place, which are currently being drafted, to decide who takes his place, not as regent but as empress, albeit one with substantially reduced powers. Many are hoping for a resolution of this kind. The fifth method is magical. If a group of brave, foolhardy, or stupid dragonblood dares the Imperial Manse and succeeds, one or more of the surviving members will become Empress, Emperor, Emperor and Empress, or some combination thereof. No one really knows quite what this will look like. There is sufficient awe and fear of the Manse, however, that if someone comes back out and claims to be in charge, she probably will be, if she possesses demonstrable control over the War Manses. The term the Threshold typically denotes the ring of princedoms and city-states on the outer edge of the inland sea. Too barbarous for the Empress to govern directly, but still civilized enough to pay tribute to the realm. The realm proper directly only rules the Blessed Isle. Everything else is nominally independent, a kingdom or a republic paying tribute and advised by an imperial satrap. Until recently, this meant imperial rule in everything but name, but with the disappearance of the Scarlet Empress, the power of the realm has begun to crumble. No longer do all pay respect to the Immaculate Order, acknowledge the spiritual superiority of the Dragon-blooded, and deliver tribute to the satraps unquestioningly. The states that border the inland sea are now reducing their tribute payments or evading them altogether. This provokes retaliation by the realm, and disputes with tributaries have fled out into outright revolt all across the Threshold. Much of the Threshold is still at relative peace, and many lands are largely untroubled and generally calm, yet revolt is spreading. Rumors about the disappearance of the Empress are rife. The Death Lords nourish Shadowlands like cancers, and the reappearance of the long-lost Solars is profoundly disquieting. The Scavenger Lands. The Scavenger Lands are more than a nest of rebels against the iron-booted Scarlet Empire. They represent a region of diverse nations, dominated by the cities of Nexus and Luxai, but bound together by the Confederation of Rivers. Internal strife racks them more than any other region. Kingdom fights kingdom for ideology, for arable land, for access to the rivers, even just to take slaves for the guild's traders. Yet, despite this turmoil, the Scavenger Lands are also a bastion of freedom for anyone who has the strength to take it. Here, a kingdom can truly rule itself without the realm's satraps leaning over the king's shoulders. Here, a woman can worship as she wishes, without being burned alive for heresy by the Immaculate Order. A god can even accept that worship without fear of punishment. The Scavenger Lands have paid their own price to remain free of the realm, however. They are militarily dependent on the sheltering might of Luxai, even if the Confederation of Rivers theoretically gives every nation or state a voice. The economic tendrils of the guild are wound throughout the province tightly enough to throttle it should it so desire, making the guild almost an unspoken ruler of the region. The Scavenger Lands are fiercely independent, however, and they intend to remain that way. History. The Scavenger Lands lie to the east of the realm, across the inland sea, covering the area that was once known as the River Province. During the First Age, the River Province was the heartland of the then realm, famed for its mineral wealth and fertile soil. It was shattered by the Great Contagion and the subsequent invasion of the Fairfolk, which decimated cities, left settled places warped and ruined, destroyed mines, and twisted wide swaths of landscape. Shadowlands sprang up where the death toll was highest, and many of the region's great manses succumbed to abandonment and decay. After the Scarlet Empress drove back the Fae, refugees from throughout creation made their way to the River Province, remembering its fabled wealth and bounty. They found a ruined land, dark battlefields, and desperate survivors, but they worked together to rebuild it. 50 years later, envoys from the realm found fledgling city-states, many of whom saw no need to bend the knee to the Empress. 5 years later, the legions of the realm marched on the upstart nations, and within 2 years of fighting, only 2 major powers in the river province maintained freedom, Sijan and Luxai. However, the land was easier to take than hold. Led by the 7th Legion and the Legion-trained resistance cells, the armies of the river province eventually forced the realm's troops back and away. Luxai solidified the nascent links between states into a full alliance, which was fortunate for the regions as 2 more invasions from the realm followed and were beaten back, mainly thanks to Luxai's large stock of first-age weaponry and trained soldiers. The nations of the region formed the League of Many Rivers, and while this arrangement openly embraced regional conflicts and permitted member states to solve disputes through military force, it gave the region an identity and sent a clear signal to the realm. For its part, Luxai established a rigorous military society and training methods, making good use of its first-age weaponry. The League survived a great deal of internecine warfare, another invasion from the realm. The Argzeker barbarian hordes marched from the east, and a Fairfolk invasion from the Wyld. After the Fairfolk were driven out, primarily by Nexus mercenaries and Luxai troops, the Confederation of Rivers was formed to establish formal military and political relationships between the region's powers. Almost 200 years of peace followed, during which there was no definite threat to the Scavenger Lands' existence. Over the last 2 decades, several events have shaken the Scavenger Lands and caused major changes in the river province's political landscape. 20 years ago, the Empress chose to instigate military conflict over the succession of Thorns, a major metropolis and a key imperial tributary situated on a number of trade routes, and only a few hundred miles from the edge of the Scavenger Lands. The younger son of the previous autocrat seized power with the assistance of imperial advisors, commandos, and first-age weapons, and then declared war on the Confederation of Rivers. The military of Thorns was ill-prepared when compared to the tough soldiers of the Scavenger Lands, but the Dragon-blooded buoyed the men's spirits and prevented the new autocrat from seeing the dire state of affairs. 14 years ago, at the Battle of Mishaka, Confederation forces finally annihilated the army of Thorns and its Dragon-blooded allies. Popular discontent pushed Thorns into the brink of a civil war, and the autocrat stayed in power only due to his imperial backing. The Confederation also took heavy losses in the battle. Only 100 men returned from the 3,000 troops Great Forks sent into battle, for example, and other major countries and cities suffered similar losses. 5 years ago, in realm year 763, the Scarlet Empress vanished. Then, the following year, armies of the dead serving the Deathlord Mask of Winters invaded and annexed Thorns. Weakened by civil unrest and losses to the Confederation, its armies shattered and its supplies non-existent, the kingdom fell in a matter of days. Thorns is now the center of a vast and spreading Shadowland. The Scavenger Lands were thrown into turmoil by the conquest of Thorns. Not only was this a huge threat on a military level, but trade alliances, food transport, and guild operations as a whole were disrupted when the coastline around Thorns became impassable. Most disturbing of all, however, was the sheer terror of having one of the dreaded Deathlords make a move on this scale. People are still frightened, and they are right to be so. Some military alliances have been tightened, but others have begun to fray at the edges, as kingdoms and city-states attempt to make their own private arrangements with the Mask of Winters. The Confederation of Rivers. The Confederation is a loose collection of satrapies, dictatorships, duchies, kingdoms, principalities, republics, democracies, theocracies, city-states, and other forms of government. This polyglot collection of cultures has formed its own common language, the patois known as Riverspeak. a debased form of Old Realm, filled with words from every corner of the world and propagated by contagion refugees. Its lifeblood is trade, circulated by the guild, and pirates and mercenaries follow where the money goes. The articles of the treaty that binds the Confederation together are strict in some respect, vague in others. The most important parts are the clauses that define military contributions to common defense. The Council of the Concordat, that theoretically governs the Confederation, is in fact a haven for time-wasters, incompetents, and dilettantes. Normally, they do nothing of importance, and when matters progress to requiring military intervention, they then hand their reins of responsibility over to the military experts. While the Council does serve as a forum for ideas to be put forward, any actual enforcement of those ideas takes place via bribery, backroom deals, and private negotiations between affected states. The arsenal state of Luxshai regularly hires out thousands of its soldiers as officers or trainers to the Confederation's different countries and city-states. It organizes young officer exchanges as well, gaining a vital influence over military matters in the Confederation. While all the different nations have their own armies and preferred tactics, Luxshai has trained their military leaders, and Luxshai's officers have served with them and know how to coordinate with them. Similarly, the Confederation has no formal navy, but every country provides its own ships in the event of trouble, coordinated via Luxshai-trained officers. Pirates, as well as realm privateers, are a constant threat along the coast, and Luxshai leads the defense of the Confederation by sea as well as by land. The lack of a heavy imperial presence makes the Scavenger Lands much safer for solars than the Blessed Isle or the realm's satrapies. Powerful beings walk the soil of creation in these lands, fair folk, god-blooded, mortal sorcerers, dragon-blooded, and others who the wise fear and the sensible avoid. While the anathema are still remembered and feared in some quarters, and Luxshai in particular views the returned solars with a wary eye, one of the Celestial Exalted can enjoy a measure of peace and security in the Confederation of Rivers. In this collection of bandit states and lawless territories, there are no wide-scale laws to be enforced, nor are there the resources necessary to enforce them. The North. Near the shores of the inland sea, the climate of this region is chilly grasslands and pine scrub. As one goes further north, the cold becomes increasingly bitter, and the wind grows in strength, until the taiga stops and the tundra begins. Winters here are long and cruel, and the short summer barely gives the surface of the tundra time to thaw before the ice closes in again. Even in the summer, this is a frigid and windy land, where freezing rain lashes the herds of elk, mammoth, and reindeer that eke out a marginal existence in the bleak landscape. The tundra eventually gives way to a permanently frozen wasteland that runs to the foothills of the northernmost mountains. It is said that in the farthest north, past the mountains, there is nothing but a great expanse of snow and wind. Beyond even that lies the elemental pole of air. The north is sparsely peopled, with city-states and wandering tribes scattered piecemeal across its vast expanse of land and snow. Civilizations in the north have accreted like nacre on pearls, with populations slowly gathering around defensible positions that have the food and shelter to provide for them. The nomadic Ice Walker tribes sweep across the plains in a constant wash of death and hunger, tending to their herds and seeking war and plunder on their way. War between the city-states are rare, as it is difficult to support a standing army on the scarce supplies that the North provides.
It's easy to bribe the tribes to do the work for you, and then attempt to pick over what's left if they succeeded. When the First Age ended and the solar wonders crumbled, many of the glories of the North fell with them. No longer could chariots transport riders thousands of miles in bare hours, and no longer could enchanted gardens grow fruit that would feed hungry cities. While some of the solar roads remain, such as the Traveller's Road to Whitewall, most have been shattered by enemy armies or fallen to the corrosion of time. Cities drew in on themselves to survive, or were lost to the snows, and the Ice Walker tribes picked over their bones. A large number of petty kingdoms and city-states fringe the coastlines of the Inland Sea and the more northerly White Sea. The southward areas are tributaries and puppets of the realm. Some are ruled by scion families, such as the city-state of Cherak, under the patrician Jerem family, but the cities become progressively more independent as one travels further north. Northern states are often rude affairs, usually consisting of an enthroned strongman propped up by a table full of well-fed thugs with swords and axes. Only Whitewall, the Haslanti League, and the Gethamane are states of truly notable power. In the barren spaces between the seas, the kingdoms shrink down to towns, and the city-states to isolated hamlets, and people band together to scratch out a living as shabby democracies. Hunting and gathering is the rule, and elk and mammoth herders follow the yearly migration of the herds from east to west and back again. Exiles from across the rest of creation hide in the north, finding havens in Manses too dangerous for the realm to claim, lands too harsh for others to survive in, and hiding places where no other human may set foot for years. Most northerners are pale-skinned, with hair ranging from jet black to platinum blonde. Given the extreme conditions, the people are hale and hearty, with large frames and heavy builds predominating. Even in the cities, northerners primarily make offerings to their ancestor cults and to the dark spirits of snow and frost and hunger. Herders and hunters offer sacrifices to the herd animal spirits and the spirits of the hunt, respectively, but the vast majority of devotions go to the ghosts of the dead. In turn, their ancestors' spirits protect them and guide them across the trackless snows, driving away evil spirits and bringing warnings of plagues and blizzards. Hidden tomb mounds and cemeteries are guarded by the finest warriors, and chieftains are buried with their weapons to use in the underworld, and are sacrificed beasts to serve as their herds there. Although two Death Lords, the lover clad in the raiment of tears, and the bishop of the Chalcedony Thurible, have their dwellings in the northern lands, those tribes who pay proper respect to their ancestors scorn the abyssal cults. There are no fixed customs for marriage in the north. Life is hard, and if the ghosts of one's ancestors do not signal their disapproval, then the marriage is blessed and deserves prosperity. Given the lack of spare food and resources, northerners typically abandon unwanted or deformed children. Roaming across the north, the Ice Walkers are a nomadic band of hunters and herders who follow vast herds of mammoth, elk, and reindeer from the lush taiga to the frozen northernmost mountains. They travel all year round, walking, skiing, and using the tamer herd animals as riding beasts or pack animals. During the warmer months, the Ice Walkers live in collapsible huts made of intricately carved wood and ivory frames covered with hide. When it grows colder, they cover the huts with packed snow, creating temporary encampments that are often mistaken as mere features of the landscape. Each tribe of Ice Walkers pursues a particular type of animal. Some follow the migrations of reindeer or elk, while others accompany the vast herds of mammoths. Each group regards its chosen animal as a totem and a source of identity, venerating and identifying with the spirits of the herd.
All those who follow a particular spirit are brothers and sisters, and will support each other in times of famine or war. Those who follow a different spirit are kin when times are prosperous, but bitter rivals when the herds are thin and full winter drags its net of snow across the northern plains. The Ice Walkers are dangerous and uncivilized. They view the inhabitants of towns and cities with mingled pity and disdain. They raid towns along their migration route if they feel the need. Such raids are often forestalled with a spontaneous offering of gifts, which has become an accepted form of tribute in many places. The greatest taboo the Ice Walkers observe is cannibalism, and any among their number found guilty of this deed is condemned to a slow and painful death. They extend their abhorrence to anything not fully human: the Wyld barbarians, beastmen, fairfolk, ravagers, death knights, and the undead, and will go out of their way to slay such creatures. This is the Ice Walkers' true virtue in the eyes of the northern states. They serve as a convenient barrier against the worst things that prowl the northern night. For uncounted years it has been prophesied that a great warlord among the Ice Walkers would someday rise to unify the tribes and go forth to conquer the entire north. Some fear that this prophecy has been fulfilled with the arrival of the mysterious Bull of the North, an Ice Walker leader who has arisen within the past decade and gathered a following among the disparate Ice Walker tribes. Both the Haslanti oligarchs and the Lords of Gethamane are offering large rewards to any spies willing to gather information about the Bull and his plans. Directly north of the Blessed Isle lies Whitehall, one of the largest settlements in the Northlands. Located on rocky taiga, it lies several hundred miles north of the coast of the Inland Sea. This prosperous metropolis of more than 700,000 inhabitants is a trade hub for the region. While it was originally founded in the First Age as a center of religious study, it has become a powerful city-state in its own right. The end of the First Age left Whitehall isolated and without regular support. 3 powerful beings of ice and silver, the Syndics, took control and hammered out a treaty of non-aggression with the local Fae and the dead of the nearby Shadowlands. They still rule the city with a grip of frozen steel. While Whitehall is nominally allied with the realm, the city has never paid its tribute thanks to a combination of factors: the Syndic's puissance, the city's location, and its usefulness as a trade partner and jade producer. By the conditions of the Syndic's treaty, the road to Whitehall is inviolate, and no walking dead, ghost, or fae may enter the city without permission from someone inside the walls. The road itself dates from the First Age, and is built of virtually indestructible white stone. Ancient encampments on the road keep it clear of ice and snow in all but the worst weather. Anyone living, dead, or fae may use the road, but none may harm any other on the road. For the living, the penalty for breaking the peace of the road is death, and stone pillars flank the road every 40 yards to mark it and to serve as gibbets for the bodies of those who violated the peace. By the terms of the treaty, the Syndics must set 24 living people outside of the walls each year as sacrifice. In the past, these have ranged from notorious criminals, such as Midair of the Snake Fist or the 100-Knife Jackal, to reformers or revolutionaries, such as the Snow Peacock, whose body was never found, but whose screams were heard for 10 nights without pause. The city of Whitehall is a crowded place that breeds suspicion. Its buildings are constructed of heavy white stone, plain on the outside, but decorated on the inside with bright colors, rich tapestries, and vivid rugs. While the city's inhabitants will trust and befriend a stranger once they are sure of her intentions, they will be grim and taciturn until then, watching for signs of betrayal and stratagems Just as nobody is invited inside the city without proof of humanity, no one is ever invited into a house casually. Any such invitation is a clear sign that the host considers the guest as a long-term friend and ally. The land surrounding Whitehall is rich and fertile, but heavy winters sweep down from the mountains. From late fall until spring, blizzards make the travel to Whitehall almost impossible. The winter's long nights breed fear, paranoia, and suspicion. Every few years, some fool or madman lets a fey or undead intruder into the city, and the guards must hunt it down in the narrow streets. On occasion, the syndics are even forced to hire exalted monster hunters. Justice in Whitehall is harsh, and penalties range from heavy fines to indentured servitude to mutilation. Individuals convicted of capital crimes such as murder, treason, or consorting with the Fae or the undead are put outside of the walls to face whatever calamity comes to them. They are given no supplies and are dressed in clothing to mark their status as convicts so that no caravans will give them aid. In many ways, a death sentence would be kinder. A number of other city-states of varying sizes lie around Whitehall, spokes to its central hub. While traders can journey to them directly, Whitehall serves as a convenient staging post and base, and many caravans would rather plot their trek via Whitehall and take the extra days that such a journey requires, rather than risk the fair folk and the walking dead on lesser roads and across the snow. To the southeast lies Cherac, affiliated with the Jerem scion family, but haunted by infestations of the undead. While House Jerem has appealed to its imperial connections, none of the great houses have the spare forces to cleanse the lands once and for all, and the state grows weaker with every passing month. Northeast is Sararinara, a would-be expansionist democracy hemmed in by the Haslanti League and Gethsemane, and by Whitehall's own interests, but without the strength to go further. It is pondering an alliance with one of the Death Lords. Southwest of Whitehall, scattered across mountain peaks, are the tiny but independent Silverholds, a collection of forts, mining camps, and goat-herding villages that barely survive from year to year, but have done so for centuries. Some of them are said to leave sacrifices for airborne demons, or to make candles that have the power to summon and control spirits. Northwest, on the tundra, lies Fella, the city of broken walls, where no stone will remain atop another for more than an hour before casting itself down. All of its standing buildings are wood or ivory, and the inhabitants have cruel laws controlling where fires may be lit. Directly north of Whitehall, and another frequent stop in northward journeys for traders, lies the mountain city of Gethsemane, set like a gem among the northern peaks. While the city dates back to the First Age, no one knows the origin of this ancient fastness. The inhabitants tell stories of how their distant ancestors came here a century after the contagion, fleeing plague and starvation, and beset by raiders. They named the place Gethsemane, sanctuary in the tongue of Old Realm. Its large halls are covered in intricate and beautiful carvings of unknown plants and beasts, strangely designed pictures that haunt the memories of visitors. The entire city is lit with glowing crystals that brighten during the day and dim at night, so that a man can live happily for years and never see the sun. Fortunately for its inhabitants, Gethsemane is distant enough that the realm has never demanded that it pay tribute or attempted to make it a satrapy. Gethsemane consists of hundreds of twisting corridors that connect countless rooms. The only remaining traces of the prior inhabitants are the 3 strange temples, carved with ancient depictions of flying creatures, and the sunken gardens of mosses and fungi that feed the city. The temples are served by priests who are called in their dreams, answering a message that they cannot refuse. Those who make the attempt go stark mad and flee the city, seeking the snowbound silences of the mountains instead. Beneath the city lie endless tunnels that delve into the darkness far below. These delvings riddle the foundations of the city like wormholes, black and slick to the touch. Guards watch the dozens of entrances and bar the way against things that occasionally attempt to force their way up. Those who occasionally enter Gethermain's underways to seek long-lost treasures or fortunes do so at their own risk. On the edges of recognized civilization lies the Haslanti League. Few travelers dare go beyond it, into the lands where the endless snows howl across the ice, and where ancient ruins are buried, and the fair folk wait to steal the breath and warm blood of those foolish enough to venture so far into the wilderness. The Haslanti League is a confederacy of 9 city-states located along the shore of the frozen White Sea, centered on the capital city of Iceholm. The League owes its success to the White Sea itself, building ice ships with complex sails and finely made steel runners that travel across the ice to carry trade goods and communications. The Haslanti also produce airboats, huge hot-air dirigibles heated by kerosene, which are capable of acting as mobile supply depots and troop transports during war, or supplying the League's remoter settlements in times of peace. Throughout the nation's history, the Haslanti Council of Oligarchs has proven willing to change with every passing wind, and the League's future has been harnessed to its ability to catch each moment's opportunity. When the nascent League warred with the Guild and was cut off from convenient food or travel to the south, the Haslanti built their first ice ships. While pitiful when compared to ancient air chariots that have long since fallen into disuse or have been destroyed, the hot air dirigibles of the League were made by mortals with mortal tools, and during the Wildfog War, while simultaneously hunkering down to resist the Fairfolk attacks, the Haslanti established the high-speed communication system that now links the cities. Since its inception, the League has withheld tribute from the distant realm, presenting suitable excuse coupled with polite refusal to the imperial representatives who managed to reach the capital of Iceholm. Similarly, the Haslanti have treaties with a number of northern tribes, and they frequently cooperate to drive back the Wyld barbarians. The League cities themselves are designed with the region's harsh winters in mind. All buildings stand at least 2 stories tall. In the winter, people use a dwelling's lower doors, which lead to a warren of tunnel-like covered streets, and in the summer, they use the upper doors and walk on the roofs of the covered streets. While reindeer meat, fish, trapped game, cheese, lichen and mosses serve as base sustenance for the nation, it is the frequent mammoth hunts that provide the ivory used to raise the Haslanti cities and build their foundations. While practicality rules the League, the Haslanti themselves worship spirits of ice, dream and fate, and are guided by their dreams. A typical Haslanti regards his dreams as vitally important to his future and will discuss them with anyone he knows. In fact, lying about dreams is considered more unacceptable than lying about waking life, and concealing one's dreams is socially improper and likely to induce distrust in all Haslanti who know the tight-lipped dreamer. The Haslanti League is currently in a state of controlled but vigorous activity. With the alliance with the Outwall tribes currently diverting to the north the Wyld barbarians who are the principal threat to the city-states, the League has the capacity to pursue its own projects. These projects range from excavating the ruins of a first-age metropolis near the city of Crystal, where it is buried deep in Adlacia, to general expansion and planning war against Whitehall. The importance of Whitehall's jade mines to the realm is one of the main factors protecting it, and the realm's activities in the north in the near future will doubtless affect the League's decisions. Down the northwest coast towards the west, the frozen White Sea becomes true water, with open sea breaking through the ice. Cormorants hunt up and down the coast between the fishing villages and small towns, where the sailors go out in longboats to hunt narwhals and whales, and where divers swim with trained dolphins to bring back fragments of First Age treasures from the seabed. One town along the coast, Lirilel Aneth, is said to house an entire First Age artifact, but it is full of shadows by day and snakes by night, and no sane man sets anchor in its docks. The West. To the far west lies the elemental pole of water. As one travels westward from the Blessed Isle, islands are at first large and common, but they grow smaller and less frequent the further west one travels. Past a certain point, there are no more islands, only a horizon where the sea and sky come together. This horizon can be distinguished only at sunrise and sunset. Even experienced sailors find it maddening to sail out too far. For what is there to find save more ocean stretching out unto the end of time? The west is the least populous of the directions, as there is simply less land mass for humans to live on. The lack of arable land makes vegetables in the islands other than cultivated kelp a luxury. In the southwest and the northwest, stretches of temperate land allow for widespread cultivation, before the mountains and deserts of the true south or the frozen wastes of the north make such farming a losing proposition. Political units in the true west are based on the islands, with each island or archipelago forming its own independent nation. While not everyone is a sailor, pirate, shipwright, or fisherman, the sea cannot be ignored. A child who cannot sail a boat by the age of 6 is a child poorly raised. Many nations entertain the pirate trade, though only Wavecrest and the Neck allow non-aligned pirates to openly enter port. They and the outright pirate nation of the Lintha, that is, with its secret port of Bluehaven, whose location is said to constantly change. In the southwest and the northwest are coastal nations rather than islands, which range from the realm-affiliated principalities to petty kingdoms or republics ruled by dynastic dragon-blooded offshoots. Such nations become more agriculturally oriented the farther south one goes. War between island or land-based nations is a permanent condition in the West, even if many of the nations are tributaries of the realm to some degree. Human raids aside, the fairfolk and water spirits are a permanent menace to the nations of the West, moving more easily through the seas and the will to seek fresh prey to quench their constant hungers. In the First Age, huge warships of orichalcum and jade drove across the waves, propelled by elementals of wind and fire, and lost sorceries built magical gates between distant islands or grew crops from the dry coral. When the Solars fell, their distant laboratories were lost or destroyed with them. The few that survive were taken over by the Dragon-blooded, but they no longer operate at their full capacity. As crop capacities and shipping degraded, nations were forced to turn to piracy and preying upon each other to survive, and many once placid archipelagos became groups of small islands struggling separately. The average Westerner is bronze-skinned, with those from the far west or southwest having an almost golden skin tone. Those from central west have hair tones in sea shades, green, blue, dark grey, while those from further north or south have darker shades, primarily purples and blacks.
Clothing is oriented towards practical shipboard wear. Westerners give offerings to sea spirits, the bow spirits of their ships, the spirits of wind and weather and good fortune, and any other spirits who have a bearing on the situation. Western culture is frequently patriarchal, with women's roles in the community being well defined, if not actually confining. Visiting women from outside of a particular island are often treated as honorary males for the duration of their visit to minimize the cultural impact, but they are encouraged to remain in the foreigners' quarter of the town rather than test the local hospitality. The Neck is what many people think of when they imagine the Western Islands, a peaceful and innocent collection of tiny islands where most inhabitants survive by finding and gathering kelp. It is a tributary of the realm, but it pays only in cowrie shells and coral beads, for the inhabitants have nothing else to give. The Neck is ruled by its elders, who appoint one of their number as spokesperson for their island. It has frequent contact with ocean spirits and water elementals, and many inhabitants bear the telltale signs of descent from spirits or divine parents. Less idealistic and more warlike is the Coral Archipelago, the second largest nation in the West. Coral is a militant dictatorship bent on dominating its neighbors, and it considers its southerly neighbor, Wavecrest, to be first on that list. The Coral Archipelago consists of almost 24 islands with a total population of more than 200,000. Since it is little more than a series of coral atolls, none larger than 150 square miles, the archipelago has little arable land, so the inhabitants depend on the sea for their livelihood. This area of ocean has distinct seasons, and Coral suffers chill winds and cold rains for much of the year. The Coral Archipelago's economy is built on booty and conquest. While the islands are ruled by a dictator known as the Sea Lord, he commands a military bureaucracy and is advised by the wealthy inhabitants of the atolls. These forces sometimes work against each other, but most commonly combine against the rest of creation, ripping wealth and slaves from those who cannot defend themselves. With the exception of that afforded to the Sea Lord and the military, status in Coral is based purely on wealth. Those who achieve great wealth are considered blessed by the Ocean Father, a powerful god revered by all Coral Islanders. Women are legally lesser beings, they may not vote, and they are under the authority of the male members of their families. Justice is also based on money, and all criminals are fined or must become indentured servants, working out crippling labor, or serving on suicidal naval missions. While Coral's navy is notorious and feared, Coral's pirates are dreaded even more. The Sea Lord sells letters of marque to pirates who will swear to never interfere with Coral's ships or her current allies, and then provides safe havens for them and markets for their booty. Similarly, merchants who frequently trade with Coral can buy certificates of safe passage that give them immunity from Coral's pirates for a month. This open tolerance of pirates, among other things, makes Coral an enemy of the realm. Fortunately for Coral, it has little that the realm wants, and, unless it becomes drastically expansionistic, will not attract any direct retribution. Coral is also famous for its gambling halls, slave trades, drug dens, and brothels. Inhabitants of Coral might look down on foreigners, but they are eager to take their jade or enlist them in their plans for piracy and conquest. Further south is the Wavecrest Archipelago, a three-island group that forms the largest single western state, with a population of over 250,000. Its largest island, Abalone, is the biggest island in the west, and all three islands have wide tracts of arable land and a mild, verdant climate. As such, they are not forced to depend on the sea's bounty to survive, and Wavecrest is the breadbasket of the Western Ocean. The islands are also studded with a number of volcanoes, the largest of which is Hamoji on Abalone, and these are often surrounded by Wyld zones. Wavecrest is a satrapy of the realm, so anathema are unwelcome there. A visitor to Wavecrest is likely to note the large number of women on the islands. The Wavecrest Islanders believe that women are superior at land-based industries, so women make up the majority of the blacksmiths, farmers, merchants, and so on, while men are generally sailors and fishermen. The archipelago supports a small navy, sufficient to deal with pirates and raiders. The greatest current dangers come from the wildebeests wandering in from the island's wild regions, and enormous sea beasts and deadly water elementals rising from the ocean near the archipelago's volcanic islets. Wavecrest is ruled by an elected president known as the Feathered One. He is named thus for the ancient cape of office he wears, which confers wisdom, honesty, and forethought on all who wear it according to legend. Aided by a council of priestesses and the mayors of the archipelago's various cities and towns, his most important duties are preserving general harmony and appeasing the volcano gods. If the volcanoes grow active, then any convicts currently in the jails are hurled into the lava regardless of their crimes. Should this fail to appease the deities, the Feathered One himself is the ultimate sacrifice. As a result, the justice system of Wavecrest is extremely harsh, punishing any crime stronger than public rudeness with imprisonment. Further north lies the Skullstone Archipelago, which is centered on the Dark Mist Island, capital of the Skullstone Nation, and site of the West's largest and most infamous Shadowland. A volcanic island of grey rock with beaches of fine black sand, its jagged expanse is pocked by small and frigid lakes, and it supports little life other than a few species of blighted moss and corpse-pale lichen. Along the coast lie port towns where the living and the dead mix freely, built of unmortared stone with narrow streets and tall buildings. These ports are chilly and dark, even on the brightest summer days. At the center of the island lies the necropolis of onyx, carved from the naked rock of a long-extinct volcano. The other 4 islands of this archipelago lie on the border marches of the Shadowland. Bats and flightless birds live in the island's pale trees and dark brush, and there are more living souls than dead in the cities. The local Deathlord, the Bodhisattva anointed by dark water, more commonly known as the Silver Prince, holds the power of life and death over the 100,000 living people living in this archipelago. He and his Death Knights are the absolute rulers of these islands, and both the living and the dead obey their orders. While 1 or more Death Knights appear at all public functions, the Silver Prince himself only shows at the yearly festival held in his honor. He does occasionally hold private audiences with distinguished or powerful visitors, though. Citizenship of Skullstone extends beyond death. The Death Knights judge all citizens of this dread land after death, and while some citizens are raised as mere zombies or skeletons, others are brought back as ghosts to comprise Skullstone's nobles and courtiers. Black ships are constantly carrying the dead and the dying to Dark Mist, and many choose to commit suicide there in hopes of gaining immortality as a ghost. The living can gain wealth and prestige, but noble rank and its privileges come only after death. Skullstone is a wealthy state through use of its undead labor. Zombies and skeletons perform most menial tasks, toiling ceaselessly for the Deathlord and for any citizen with the means to rent them. Much of the archipelago's wealth comes from the fact that undead divers can harness the sea's bounty, undead oarsmen can row galleons without pausing, and undead guards can protect the cities. Undead servants are an indicator of wealth.
and undead experiments fill necromantic laboratories, while undead courtesans partner customers at local brothels. Skullstone does not forbid visitors, and merchants are welcome, but few care to leave the travellers' quarters near the docks. Somewhere, near the southwest coast of the inland sea, at the heart of a vast patch of Sargasso seaweed, lies Blue Haven, the lair of the dreaded Linther family. These pirates are the scourge of the sea, and stories of their depredations go back to the First Age. Blue Haven itself is formed from a living island and the hulls of countless ships, some dating back to the First Age. The Linther have linked them together with a network of walkways to construct their nest at the Sargasso's centre. Supporting a population of thousands, it lies amid thickly twining tangles of Sargasso seaweed on the ocean's surface, which traps all ships whose captains do not know the few secret paths. The Linther family has been marked by millennia of inbreeding with spirits, Wyld barbarians, and darker things, and it has been twisted by the Wyld energies that pervade that region. Many of the Linther have blue, grey, or green skin, and gills or other deformities that they display proudly on their raids, exulting in the terror they cause. The Linther can command green giant sea monsters to serve their will, and between their bloodthirsty weapons and the unwholesome magics that their sorcerers and priests use, few can stand against them in battle. Because many Linther are wholly comfortable underwater, they are adept at stealthily attacking anchored vessels or small coastal villages. Alternatively, many Linther pirates use water shoes that allow them to walk on water, permitting them to approach targets freely in calm waters or over the surface of the Sargasso field. The Linther preference is usually to slaughter all opponents and take both vessel and loot. Mercy is a foreign concept to them. The Linther family not only engages in piracy, but also forms a vast criminal syndicate stretching from the west through to the south. This syndicate fences stolen goods in coastal cities and deals extensively in smuggling and slave trade. It is easy to join the family, requiring only small pledges or petty oaths at first, but it's nearly impossible to leave it. Any member who betrays the family or flees from it is invariably found dead. On the southwest coast of the inland sea lies the Principalities of Ontang, running from the southwest seashores to the Fire Mountains of the south. The land itself varies from arid and dry near the coasts to temperate and forested in the middle regions, to harsh and brisk in the mineral-rich mountains. Ontang supplies the realm with rice and other foodstuffs, and it serves as a vacation spot for the Dragon-blooded. In the First Age, Ontang was home to many Solars and their lunar spouses. During the usurpation, it became a battleground. Its royal family was slaughtered. A new royalty was set in its place by the victorious terrestrial Exalted. The country was so thoroughly pacified that it has remained humbled and bowed ever since, with the new royalty glad to obey the Empress's wishes, and the populace slavishly obedient to any visiting dragon-blooded. Yet, fragments of the old royal family have formed part of a Yozis-worshipping cult. The people begin to chafe under the yoke of the realm, and the ancient Manses and First-Age tombs wait to have their secrets revealed. The land is ripe for change. The people of Ontang worship two local deities, the Golden Lord and the Pale Mistress, but they also pay due reverence to the Immaculate Faith, to local spirits, and to any deities who could prove useful. The matriarchal family unit is the foundation of society there, and traditions of respect for age and social standing do a large part to keep the country stable. In cases of war, Ontang can muster armies, including thousands of elephants, but its true strength lies in guerrilla warfare, when all of the local spirits turn against invaders as well as the human inhabitants. In Arntang, an ancient dragon chained beneath a mountain turns and grumbles in his sleep, while the corpse-eating Kalehi dance and gibber to the sound of iron gongs, and the hidden Manses of Solar Exalted are stirred by winds that whisper of their masters' and mistresses' return. The South. The South is a harsh land with gentle seasons and more habitable places few and far between, and fewer yet as one approaches the endless burning deserts that mark the barrier to the elemental pole of fire. Beyond that arable coastal strip, the landscape swiftly becomes dry and barren, a cruel and unforgiving region frequently matched by its people. The folk of the cities and farmlands are no less tough-minded, despite their kinder surroundings. The brutality of the barren lands has left its mark on the entire region, and outlanders would do well to remember that. Near the sea, the climate blends slowly into tropical forest in the east, and rain is frequent. Further south, the olive trees and grass give way to scrub and nimbleweeds, then to ravines scoured by flash floods, and then to sand and stone outcroppings and scarce oases. The southeast is predominantly grasslands, rising to jungle as one approaches the east proper, and hyenas and tyrant lizards roam the plains where the natives herd their cattle and make war on each other's tribal nations. The south thrives on trade, especially the lucrative commerce in gemstones, fire dust, drugs, and slaves, which center in cities such as Gem, Paragon, and Chiaroscuro. These metropolises are the three largest cities in the south, each supporting 1 million or more residents, nearly all of whom depend in some way on trade for their livelihood. They are supported by the brutally oppressed farming underclass beyond their walls, which grows the food for the cities and also produces sugar, tobacco, silk, cotton, and marijuana for export. Farther south are nomadic tribes that feud and steal from one another to survive, traveling from oasis to oasis on horses or camels or stranger beasts. Beyond them lie the burning sands, where gems and fire dust blow on the wind. When the First Age ended, many of the glorious cities in the south fell or were destroyed, as the great magics that protected them from drought and sandstorms failed, or the dragon-blooded clashed with the remaining Solars. The invasions of the fair folk around the time of the Great Contagion was more destructive still, as the fair folk had no need for mortal comforts or food. When arable land was devastated, or oases blasted, and supplies destroyed, there was no way for the mortals who had dwelt there to repair the damage. League by league, the habitable parts of the south shrank, and the desert rose to take what was left. The desert tribes swelled as they absorbed desperate refugees as either slaves or tribesmen. The cities that were still standing became dictatorships or acquired strange new rulers as they struggled to retain their power and fend off invaders. The average southerner is dark-skinned, with blonde, black, or red hair. Many of them wear their hair as short as possible, with shaven heads and well-trimmed beards being the rule in the wilderness. Carefully styled hair is the norm among the wealthy in the cities, and long unkempt hair, or a long unstyled beard, is a sign of self-depredation, and usually holiness or madness. Those who can afford it wear silk, and the rest wear cotton. Only the poorest nomad wears wool, and wearing leather is considered an invitation to bad luck. Southerners tend to be extremely superstitious, taking great stock in signs and portents, and any Southerner can calculate his own horoscope. They usually make many small sacrifices daily to ancestors, to lucky spirits, and to patrons of their cities or tribes, and so on. Family structure is patriarchal, and marriage is a contractual affair of great legal complexity. Deep in the southern desert dwell the nomadic tribes, traveling between oases on horses or camels. Each tribe has its own customs, though one law is understood by all. Fouling an oasis or poisoning its waters is punishable by death. Some of the tribes in the farthest south have interbred with Wyld barbarians, and they go veiled when they ride near other tribes, so as not to show their deformities and poxes. In the Shadowlands of the south, such as the Ario of the Ebon Vale, ghosts and the undead ride the paths that they took when they were still living. The odor of their rotting flesh carried before them on the desert winds. Far to the west of the other city-states, on the other side of the Fire Mountains from Anteng, sits the Lap. The Lap gains its name from its location. The mountain itself is carved into the shape of a hermit, meditating in a cross-legged posture, and the city lies in its lap. It is an agricultural centre, producing mainly maize and squash, and it exports a large part of its grain harvest to the Blessed Isle. The Lap is a tributary of the realm, ruled by an elected council of elders. The proximity of the forces of the Death Lord, known as the First and Forsaken Lion, forces that riddle the Fire Mountains like maggots in an aging corpse, does nothing to comfort the Lap or the realm. To the south, indeed the furthest south of the three biggest cities of the south, lies Gem, a centre for the mining trade, which is ruled by Rankar VII, the hereditary despot. Rankar maintains a royal monopoly on all trade in gemstones. In this city, all carvers, appraisers, and sellers of gemstone are royal slaves, and all business in gemstones must be conducted through them. Anyone attempting to buy or sell stones privately is fined, enslaved, or executed, depending on the offender's status and the value of the stones involved. The city lies far enough south to be largely free of dominion by the realm. It is currently engaged in a bitter trade war with the more northerly city-state of Paragon, which has recently been expanding its own gem mining operations. Gem itself is built into the side of an extinct volcano. While this protects it from direct sunlight for much of the year, it cannot block the sweltering heat in the height of summer. Therefore, the entire city sleeps during the peak daylight hours and rises again at sunset. Lava tubes have been transformed into subterranean streets, markets, and luxurious apartments for the rich. The poor swelter in the crowded tenements. The most famous market in Gem is its celebrated sunken bazaar, open day and night, lit by locally mined orange and yellow glowstones and large mirrors. The market is constantly packed with merchants and traders, and it houses the true heart of Gem, the pavilions of the despot's jewel merchants. Situated under vast canopies of bright, translucent silk, the despot's merchant slaves buy and sell precious stones from throughout the south. They even offer such rarities as Yasal crystal, all 5 colors of jade, and rare dream opal, which can record the dreams of any sleeper it touches. While the gemstone monopoly has made the despot fantastically rich, the city's noble houses subsist on less plentiful sources of wealth. Each house has been granted a monopoly on a certain popular good or service. The Arbani family controls the local manufacture of firewands, for example. The House of Salak controls the city's dream parlours and brothels. House Iblan dominates the gold and silver trade. The Sirkla family runs the gladiatorial arena and training facilities. Trasti House runs the gambling houses and public banks. Besides precious stones, Gem is also the site of the largest mercenary hiring market in the south. The despot is eager for ready access to mercenary troops, as he uses them to maintain his power. He strongly supports this commerce in soldiers for hire. Now that the trade war with Paragon is worsening, he is hiring yet more and is considering both freeing the city's gladiators and discreetly hiring Exalted. Eastward, on the shore of the inland sea, lies the well-ordered city-state of Paragon. Paragon was built on the ruins of a destroyed First-Age metropolis and is ruled by an ageless god-king known as the Perfect. His rule is absolute, and he is worshipped and obeyed by all of Paragon's citizens, on pain of agonizing death. The city itself is laid out on a strict grid, with the Perfect's palace at the exact center. It is orderly but stark, built of shining white marble and green-black basalt, and all but few of the people there wear dull, muted shades. Only the Perfect and his magistrate nobles are permitted to wear gold or cloth of bright colors. All commoners in Paragon, and every newcomer who becomes a citizen, must undergo the ritual of subservience, where they grasp the Perfect's royal scepter and swear allegiance to the throne. Everyone who takes the oath of loyalty receives a mark on his or her palm, an eye-shaped sigil, blazoned in softly glowing scarlet ink, which remains visible for the rest of the individual's life. Not only does this sorcery allow the Perfect to see through the eyes and hear through the ears of any citizen wherever he or she may be, but it also forces the citizen to obey the oath of loyalty or die in agony. All commoners must swear to obey all commands issued by the Perfect or his magistrates, never to attempt to harm the magistrates, the nobles, or the Perfect, and to abide by all laws of the city. Citizens may petition to leave Paragon and are allowed to do so, but the oath still binds them. Paragon is firmly allied with the realm, as the immortal Perfect values stability and wishes to avoid disruption or change. He maintains few ties with ordinary human rulers, but he is jealous of Gem's wealth and views Chiaroscuro's Tri-Khan and the Varang nobles with disdain. He particularly distrusts Celestial Exalted, and any Solar Exalted discovered within the bounds of Paragon will be brought to the Perfect and forced to swear loyalty. Citizenship is given freely to all who ask, but the city itself is quiet and lacks joy, with the Perfect's subjects living under a rule of constant fear. Further east, in the fertile coastal belt along the inland sea, is Chiaroscuro, the largest and oldest city in the south. During the First Age, it was the south's largest and most prosperous port. It was built entirely of magically crafted glass, with brilliant-coloured towers of more than 24 stories looking down on vermilion glass streets. Now, almost all of its magnificent towers lie in ruin. Rubble fills many streets, and mundane caravans, rather than floating magical carriages, travel down the 3 great crimson roads that lead to the city. But the First Age breakwaters of blue glass still protect the harbour. Dozens of ships leave and dock every day, and nearly 1 million people live in and around the city. Amid the ruined splendour of the First Age, tens of thousands come to seek their fortunes, and the city is a trade hub for the entire south. The old centre of the city is the wealthiest portion of modern Chiaroscuro. It suffered the least destruction, and most buildings there contain at least some habitable portions. Many residents also live in the enormous new city, built on the outskirts and in the ruined parts of the original. The city's poorest denizens survive in the ragged hovels cobbled together from the shining glass rubble of the ruins. The large foreigners' quarters is a vast sea of tents and impermanent structures, where some come to trade and others seek work. Many join the endless stream of caravans and trading expeditions that regularly depart Chiaroscuro for all corners of the south. Chiaroscuro is ruled by the Tri-Khan, the hereditary leader of the nomadic Delzan nomads who first resettled the city after the end of the First Age. Delzan tribesmen make up more than 1/4 of the local population, and Delzan rule remains unquestioned in Chiaroscuro for the moment. The Tri-Khan plays the dragon-blooded great houses against each other in order to maintain Chiaroscuro's independence, and he has close ties with the guild as well. Currently, Chiaroscuro is an open city where anyone may come to buy or sell whatever she wishes. Taxes and tariffs are kept equitable by the fact that each merchant or ship captain can choose which tax collector to pay her fees to, resulting in bargaining and moderate taxation. Celestial Exalted are publicly forbidden to enter the city. In practice, though, as long as they keep themselves intelligently hidden or prove themselves of value to the Tri-Khan, they will not be overly restricted. Discreet folks of all natures, from spirits and outcasts to even some fair folk, are welcome to settle in Chiaroscuro. To the southeast, amid fertile river valleys, lies the fourth major power in the south, the Varang city-states. They rule a narrow strip from the shore of the inland sea to the farthest reaches of the south, and they control the overland trade between the far south and the southeast. Each of the 7 major Varangian cities has a population between 50,000 and 250,000. While individually smaller than their rivals, the Varang Confederacy as a whole is as wealthy and populous as the larger southern metropoles. The exceptionally fertile plain on which the cities lie, combined with the vast mineral wealth of the south, make Varang and its capital city, Yan'e, a favoured nexus for trade. Varang is allied with the realm, which helps it maintain its independence in the south. The Varangian calendar is the most accurate and complex in the Threshold. Its astrology, mixing solar, lunar, and stellar cycles, is similarly advanced. These 2 disciplines determine the status in life of virtually every Varangian citizen. Enormous clock towers toll the hours in every city. Wealthy citizens carry ornate spring-driven pocket watches, and local astrologers use intricate horoscopes to determine the caste and subcaste of almost every individual born in the region. An individual's place in society depends on the castes of her parents and the exact hour and minute of her birth. Each hour is given to a specific set of professions, but the caste of a person's parents and the order of birth decide where that person falls in the profession's hierarchy. The Varangians believe that knowing and accepting one's place in the world allows each individual to perfect his inner nature. To prevent social awkwardness and promote harmony, citizens have an elaborate dress code that allows precise identification of a person's social status. Fortunately, most Varangians are forgiving of foreigners' mistakes in recognizing such distinctions. Yet, foreigners often disturb proper Varangian citizens by the fact that they can do and wear whatever they want. Varang cities are also laid out to illustrate fundamental principles of cosmological order, and Varang buildings proclaim their functions with brightly colored paint or trim rather than signs. Visitors can always hire guides. Foreigners, those born at uncertain times or to an uncertain caste, and other outcasts, have a very special role in Varangian society. While generally scorned or at best tolerated, they can be hired to perform tasks that cross caste boundaries or that right-thinking Varangians would find reprehensible. Such tasks can involve assassination, theft, spying, and other forms of crime. Known Varangian outcasts may wear only shades of grey or black and cannot legally hold any proper caste job. 2 weeks to the east of the Varang city of Tult, in the foothills of the Summer Mountain Range, and the veldt below, lies the warlike nation of Harborhead. It is allied with the realm, but constantly feuds with the Varang city-states, and is about to launch a war against them. Harborhead is also attempting to expand southeastward, and has recently launched a series of prolonged campaigns against nearby jungle tribes. Besides the normal trophies of land and cattle, the Harborhead armies take their defeated enemies as slaves, and these slaves make up almost a quarter of Harborhead's population. Only criminals or battle captives and their children can be lawfully enslaved, but a constant stream of them goes to the slave markets in the capital city of Kiragast, and from there to the realm or across to the south and east. In the cities, slaves are the servants of the wealthy and middle classes. On the vast farmsteads and cattle ranches, they perform all necessary menial tasks. This practice frees the people of Harborhead to train for war, and every native learns from childhood how to use weapons and to fight. While both men and women can join the armies, the Royal Guard is an all-female elite military force that accepts only the strongest, fastest, and fiercest young virgins in Harborhead. Any young woman who meets the Guard's exacting physical standards may join, but she must swear to neither marry nor take lovers outside of the Guard while she is a member. For the duration of their service, Guards women are considered the sacred brides of Alat, southern god of war and cattle. Breaking their vow of chastity with anyone outside of the Royal Guard is punishable by death. The Guards women act as the King's special shock troops, train ceaselessly, and drink the blood of their enemies. The East. As one progresses further east from the inland sea, the eastern forests become gradually thicker and more silent and more hostile. The trees grow taller, the beasts of the woods larger and fiercer, and the almost sentient, almost malicious presence one sometimes feels in an unfamiliar forest grows ever stronger. Finally, progress is blocked by a seemingly unending wall of deadfalls, widowmakers, and harsh terrain. It is said that if one goes far enough east, the ground becomes invisible under the undergrowth and tree roots, and the traveller sees only an endless cathedral of trees stretching up and down from zenith to nadir, a holy green perfection of leaves and still air, the elemental pole of wood.
Barbarian tribes live their lives in the Far East, in a world that is bounded by trees, where they never see the sky for the leaves, or the ground for the roots. In the southeast, the forest becomes more tropical in character, while in the northeast, pine and ash choke out the oak and maple. All areas of the forest are rich in useful plants. Not only do edible and useful vegetation grow in abundance, but the woods bristle with a wide range of medicinal and recreational herbs. The woods also provide an array of deadly plant toxins, some so lethal as to cause the heart to stop only a few seconds after skin contact. Only the most daring explorers or most driven merchants risk the deep woods in search of rarest plants. Strange spirits roam deep in the forests, and the trees themselves can rise in anger against intruders. In the First Age, gold and diamond cities gleamed among the trees, such as beautiful Rathes, where the Dragon Kings ruled, proud Malessa of the 11 Towers, Speramin, the abode of sorcerers, and lost Samarien in the northeast, where the snow fell on amber bridges among the pine trees, but the inhabitants could walk freely in thin silks, even in the depths of winter. With the decline of the dragon-blooded shogunate, the Wyld and Fairfolk reached out to attack those cities deep in the eastern forests. Some resisted, and some remain, but many have been lost to all current knowledge. Others were overrun by the forests, so that the inhabitants had to flee west for their lives and souls. Swamps cover their once beautiful streets, while trees grow through the crystalline dwellings. The average inhabitants of the East have brown skin, ranging from light tans to almost bark-like browns in the Far East. Hair tones in the East are like the hues of leaves, in colours ranging from spring till autumn. The typical Easterner is tall, with even women standing at nearly 6 feet. Eastern families tend to be matriarchies, centred around a female and successive generations of female offspring. Male children are raised by their mothers' brothers, and marriage is uncommon but not unheard of. Everyone honours the spirits of the forests. In some places, greater local deities are revered, while even the lesser spirits receive prayers and offerings in others. The East is dangerous, but it offers so many profits to traders and adventurers that an endless stream of caravans travel there in search of lost treasures or present fortunes. Deep in the southeast lies Rathes, one of the gems of the First Age. Tropical vines hang from exotic hardwoods in the jungles that surround it, and jungle tribes hunt there, having long since lost any trace of the civilization of the past. Legends tell that the vast metropolis was once ruled by the Dragon Kings, who worshipped the unconquered sun with strange and bloody rites. Now, the streets are cracked and broken, the buildings overgrown, and the bestial lizard-like creatures that relish the taste of human flesh roam the underways beneath it. From time to time, adventurers risk the area's harsh rivers, its savage tribes, and the poisonous blossoms that fill the city itself. Occasionally, some return. Further east lies Mahalanka, the city of 1,000 golden delights, once named Speramin in the First Age, where it was renowned as an abode and a training ground for sorcerers. Now it is ruled by Raxi, Queen of Fangs, a Luna who has survived from the First Age and who has bred thousands of Apamen children to serve her. The city teems with these children, and with the degenerate barbarian tribes who worship her as a goddess. While they only raid for what is necessary, and those human tribes who avoid her realm are safe,
Heirarchy is far from satisfied. Also in this area are found great wastes of swampland, uninteresting to the beastmen and barely habitable for the farmers who eke out a living raising meagre crops there. While Heirarchy's beastmen pose no threat, the animals of those lands have begun to plot and scheme among themselves, led by ancient spirits of water and wood and malice. They go abroad by night and slay humans and rip off their skins, then walk abroad in these flayed and flapping pelts by day. Some of them speak of enslaving all humans within the jungle, while others wait for a promised saviour who will spread the marshes as far as the inland sea. North again lies the Republic of Chaya, bordering the Scavenger Lands, 3 weeks south of Nexus, and a week's journey from the inland coast. Foreigners visiting Chaya marvel at the land's idyllic peace and harmony. Chaya is one of the East's most fertile and prosperous regions, a country of gentle rains, lush vegetation, and ambient crops, along the border between deep forest and rolling fields. The Republic numbers more than 180,000 inhabitants, scattered among several walled towns. The largest among these is Larjin, and elected representatives of each Chayan town must spend half a year living there. Otherwise, it differs little from all other towns in the country. Chaya's principal exports are wood carvings and local cloth, and its hardwood jewellery in particular is a much prized commodity in many lands. Chayan buildings are mostly wooden and stand less than 4 stories tall, built with a regard for the dangers of fire. Fruit trees line the wide streets, and the inhabitants are peaceful and responsible. Anger, brawls, and violence are rare, and the country does not even trouble to maintain a standing army. Every summer, however, the land of Chaya undergoes a frightful transformation when the fire trees bloom. These medium-sized deciduous trees that line every city street and grow near every house bear large numbers of scarlet blossoms for a few weeks at the height of resplendent fire. The scent of the flowers is intoxicating to all who smell it. For outsiders, it acts as a mild euphoric, lowering inhibitions. Natives, however, respond much more strongly. For the entire month during which the fire trees bloom, locals lose all inhibitions, becoming wildly passionate, prone to emotional outbursts and fits of crazed excitement. They consider this to be divine influence, with the gods becoming incarnate in the population. Outsiders, especially outsiders who manage to resist the scent's effects, are often hunted down as unnatural and torn to pieces in wild orgies of violence. The surrounding principalities have a superstitious dread of the Chayans and are reluctant to speak of them, but most people will warn polite travellers not to remain in Chaya in the heights of summer. After the season has ended, the inhabitants remember little of what had happened. Fire trees do not grow well outside of Chaya, and native Chayans, deprived of the blossom's scent for more than a few years, gradually go mad. The Linowan dwell in the northeast, where the meadows and deciduous trees lap against deep forests of pine and giant redwood. The Linowans are in a state of eternal war with the Haltans who dwell in the deep forest, constantly trying to expand their meadows and push back the edge of the forest by cutting down trees and by slaying Haltans wherever they can. While the fields surrounding their cities and towns are fertile, few Linowans till the soil or sow the fields. Instead, they ply the rivers and go to sea in great canoes that can hold up to 36 warriors, bringing back trout and salmon, whales, and even kraken. They also play pirate on the seas from time to time, attacking any passing ships that appear to be easy prey. Regular traders, are given specially woven flags to fly when sailing near Linnowan waters, and those ships are never attacked. The Linnowan people have skin the color of oak leaves in autumn, and spiky black hair with natural green highlights. They dress in skins, bark cloth, and wool from wild sheep and goats that they hunt in the northern hills. They reject the Immaculate philosophy, even though they are firm allies with the realm, and choose to worship instead the 5 maidens, the unconquered sun, and the spirits of the ocean and rivers. Queen Arkasi rules the Linnowan from the capital of Rubilak, and she hopes to persuade the realm to provide her with warriors and dragon-blooded to aid a fight against the Linnowans. While the Linnowans raid nearby countries from time to time, their true foe is the deep forest and the Haltans who dwell within it. The houses of great Linnowan chiefs are built from planks taken from redwoods hewn from the forest, and Haltan captives are occasions for great celebrations before their ritual execution by burning alive. Similar treatment is reserved for any Linnowan found to have aided the Haltans or visitors who perpetuate serious crimes. Such visitors are assumed to be in league with the Haltans. The most famous creations of the Linnowan shamans are their masks, which are worn by the shamans themselves or given to mighty hunters, warriors, storytellers, or anyone else widely acclaimed and judged worthy. These masks are carved in grotesque animal shapes and inlaid with brightly coloured stones and cloths. Each one is made for a particular person and will work only for them, and all have some strange power worked into them. How they are made is a closely guarded secret of the Linnowan people, taught only to elder shamans. East of the Linnowan, deep in the coniferous forest, live the mysterious Haltans. Like the forest-dwelling barbarians of the Far East, the Haltans live up giant trees that cover their land. However, unlike these savages, the Haltan people possess a complex society marked by fine metalwork, tamed vegetation, a unified central government, and the intelligent beasts and birds that live among them. Their cities and towns stand on a series of huge wooden platforms in the branches of their prized redwood trees, and their capital city of Chantra is a true work of beauty and a marvel of engineering. Throughout their territory, across the branches of the great trees, the Haltans have built a complicated network of aerial bridges that connects their various settlements. A man can run for 100 miles across the forest and never once touch his foot on the ground. The Haltans are much like the Linnowan physically, save that their hair is a deep, rich green, and their toes are slightly longer than the norm. They certainly share the Linnowan attitude of eternal hostility. Typical Haltan weapons include swords, spear-throwers, and razor-sharp steel war boomerangs. Their pets are frequently weapons in themselves, be they giant wood spiders, lynx-sized tree cats, or stranger creatures still. The Haltans revere their trees as holy and treat them with love and respect. They seek to expand their sacred forests, and warriors sometimes go on expeditions to the woodland's edge to plant seedlings and increase its borders. The Haltan are also famed for strange plants that they cultivate or that they can harvest from the deep wilds of the forest. In more remote Haltan cities, some tamed beasts can speak and think like humans. These creatures, the distant offspring of Wyld-twisted animals, have many of the rights of citizens. Also, in more distant Haltan cities live Wyld-twisted humans who have developed animal traits. While the humans generally abhor the Wyld, they view any mingling of human and animal traits as holy, if somewhat disturbing, and such beings often become priests. The Haltans have long established treaties of mutual non-interference with the native fair folk, As a result, the fair folk will not trouble anyone who is up in the trees. Anyone found on the ground, however, be he Halton or visitor, is fair game. Some fair folk even live among the Haltons, exchanging goods and services for the right to feed on dreams or emotions. Trade with the Republic of Haltar usually requires a Halton escort to take the visitors through the trees to the Halton cities. More often, however, the Haltons send their own merchants to distant lands. Some journey west, taking Halton hardwoods, rare spices, and expensive herbs to Nexus, Gethamane, Chiaroscuro, and even further still. Others go east into the deep woods, to the forest tribes, and bring back unique carvings and plants. Halton animal trainers also travel with their pets, journeying across creation and giving fabulous shows.
The cities of the Scavenger Lands. Luxai. Built on the ruins of the first-age city of Delaheshen, the city-state of Luxai is the most powerful state in the Scavenger Lands and the nerve center of the Confederation's military power. Although several nations in the region can claim armies as large as Luxai's in raw numbers, none can equal the training, readiness, and iron discipline of Luxai's forces. Also, and as importantly, not even the realm can equal Luxai's supply of first-age tactical weaponry or the training of its terrestrial exalted warriors. Luxai was founded by the 7th Legion of the Dragon-blooded Shogunate after the end of the First Age. Their stocks of first-age weaponry, dragon-blooded officers, and trained soldiers allow the Legion to establish a firm base, hold it, and plan for a long and complicated future. The city-state is still commanded by the General Staff of the 7th Legion, a 7-person group of military officers, both human and dragon-blooded. Residents of Luxai fall into 4 classes: soldiers, citizens, helots, and visitors. Luxai exists primarily to support its army, and no inhabitant of the city ever forgets that. Citizens are free individuals who can be called upon for active service at any time, and they're all trained in weapon use, tactics, and military drill. Helots are serfs, not slaves. Most of them work the fields and paddies around Luxai, while others serve as labourers, craftsmen, scribes, and so on. They may change jobs with the permission of their supervisors, and they receive food, shelter, medical care, pay appropriate to their job, and care in their old age. Superlative work or military service can cause them to be elevated to full citizen status, but most helots live out their lives toiling as serfs. Helots are also drilled in weapons and make up the bulk of Luxai's infantry. A grant of citizenship for a helot is usually posthumous, but it confers freedom on the helot's spouse and children as well. Visitors, such as traders, mercenaries, ambassadors, travellers, and such like, make up the last category. They are treated politely, but they are less important than anyone on official business and always less important than a soldier on active duty. Visitors are housed in a specific quarter of the city, which is itself laid out from a military standpoint, and their comings and goings are observed. Ever since the foundation of Luxai, fertility has been seen as both virtue and social duty among the dragon-blooded members of the 7th Legion. As a result, there is a large number of dragon-blooded in Luxai, and they form the effective aristocracy, serving side by side with unexalted officers. The people of Luxai follow a local variant of the Immaculate philosophy, but do not obey representatives of the Immaculate Order from the realm or the Mouth of Peace. Instead of social control, Luxai's faith emphasizes personal responsibility, loyalty to superiors, and personal honor as the keys to living better and future exaltation. Luxai's war machines and armies need a constant supply of parts and materials, making trade very important to the city. In return, Luxai exports weapons, armor, tents, wagons, camp stoves, military trainers, and of course soldiers. Those merchants who go outside Luxai understand they are expected to bring back reports of what they see and hear, and while not precisely spies, they are aware of their civic duty. Luxai has closer ties with some Scavenger Lands states than others. Staunch admiration and friendship exist between Luxai and the Marukan alliance. The relationship between Luxai and Great Forks is more curious, but the three who guide Great Forks insist on it remaining allied closely with Luxai, despite their philosophical differences with Luxai's immaculate beliefs. Luxai's relationship with the realm is one of guarded hostility and diplomacy at best, with both sides constantly on the watch for political or military advantage. Nexus. Nexus has been called the City of a Million Lice, the River Harlot's Legs, the Threshold Jewel, the Bright Sword, and the City of Black Snow. It is all of these and more. It is the headquarters of the Guild, a city of wonder and mysteries, crime and vice, and it is the crossroads of the River Province. Every good or service imaginable can be found in Nexus if the price is right, and people from across creation gather there to seek their fortune. From brilliant first-age palaces and corrupt politicians to filthy slums and cutthroats, Nexus has something for everyone, be it a purse of orichalcum or a whetted blade. Nexus stands on the remains of the first-age city of Holo at the confluence of three rivers, the Yellow and the Grey rivers, which join at the middle of the city and form the Yanaze River. The mansions of the ruling council of entities sit atop the crest of the highest hills, free from the rats, disease, flooding, and stink of the poor below. Below them lie the villas and manors of the ruling class, the rich merchants, and those who can afford well for themselves. The rivers carry waste downstream, along with trade, ore-smelting byproducts, and the occasional corpse, to the massive markets and slums where the poor live. The water and waste flood downriver into wide floodplains, there silting and fertilizing the land to produce the swamp rice for which Nexus is infamous. It might taste dubious and be resistant to chewing, but it is nonetheless edible. Nexus has no formal laws. Public and social order depend on the Council of Entities and the Guild. The Council of Entities is not an authority appointed by any sort of law, but it issues public decrees that can take any form, and those decrees must be obeyed. The only constant figure on the council is the mysterious emissary, who is supposed to date back to the founding of Nexus. The council's decrees are archived in the incunabulum in the council tower. If a new decree contradicts an older one, the older one is stricken from the record. Companies of mercenaries exist to enforce the council's decrees, however strange or unreasonable those may be. The incunabulum consists of two parts: the dogma, 6 pronouncements on which Nexus was founded, and the civilities, the mass of past and present decrees issued by the council. Multiple layers of civil servants interpret the council's wishes, pass on its decrees, and take bribes and favors in return for influence. Otherwise, as long as a citizen pays her taxes and obeys the dogma and the civilities, she is able to do whatever she wishes, however violent or self-interested. Of course, other citizens can also do what they wish in response, which is why feuds and vendettas are so common in Nexus and must usually be stopped by the council eventually. Nexus still shows many signs of the first-age city it once was, from the great dams across all 3 rivers to the many remnants of First Age architecture. It is even home to 6 tombs of ancient anathema dating back to the First Age, which are often used as city landmarks. The newer parts of the city are a triumph of function over form, crisscrossed with canals and waterways, with a system of pulley cars that go up and down the hills, and the smelting technology that makes Nexus the largest ironworks in creation. Scholars frequent Nexus, dangerous as it is, keen to take advantage of this juxtaposition of old and new. The dogma of Nexus states the following: "No taxes shall be raised, save by the council. None shall obstruct trade. None shall bring an army into Nexus. No one shall commit wanton violence. None may falsely claim the council's name or sanction. And none shall harbour a fugitive from the council's wrath." Great Forks, often called the City of Temples, or the House of Festivals, known simply as Decadence to others, Great Forks is one of the most prosperous and enlightened cities in the Confederation. It is known for tolerance, art, and culture. It is a favoured destination for those seeking self-indulgence and hedonism. Spirits and elementals compose a significant part of Great Forks' population, assisting in everything from military matters to bureaucracy and culture. The place positively swarms with godlings, spirits, cults, and even some fair folk. While the major exports of Great Forks are drugs and medicine, the place is also a centre for slave trade, as thousands of workers are required to maintain the city's marijuana, khat, and tobacco fields. It is a place of reverie and festival, but it is founded on a solid working structure that depends on both mortal and divine contributions. Great Forks was founded in Realm Year 278, when 3 groups of refugees arrived simultaneously at the confluence of the Rolling and Yellow Rivers, each led by a powerful spirit that had protected it during the journey. The spirits were named Spinner of Glorious Tales, Weaver of Dreams of Victory, and Shield of a Different Day, generally shortened by mortal tongues to Tailspinner, Dreamweaver, and Dayshield. As the 3 groups readied for battle over the land, the spirits entered negotiations. At this time, the nearby Shadowland, now known as Walker's Realm, was ruled by the Deathlord Princess Magnificent with lips of coral and robes of black feathers. The spirits knew a war between their 3 peoples would leave the winner too weak to withstand an attack from the princess. However, they found that they and all their people had much in common, so they ultimately agreed to share the lands they had all claimed and to make their peoples one. After they had settled their united folk, Tailspinner and Dreamweaver crafted a story of mighty victory over the Deathlord, while Dayshield warded the people and their spirit allies behind walls of illusion. The sorcerer's story drove the princess away in fear of her own annihilation. Within a year and a day, Great Forks arose from what had been plains and beaches, built by the 3 peoples and by lesser spirits and elementals. Within a decade of its founding, the city had grown prosperous, and it was a charter member of the Confederation of Rivers. Great Forks is a thriving city of more than 250,000 citizens and nearly twice as many slaves. The 3, as the gods are collectively known, rule the city by decree and example, tending toward leniency and tolerance, and a merit-based human bureaucracy runs the city from day to day. The 3 also encourage learning and education among their citizens, and Great Forks is home to some of the River Province's most famous sorcerers and savants. Many of these individuals vacation or dwell in Great Forks in townhouses subsidized and staffed by the government in exchange for lecturing at the city's famous university.
The city goes to great lengths to maintain good relations with its neighbors and contributes large amounts of logistical assistance, medical drugs, and jade to the Confederation's undertakings. Its military, though still recovering from the devastating losses sustained at the Battle of Mishaka, counts a number of spirits and elementals among its ranks and is backed by the power of the three. While Great Forks bases its economy on slave labor, slaves have many rights in the city. They can own property or marry, they may be subjected to only certain forms of punishment, and they may not be cut off from their families. Manumission is possible at a set price. However, they are ultimately property, and the law treats them as such. Killing a slave is a civil rather than a criminal offense, for instance. Most field slaves receive a ration of meat leaf, which acts as a physical stimulant whilst dulling the mind and memory, keeping them at their tasks and quieting any thoughts of rebellion. What often troubles visitors, and particularly ones from the realm, is the sheer number of spirits and elementals in Great Forks. Water elementals bring fish to the city's nets, Ifrit guard the palace, wood spirits scout the forests and grasslands around the city, and the gods serve alongside mortals in many different capacities. God-blooded are common in Great Forks, and many inhabitants claim descendancy from a minor godling or greater elemental. Other God-blooded, not born there, journey to the city to find a place where they will be accepted. There are even fair folk in Great Forks, drawn to a city so devoted to the expression of passions. The three tolerate these visitors so long as they do not hurt anyone unconsenting or attempt to extend their influence among the population. With the city full of godlings and spirits and cults abound, the Temple District takes up a full third of the city. Hardly a day goes by in Great Forks which is not considered holy to at least half a dozen different cults or religions. They usually honor it with parades, music, and festivals. The Temple District is therefore one of the most crowded parts of the city. Sijan. Sijan is an old city, so ancient that no one knows when it was first built. Some of the tombs outside of the city walls predate even the First Age. Sijan is dedicated to the dead and to ghosts, providing proper burials for corpses from across the Confederation of Rivers and enacting rites to propitiate angry ghosts. Directed by the Funeral Order of Righteous Morticians and Embalmers, also known as the Morticians' Order, Sijan tends to the dead and undead alike. Her jet-black funeral galleys roam the rivers unmolested by brigands or warlords, and members of the Morticians' Order, with their silver braces, are a common sight in almost every city in the Confederation of Rivers. The dead are not an abstract concept. Ghosts are not myths, and the Sijanese are experts in dealing with both. Sijan lies between the River of Tears on the west, the Avarice River on the south, and the fell forest of Black Chase to the north. 2 bridges across the Avarice lead to the Plains of the Dead, as the cemeteries of Sijan are called. The Rising, or Eastern Bridge, is the Bridge of Mortals, and only the living may cross it. The Setting, or Western Bridge, is the Bridge of the Fallen, and only the dead may cross it. The Plains of the Dead stretch for miles in every direction, leading almost to the horizon. Vast mausoleums rise from the earth, some the size of small towns. Some are built for a single hero or ruler, while others hold the population of whole cities. The valley of Sijan was once much deeper and steeper, but millennia of building and overgrowth have stacked tombs, crypts, and bones on top of each other in such tangled profusion that the valley floor has risen over 100 feet. Many of the underground tombs are maintained by expert morticians who descend into the hidden crypts to propitiate the buried ghosts. Some areas are completely lost to time or forgotten, though, and the hungry ghosts there sleep uneasily, if at all. The city of Sejan itself is a quiet place. No revelers disturb its streets, and no festivals mar the silence, save those celebrated for the dead. Mortal revels are held behind closed doors, in feast halls and taverns cut deep into the stone below Sejan, so as not to disturb the dead. Visitors to Sejan who venture out at night are sometimes never seen again, or else found dead the next morning. Like any other city, Sejan has its criminals, but not all of Sejans are living. The roads of Sejan are likewise hazardous at night. The Mortician's Order is the closest thing to a government that Sejan possesses. They are masters of funeral rites, embalmers, fleshcrafters, ghost speakers, and exorcists. All members of the Mortician's Order wear heavy grey gowns with thick overshawls, and are given Mortician's rank and membership in one of the 3 observances that constitute the Order. Funerists, Mortrites, and Dead Speakers are indicated by the heavy silver braces he wears. All Morticians swear strict oaths regarding conduct, the wishes of the dead, the sanctity of their roles as guides to the afterlife, and the need for circumspect behavior. Few break them, but those who do can become infamous. Sejan has little need to worry about war, barbarian raids, or bandits. Even the fair folk avoid this funeral city. The leaders of the Mortician's Order meet once a year to determine any important decisions, but there are few questions that have not already been settled by millennia of tradition. If necessary, they can call on the advice of the dead, and it is said that the wisest savants of the First Age frequently assist in their deliberations. The city has no military, because it needs none. It has a small black-armoured town guard to quell disturbances and present a deterrent to the righteous living and the unquiet dead. Its most infamous constituent is the ghostly Black Watch, consisting of nemissaries girded in black plate armour who were themselves victims of grave robbery and now take great pleasure in hunting down tomb raiders. Although Sejan is a signatory of the Confederation of Rivers, its status is purely diplomatic. Sejan maintains strict and dignified neutrality, burying the corpses of all nations without prejudice. Its appointee to the Council of the Concordat remains silent unless asked his opinion. Sejan otherwise maintains good relations with its neighbours, with the exception of Great Forks. Great Forks is the only city in the Scavenger Lands that doesn't employ Sejan funerists, and no citizens of the City of Temples go to Sejan after their death. Likewise, the black galleys of Sejan never dock in Great Forks. The cause of this coldness is unknown, and both sides refuse to discuss it. Grey Falls. Grey Falls is the realm's last bastion in the Scavenger Lands. Captured by the realm in Realm Year 88, it was granted to the realm in Realm Year 91 as part of a peace treaty ending the realm's 3rd invasion. Over the centuries, the Scarlet Empress has worked hard to maintain this toehold in the Scavenger Lands, which consists of the high-towered city of Greyhalls itself, half a dozen small towns, and a large stretch of sparsely populated upland. It is one of only 3 places in the Scavenger Lands where the realm keeps an official presence, and only one where that presence is significant. Because of its unique status, Grey Falls has become the place where the Scavenger Lands go to transact business with the realm. Imperial merchant houses that cannot do business on Scavenger Lands soil have holdings in Grey Falls, allowing them to compete with the guild in trade. All such business is transacted at the Grey Falls dock rather than at the Freeport in Lookshire, so that the realm receives the full import and dock taxes on all goods. It has become a huge transshipment port, dealing particularly in glass, crystal, and paper. The realm historically kept a strong military presence in the area,
but events on the Blessed Isle in the last 5 years have reduced that presence to a fraction of its former size. In response, the local officers have begun heavy local recruiting efforts. Previously, troops stationed at Grey Falls were incompetent, inept victims of political intrigue, insubordinate or just straight criminals. Now, however, the dragon-blooded officers are starting to forge a real weapon out of their forces. Politically, the area has a dragon-blooded satrap and a bureaucracy that focuses more on taxes and trade duties than on government. Actual rulership of the area, subject to interference by the satrap, is in the hands of the Nuri clan. The Nuri clan is more of a tribal nation than a family. It was an oppressed minority when the realm first invaded, and the realm placed its men in positions of power and used it to crush local dissent. While not obsequious, the Nuri are loyal to the Scarlet Empress, but they view current events and troubles in the realm with an increasingly troubled eye. The Marukan Alliance. The Marukan Alliance is a collection of medium-sized towns. Its only true city is Celeren, centered around the fortress manse of the same name. The alliance spreads across the warm savannas and patches of forest that cover the southeastern reaches of the Scavenger Lands, fed by the many small watercourses that ultimately flow into the Grey River. Cargo is moved by wagon trains, and the region is famous for its horses and yedim. The people of the Marukan Alliance are riders of horse from birth. A Marukani child can balance on a horse almost before she can walk. Horses are companions and friends rather than mere beasts of burden or pets. The high point of the Marukani year is the spring market, when yearlings are sold and new foals are judged for suitability and training. Buyers come from across the Scavenger Lands or even further afield to purchase a Marukini horse. The spring market is also a time for celebrating the dead in a country-wide wake, marked by drinking, singing, and dancing. Revelers recite the accomplishments of those who died in the past year, and huge wagons stuffed with the remains of the most honored dead, both human and horse, are sent north to Sijan. There they are interred in mausoleums bought by the Alliance centuries ago. The Marukan Alliance is governed by a council of elders that meets in the Celeren Manse. The council's leading voice is the elder of the Mehiros clan, the terrestrial Exalted family that owns the manse. The council generally concerns itself with foreign diplomacy. Local law, together with council decrees, are enforced by circuit riders, who also carry the mail, watch the borders, and scout the wilderness. Trials are held by a jury of local elders and overseen by a circuit rider. However, circuit riders are empowered to take whatever actions they deem necessary against miscreants, and they can hold a trial or pass down summary judgments without benefit of jury. The usual penalties are a heavy fine or death, as Marukani law does not allow slavery or imprisonment. The 100 Kingdoms. The 100 Kingdoms consists of a collection of small principalities, autocracies, republics, dictatorships, and petty kingdoms. They lie from the confluence of the Maruto and Yellow rivers eastward to the edge of the eastern forests. Many are no larger than a fortified town and a handful of villages. They are a fractious lot. The 100 Kingdoms are the breadbasket of the Scavenger Lands, providing much of the grain eaten in the Confederation of Rivers. Most of the kingdoms rely on agriculture or mining as their primary source of wealth, though kingdoms on the rivers have a third source of income, tolls extracted from upriver and downriver traffic. Castles on the river's edge, equipped with ballistae, archers, and even some first-age weapons, make sure that most passing boats will stop to be searched and pay a toll. These kingdoms have existed in a barely controlled state of enmity for centuries, constantly exploding into petty wars and raids, each one generally hostile to most of its neighbors. Occasionally, some would-be ruler or coalition attempts to seize control, but so far none have succeeded. Denensor. The first-age city of Denensor, also known as the Empty City, lies 2 weeks' journey from Great Forks, near the southern edge of the Scavenger Lands, in the country of Melakin. During the First Age it was renowned as a centre of learning and trade. The city's merchant kings sponsored trade missions throughout creation, and the library of Denensor attracted savants from the four corners of the world. Today, no merchants ply their wares, no blacksmiths work in their foundries, and no children play in its gardens. No one alive knows what catastrophe fell upon the people of Denensor. Fragmentary records suggest that the city's dragon-blooded governor attempted to use a powerful artifact to protect the city's inhabitants from the Great Contagion, but no specific records have survived. The city is deathly silent and empty. Whatever caused the city's fall, none can stand to remain there now for more than a few hours or a day at most. A sense of dread and unease creeps over all those who walk Denensor's streets, growing stronger the longer the person remains in the city, until finally it becomes unendurable. Those forced to stay longer are either driven into a catatonic state of despair or are never seen again. However, since only the strongest Wyld can remain in Denensor for long, large sections of the First Age city remain unplundered, and new treasure-hunting missions are constantly being fitted up. Even without whatever enchantments shroud the city in fear, Denensor would not be safe for explorers. Not only do the usual panoply of magical defenses and complex mechanical traps guard the area, but Denensor's guardians still wait throughout the city. These guardians are sophisticated automata of brass and silver, built before the contagion to act as civil protectors and police, and many of them are still functional. While they are mostly quiescent when discovered, resting in a kind of mechanical hibernation, they wake if they are disturbed, or if the area they were assigned to is molested. Their specific actions depend on the last instructions they received. Some will attack immediately, while others attempt to discern what the intruders are doing before apprehending them. The automata themselves would be of great interest to many savants, if only they could be removed from Denensor. Kalin. Kalin joined the Confederation of Rivers a little over 300 years ago, after centuries as a tributary and ally to the realm. Many claim that it did so for the economic benefits rather than any sort of ethical or high-minded political reason. Certainly, Kalin is not a progressive state. Its traditional government consists of a weak shogun and a number of powerful daimyos, with little voice for anyone not in the highest ranks. It is a small but placid country, full of rolling hills and fertile fields, with walled towns and manors linked by well-maintained roads. Kalin revolves around the house system. No shogun has ever been elected from outside of the 14 noble houses, although all citizens of Kalin theoretically vote on a new shogun after the old one's death. The kingdom is divided into patronages, granted by the shogun to anyone she wishes except for her own family. The current royal family keeps the patronages they owned upon the shogun's ascension, but they may not receive new ones except under very specific circumstances. A patronage gives the recipient family almost complete control over its governmental fiefdom, unless the shogun revokes it for some reason. Along with immediate responsibility, the patronages carry great power, substantial wealth, and the wherewithal to continue trading favors and debits with other families. The patronage system prompts near-constant jockeying for position and influence within the shogun's court. Members of the various houses, influential merchants, guildmasters, sorcerers, dragon-blooded outcasts, and others all vie for the shogun's attention. This web of deception and intrigue is commonly known as the Great Game, and it has lasted for centuries. Blackmail, espionage, the dueling code, manipulation of the legal system, and even assassination are all tools in the game. Even though many come to Kalin innocently to take advantage of the grain trade, the slave trade, or the fishing industries for which Kalin is famous, they are often drawn into the machinations of the noble houses. And just like almost everywhere else in the Scavenger Lands, The Guild maintains a heavy presence in Kalin. The Guild. The Guild is at once an enterprise, an organization, and an institution. As a business enterprise, the Guild is a collaborative effort between the most wealthy and influential merchants and artisans in creation, dedicated to the increase of that wealth and influence. As a trade organization, it is the originator and overseer of standards such as weights, measures, value, supply, and demand. And as a social institution, the Guild links distant lands, employs thousands, and creates a sense of community in a large and hostile world. The concept of the Guild was born in Realm Year 88, when Great Forks merchant Brem Marst came into contact with a group of merchant philosophers in the Lap called the Counters. He put the Counters' philosophical teachings to practical use, and within 10 years he had solidified the basic structure. The Guild itself was founded in Realm Year 99, supported by the recent formation of the League of Many Rivers, but also by merchant houses from Sijan, Nexus, and Chaya. 18 years later, the Guild established its permanent headquarters in Nexus and formalized the first directorate, the head of the pyramidal structure that it has become. It worked its trade route tendrils throughout the Threshold and solidified its structure, just as the realm itself was stabilizing on and around the Blessed Isle, and beginning to spread. Over the next 3 centuries, the Guild grew steadily, and local merchant houses and leagues became absorbed into it, while nations and city-states became dependent on Guild-delivered goods and news. The constant battles between the realm and the River League impressed on the Guild the need for military might of its own, and in response it formed the first affiliated mercenary companies. It established functionally permanent contracts with large-standing mercenary companies, and became a military power in its own right. The Empress permitted strictly limited trade with the Blessed Isle, but restricted the areas in which Guild's craftsmen and merchants could operate. She disallowed trade in jade, weapons, armor, and rice, and animosity over these restrictions blossomed into a trade war in Realm Year 416. This destructive conflict ended 2 years later after doing more damage to the surrounding Threshold states and tributaries than to the Guild or the realm. The 3 main branches of the Guild are merchants, craftsmen, and laborers. Anyone who joins them must enter through one of those 3 branches and must have a Guild sponsor. Good though those other main businesses are, the 3 effective pillars of the Guild in practice are slaves, drugs, and mercenaries. Since the Great Contagion, the slave trade has been an integral factor in rebuilding and maintaining societies across creation. The Guild buys from warlords and armies, civilized nations and barbarians, shadowlands and fairfolk, and then it moves the living bodies to where they are wanted. One faction that does not trade slaves with the Guild, however, is the Imperial Army, as the Empress made it clear that House Sinus was to maintain the monopoly on slave trading inside the Scarlet Empire. The Guild's willingness to trade slaves with the Fairfolk in order to feed their hunger for souls, even after the Fairfolk launched numerous assaults on creation, has done nothing for its reputation. The Wyld. The unformed chaos outside creation is termed the Wyld. It is a place of perfect potential, with no structure and no easily discernible rules. The primary inhabitants of this unformed chaos are called the Fairfolk. These fairy princes make their nations in the substance of the madness beyond creation, and they are themselves comprised of that substance. They have always been hostile to the primordials and their creations ever since the foundations of creation. The Fairfolk have striven to see the world reduced to Wyld-tossed ruins and dissolved. When they have entered our world, the Fairfolk most often appear to be tall, beautiful beings of elemental aspect. They could be mistaken for godbloods or even terrestrial Exalted,
were it not for their inhuman cast of features and alien miracles that trail in their wake. Their servants are will-less drones called hobgoblins, who appear in our reality as twisted and bestial servants. At one point, sophisticated magical wards and defences completely barred the fair folk from creation. The world of creation was once much larger than it is in the present day, however, and large portions of reality collapsed due to a series of massive disasters almost 1,000 years ago. The culminating disaster of the Great Contagion was a vast invasion of the fair folk called the Balorian Crusade, stopped only through use of creation's geomantic defense weapons by the woman who came to be known as the Scarlet Empress. Today, fair folk often slip through the ruined edges of creation and lurk on the damaged edges of reality, seeking to undermine the world, or simply to accomplish their alien agendas. Unfortunately, contact with the influence of the world is addictive and exhilarating, and also ultimately fatal for creatures of creation. Fair folk often use the addictive nature of the world to trap and enslave their prey, for the fairy must consume human dreams to survive in the stifling reality of creation. Beyond the realm, beyond all the cities and towns, beyond the barbarian lands and the ragged edges of the Shadowlands, creation thins and the world begins. The changes of the world begin gradually. Colours, sounds, and distances may be distorted, and then the beasts and plants become twisted, never appearing the same from moment to moment. Without protection such as the charms of the Exalted, the favour of the fair folk, or the watchful eye of a god, the deeper world is more than deadly. For in death the spirit moves on to new life, but destruction in the world twists the soul as well as the body. In the world nothing is fixed, not the hour of the day, the earth under one's feet, or the purity of the air. There are places where the trees are made of human limbs, or the water is made of blood, or iron, or laughter, where there are dogs made of fire and children of water. It is not a place for creation's creatures. Full understanding of the world eludes even the most powerful of the Exalted. The world is like a persistent tide eating away at the edges of creation. In the west, it is an endless sea, the place where water and sky become one, and sailors become seals and are killed by their own kinfolk. In the east it is the forest, where the branches are music and leaves may be human hands. To the north, the world begins as a frozen mist, still, bitter, and deadly. In the south, it is the land of colourless fire. Without the stabilizing influence of the elemental pole of earth, the world would overrun creation, and the world would be lost to madness. The ignorant claim that the anathema are part of the world, dedicated to tearing down the realm and all the security it brings to creation. Those who study the anathema, or the world, know better. In their days of power, the Exalted fought the world as the realm does in the Second Age. Though corrupt and wicked, the anathema were enemies of the world and those born from it. The world has its own champions, however, the uncanny fair folk with their powers over reality and their hunger for dreams. The world is not a uniform sea of chaos. The tamest areas of the world are the border marches. Here, the lands, the sun, time, and distance follow the same laws as creation. It is only the beasts and strange plants and occasional trick of the eye that marks this land as Wyld. It is still a terrible place, however, full of degenerate savages. Those who live there are victims of frequent raids by the fair folk. Beyond the border marches are the middle marches. Here the birds may fly under water, fish swim through the air, snow can burn, or the stars may shine only when the sun is in the sky. The fair folk travel freely here. Things in the Middlemarches are usually still recognizable as rocks or air or fish, though they may be given new and bizarre roles. Changes here usually happen gradually. The deep world lies beyond the Middlemarches, and few denizens of creation are capable of surviving here. Nothing remains unchanged for long. Time and distance have no real meaning. Things that live in the deep world cannot survive in creation, and in turn, things of creation cannot survive here unprotected. The world shifts according to the phases of the moon. During the nights of the full moon, the world runs rampant, and those places that were once safe border marches are washed into the Middlemarches. In turn, the Middlemarches drown in the deep world. During the new moon, the world is at its ebb, and for those who must travel within it, daytime during the new moon is the safest time. Those who wish to travel the world do not return unscathed. Whether it is a lifetime of nightmares, or physical or mental mutations, the world leaves its mark. The Fair Folk. No village, no matter how small, and no city, no matter how great, is ignorant of the Fair Folk. Whispers of child theft and dreamy suggestions of madness frighten queens and catamites, beggars and sorcerers alike. Even the Dragon-blooded, even the Celestial Exalted, are vulnerable to the Fair Folk. For most, the Fair Folk never rise beyond nightmare and story. Those in the Threshold might know them better as slavers who buy unlucky children, or as raiders who drive entire villages to madness. Some might even know a fair one as a lord or mistress, one who has taken a place in creation for his or her own reasons. Fairies are those who live openly in human civilization, to be subtle in their hungers, but they are as dangerous as their Wyld kindred. A few eclipse-cast Exalted or moon-shadow-cast Abyssals may know a fair one as an oath-sworn ally, but such oaths, even those sanctified by the Exalted, bind only that single fairy and its own servitors. There is no nation or empire of fair folk to treaty with, and any tale the fair folk spin to the contrary is only that, a fairy tale. When fair folk come into creation, they take on forms pleasing to themselves and useful to the tasks they wish to accomplish in the world beyond the Wyld. Most fair folk overwhelm the senses with their resplendent beauty. They are creatures of fluid grace, supple elegance, and glorious perfection. The fairy queens and kings wear robes of iridescent feathers or of golden thread so fine it floats on the breeze like down, and their faces are strong in nobility and stamped with wilful arrogance. Few mortals can meet a fair one's eyes without suffering nightmares and visions. Jewels of spectacular brilliance and perfect shape decorate even the least of their tools, and the craftsmanship of a single sandal lace exceeds the dreams of mortal perfection. The will and intent of its owner is stamped on every item a fair one owns, from her weapons to her clothes, even to the form of her own body and the shapes of her servants. Fair folk revel in their elemental associations, in the forms they take, whether it's the lion-headed warriors of the south, the creeping, serpent-faced hobgoblins of the east, or the seductive fox maidens of the north. Their bodies and gear also reveal their general alliances. A party of goblins might share the same blue-green-gold scale pattern as their noble master's robes, for example. The Wyld creates the fair folk, and it sustains them. Anywhere there is Wyld taint, a fairy can survive indefinitely. The nourishment of the Wyld is nothing, however, compared to the delight of human emotion. The fair folk feed on gossamer dreams, craving the spark of humanity. It is this hunger that draws the fair folk from their world into creation. They buy slaves or kidnap the unwary, draining them until the humans are left dull, witless husks that are abandoned back in creation as a warning for any who would find themselves tempted by the beauty of fairy. The powers of the fairy are not like any other powers in creation, for they are not part of creation. Their abilities resemble a very refined form of thaumaturgy, but they do not depend on their traits for power like the Exalted do. Fairy magics are fed from their essence, and any individual fair one will have a limited number of powers. Fairy powers cannot modify their own abilities or bodies, because when they take a physical form, they have already perfected it. Part of the act of putting on flesh includes defining the types of power that the fair one will wield while in that body, and the fairy cannot change those powers without recreating her flesh, which cannot be done anywhere less wild than the Middlemarches or a freehold. Most fair folk have attributes well above human norms, and they neither bleed nor become ill. However, fair folk do have a well-known and deadly weakness. All fair folk are aggravated by the touch of pure iron, and they cannot break a sworn promise. When the primordials built creation, they formed the gods out of will and essence, then gave each god a name and a purpose, a sphere of influence and a position in a hierarchy that would govern creation. The hierarchy is called the Celestial Order, and every god, from the unconquered sun down to the lowliest dreamfly, guardian scarab, and hearth mother, has a place and purpose in it. This purpose defined the god, became its nature, so that the god would spend its time maintaining the portion of creation over which it held dominance. Every piece and part of creation has an embodiment in a god, however small or large. Not only do objects have gods, but concepts, thoughts, and feelings have gods as well. Anything that has a name in a mortal language has a god that's responsible for it, so that the gods are as plentiful as the stars in the sky and can be found anywhere in creation. The Celestial Order, the hierarchy of heaven and creation. The Celestial Order is divided into two categories, the Celestial Court and the Terrestrial Bureaucracy. The Celestial Court works directly under the Celestial Incarnate themselves and consists of all gods that embody universal principles, such as the seasons, dreams, emotions, and feelings, anything that can be considered common knowledge among mortals. Gods of physical objects in creation, such as rivers, cities, other locations, or of particular species of animals, become part of the Terrestrial Bureaucracy. The Terrestrial Bureaucracy is then subdivided into spirit courts based on location and related spheres of influence. When the primordials ruled creation before they were overthrown by the Exalted, the Celestial Court lived and worked on the Blessed Isle, while the primordials resided in the wondrous celestial city of Yushan. After the Primordial War, the Celestial Incarnate granted the Solar Exalted dominion over all of creation and retired to Yushan to oversee the inner workings of the universe, as well as to play the games of divinity left by the Primordials. Yushan is quite simply the most wondrous city ever imagined, existing in a parallel elsewhere beyond and besides creation. It is surrounded by a great wall that keeps the chaos of infinity at bay. Overhead is the dome of the sky, and a perfect hemisphere upon which the current leader in the games of divinity is reflected. Brightest day for the unconquered sun, a full moon against a starless sky for Luna, and for each of the maidens, the constellations of their house in ascendance. Yushan is a place of wonders and miracles, where even its most common fare would bless the table of mortal kings, and its cheapest clothing would be coveted by the courtesans of the Blessed Isle. All constructions in Yushan are works of art, from the residence of the servants to the sanctums of the gods, to the roads and arches and bridges that are travelled every day. The Terrestrial Court followed the Incarnate into Yushan as well, leaving the terrestrial bureaucracy to work under the solar deliberative in maintaining creation. The unconquered sun ceded the rule of creation to his trusted servants, the solar Exalted, and decreed that no god may directly interfere with the events of creation. All terrestrial gods were to work as monitors, watching over their spheres of influence and reporting to their superiors in the spirit court or to the solar deliberative, who would then take action. Only the celestial censors, the gods that enforced the laws of celestial incarnate, were exempt from this, but even they had to report to the nearest solar when acting in creation. The celestial court is divided into 5 bureaus: the Bureau of Heaven, Humanity, Seasons, Nature, and Destiny. The Bureau of Heaven is the largest and most powerful of the bureaus, being responsible for the laws of heaven and the concerns of the gods. All other bureaus report to the Bureau of Heaven, which reports directly to the Celestial Incarnate. The Bureau of Humanity is the next largest and most powerful, covering all things that have to do with civilization and mortals. Therefore, it administrates the source of wealth in Yushan. During the First Age, the Bureau of Humanity worked closely with the Solar Deliberative to aid in the ruling of creation. Since the usurpation, the Bureau of Heaven has been split into factions that argue over whether the gods should rule instead of the Solars. The Bureau of Seasons controls all weather in creation and the mechanical aspects of the seasons. This administration is governed by Luna, and it employs not only gods, but the majority of elementals as well. The Bureau of Nature is responsible for all aspects of creation that aren't covered by the other bureaus, including all plant life, animal life, ecosystems, and geological features. All animal avatars and guardian spirits work for the Bureau of Nature, as do the elementals who do not work for the Bureau of Seasons. Finally, the Bureau of Destiny is the domain of the 5 maidens and deals with the loom of fate, the what and how of the future, ensuring that creation continues to exist. All motions in the heavens and in creation are monitored and governed by the Bureau of Destiny. The Celestial Order has broken down since the murder of the Solars, and now only the framework of the bureaucracies remain. The high-ranking celestial gods rarely concern themselves with the actual events in creation, preferring either to find entertaining distractions from their jobs or to play political games to gain wealth and power. Low-ranking celestial and terrestrial gods are forced to work mundane positions to keep the semblance of celestial order and to maintain their superiors' rank and power. Some of the more powerful terrestrial gods scheme and plan ways to gain rank and to become residents of Yushan so that they may attend the games of divinity too. Other terrestrial gods choose to amass followers in creation, forcing mortals to pay them tributes and enslaving lesser gods and elementals in their domain in flagrant violation of celestial law. At one time, the celestial censors, paragons of virtue and order, were charged with keeping law among other gods. But the corruption and villainy has become so rampant that many have quit their jobs and become rogues. Those who remain in their positions take little care in their work anymore and are often easily bribed to overlook transgressions. Meanwhile, the majority of the Celestial Incarnate are too involved in the games of divinity to notice that their celestial order is failing. It is rare anymore that the celestial and terrestrial gods interact. Most celestial gods are loath to leave the comfort and safety of Yushan for what they consider to be the barbaric and poor mortal realm. Conversely, the terrestrial gods are rarely admitted to Yushan and have to pay hefty bribes for passes, even on the most critical of business. Most celestial gods view anyone from creation as a country bumpkin at best, little more than a mindless animal at worst. Terrestrial gods tend to see their celestial siblings as haughty, rude, and ignorant of the true problems and crises of the age. In addition, it is difficult to gain admission into Yushan, since most of the gates are not only hidden away in long-forgotten temples and fortresses around creation, but guarded by great and terrible celestial lions. Only residents of the celestial cities, those with passes from the internal bureaucracy, and solar exalts from the Eclipse caste, are permitted free entrance into one of the 61 gates. The only exception to this rule is the Carnival of Meetings, when the Calibration Gate opens at a random location in creation, and any creature, mortal or otherwise, may join in a day-long festival at Calibration's peak. Immortality, death, and birth. Gods are effectively immortal. They have no measurable lifespans, they do not age or suffer from illness and disease, and they come into existence fully aware and developed. Gods do not need to eat or sleep, nor do they possess bodily functions like those of mortals. Though gods sometimes mate with mortals, and these unions produce offspring with abilities and traits associated with their divine parentage, gods do not reproduce with each other. Gods who fall in battle are usually able to restore themselves at their sanctums after their defeat. Existence can become tedious and wearisome under these conditions, which may be why so many gods became obsessed with the power games or with wealth or hedonistic practices. Yet, gods can be irrevocably slain, despite their immortality. Charms such as ghost-eating technique devours spirit essence, and it was taught to the Solars as a primary weapon for slaying the primordials. Even without this ability, it is still possible that a small or least god might not have a sanctum in which it can regenerate. Therefore, if it takes enough damage, its will and purpose is destroyed, and its essence will spread to the surrounding area to flow along the dragon lines like flash flood. A god who has had its sanctum destroyed for some reason will similarly have no place to regenerate should it be slain. Gods that are convicted of a truly heinous crime may also face a rare form of capital punishment. Every god ranked beneath the celestial incarnate is represented by a star in the heavens, and a god's star falls from the sky when it meets its final fate. If a god is found guilty and sentenced to death, its star is knocked from the heavens, and the metal that composes it is recovered by the Bureau of Destiny, then forged into a star metal object of incredible power. Besides being slain or executed, there is one other way a god's immortal life may end: for it to be forgotten. This fate is the one most feared by most gods, and it is one of the reasons that the Celestial Order has not broken down completely. A god who totally fails to do its duty might find that its sphere of influence has been destroyed or erased, and even the memory of its existence wiped from creation. This is rare for all but the most abstract of universal concepts, so celestial deities might not have to worry about a loss of their power, only should their sphere of influence become weakened or decayed. Terrestrial gods who have much smaller scopes of power, however, are much more susceptible. A river god, whose water dries up in severe drought, would find itself losing rank and privilege. Should that waterway disappear entirely, and all mention of it vanish from creation, on maps and so forth, it would fade from existence. Several small gods perished when their regional spheres of influence were devoured by the Wyld following the Great Contagion, but a large number, especially celestial gods, were left severely weakened and unemployed. If a spirit passes away as forgotten, the star that represents it in the sky also fades. New gods come into existence frequently, though most of these are small or least gods with little essence. When a new house is built, or a new road is finished, or a new field is cleared and planted, a small or least god is created and assigned duties associated with its new sphere of influence. Similarly, should a new idea or concept take roots in the minds of mortals, this idea must have a god associated with it. Such gods come into being fully formed and representative of the place, object, or idea that they embody. Many of the least gods, such as hearth spirits, that form when a new home is built, do not last long as separate willful beings unless they associate themselves with a local spirit court and register with the appropriate bureau, or if they receive direct prayers from mortals. New ideas or concepts are rare, and these beings may have more ephemeral existences without patronage within the Celestial Order. Prayer and summoning. Unlike demons and elementals, gods cannot be summoned and compelled through the use of charms or sorcery. When they won the battle for supremacy against the primordials, the Celestial Incarnate made sure that they and their lesser siblings could not be easily enslaved again. Demons can be summoned through sorcery and other powerful magic as a condition of their imprisonment. Elementals that are not working directly for the Celestial Order, such as the lesser elemental dragons that serve as censors, and members of the Aerial Legion, may also be summoned and commanded because of their terrestrial nature and origins. A god's attention may be gained through prayer, though such a god is in no way required to respond to prayers or to act for the benefit of those who gain its interests. Normal prayers directed at a specific god are often not enough to accomplish this. Generally, it takes whole days of devotional activities, prayer, sacrifices, rites, and rituals, and so on, to gain the attention of a specific god. Extreme acts performed on behalf or in the name of a god may also catch interest. Of course, once a mortal or exalt has the attention of a god, they must make good use of it or face severe consequences. Divine powers. The powers of the spirits are grand and wonderful, and rightly called miracles by mortals. Spirits are beings of essence, held together by willpower, whose existence are defined by purpose and motivation. Gods are the living embodiments of places, items, and ideas who maintain the Celestial Order. Elementals are the children of Gaia, born out of essence that flows across creation, given form and flesh. They are responsible for the continued flow of essence around the world. Demons are the children of the whims of the Yozis, who endlessly seek to free themselves from their eternal prison beyond the sky. Even the weakest god, elemental, or demon wields magics that inspire awe and fear in mortals. Elementals. The primordials took essence from the vast chaotic sea that is the Wyld, and wove it into the 5 elementals: earth, air, fire, water, and wood. Each of these elements interacts with the others, and the total result is the stuff from which creation was born. The 5 elements correspond to one of the 5 aspects of creation. Air is movement and progress. Water is change and the ability to adapt. Fire is the continual cycle of destruction and rebirth. Earth is the strength and solidity of all matter, and wood is the spark of life and the drive to continued existence. The primordials then created the gods to manage creation for them, while they retired to play the games of divinity. After some time working with the tools left behind by the primordials, and being tutored by Gaia, the youngest of the primordials, the gods succeeded in birthing the 5 original elementals. These 5 were living embodiments of the principles of the elements, and their primary purpose was to maintain the natural order of creation. These elementals were of a stature that rivaled the elemental dragons in power, who tread the length and breadth of the world in a day, and managed all aspects of the functioning of creation. The first elementals were bound to the will of the gods with strict magics and curses that forced these titanically powerful beings to always obey the Celestial Incarnate. When the gods rebelled, the primordials struck first against these beings, shattering their bodies and casting their essence across creation. In time, this essence collected itself and birthed the first of a new breed of elementals, far smaller and weaker than the original 5, but capable of wielding the same powers on a lesser scale and managing the natural order. The strictures that the gods laid upon the minds and hearts of the original elementals persists in those elementals that have been born later. Elementals are bound to the will of the gods, with the purpose of maintaining the functions of a well-ordered creation. New elementals are born out of creation wherever there is a surge in the flow of essence through the dragon lines, and are given the purpose of correcting the balance of essence in that portion of creation. Elementals sometimes appear at the sites of great battles, where essence has been spent by multiple exalts, or where many mortals have been slain, because the great release of essence at these locations has created an imbalance that threatens the natural order. Elementals are naturally very task-oriented. The smallest and least of elementals know only their limited purview and concentrate solely on whatever tasks or task they were born into, never looking beyond the area where they live or wondering about things greater than they are. These small elementals are often born to tasks that take little time to finish. Then they are without a purpose. The gods of the Bureau of Nature collect these elementals and place them in areas that need more elemental workers, or put them to work as servants of other spirits. Unlike other spirits, elementals are naturally material, and must expend essence to dematerialize. As such, they are beings whose nature and purpose is intimately tied to the mortal realm. Though elementals are spirits and therefore naturally immortal, their existences are touched by the fragility that is inherent in all substantial things. Elementals know a bit more about mortality than other spirits. They can be slain more easily, not having the refuge of an inherently immaterial form that is immune to harm. Large predators, natural disasters, adventurous exalts, and cruel fair folk are just a few of the worst dangers elementals can face in their lifetimes. Elementals occupy the lowest ranks in the Celestial Order. They are looked down upon by almost all gods, regardless of their rank or power, and they are laughed at for their material disposition. Elementals are considered of low origin, being spawned by seemingly random acts of nature. They are considered ill-mannered and slow-witted, because they shun the trappings of court society and prefer to complete mundane tasks. Even the most powerful elementals, those great dragons whose power rivals the heads of the celestial bureaus, and whose mere touch would destroy lesser gods, have little standing in the eyes and minds of most gods. Even the celestial censors, who are almost always lesser elemental dragons, rarely receive the respect due to their station. Elementals are grouped and ranked more strictly than other types of spirits. The essence of an elemental is far more indicative of its scope and sphere of influence, as well as its power and nature, than that of a god. Because elementals are naturally material, they grow and evolve more quickly than other spirits, and do not require change to be forced upon them. Elementals accrue power simply by surviving in creation and persisting in tasks to which they were set. They do not need to play games of politics to earn new ranks and be granted new powers by their superiors, though some of the more powerful elementals do engage their spirit cousins in such dealings. Elemental shapes and forms are as varied as the different species of demon, though not as plentiful as the number of unique forms little gods can take. The size and shape of an elemental is often determined by its essence and purpose. Least elementals are usually insects or small plants. As an elemental grows in power, so too does its size and scope. More powerful elementals take the form of larger animals such as birds, fish, snakes, and dogs. Elementals with larger essences often take on humanoid forms, or those of large predators such as bears and lions. And finally, as an elemental reaches the highest echelons of rank and power, the only physical shape that can contain its essence is that of a dragon. The 100 Gods Heresy. The 100 Gods Heresy isn't one of faith. Rather, it is a collective term for the cults in the realm and the threshold that directly worship the spirits and deities that pervade the land, rather than following the Immaculate rituals and letting the Dragon-blooded handle any necessary contact with the gods. While the Immaculate Order recognizes the existence of these spirits, it considers them to be mere spiritual functionaries who are distracted from their proper duties by worship and prayer. Members of the Order give ritual thanks to the spirits on appropriate holidays, and this, which is no more and no less than the dragons decreed proper, is what should be given according to the Order. Naturally, the gods themselves are in favor of being worshipped. Whatever individual minor gods might say to immaculate representatives, particularly those with the charms to affect spirits, no god is ever going to object to prayer and devotion. Prayer is a commodity, and the gods want it. Prayer is bribery, and like bribery, it works. If you can pay your local gods well, they'll protect you. If you don't give them what they want, they might not go out of their way to harm you, but they won't bother to help you with your crops or protect your livestock, strengthen your children, or perform any other miracles for you. The Immaculate Order acts as much for secular social reasons as religious ones, whether all of its members realize this consciously or not. Theological dissent goes hand in hand with conflict with the realm. For the preservation of proper social order and stability, the populace must allow the dragon-blooded to handle all spiritual contact. This does not mean that all local gods are necessarily good, or that the doctrine of the Immaculate Dragons is evil, but it does mean that by enforcing proper worship and depriving lesser gods and of prayers and rites, the Immaculate Order is supporting the realm. Demons. The Celestial Incarnate were ready to execute those primordials and their servants that survived the revolution of the gods and surrendered, but Gaia interceded. She negotiated a reprieve for the offending primordials, sparing her cousins and siblings. More importantly, Gaia knew that if the Incarnate were to slay the remaining primordials, then it would irrevocably stain their hands and start their reign over creation with unnecessary violence, marking them with a stigma of terror that would never fade. Instead, the gods took one of the souls of each of the primordials and executed them, forcing their former masters to metamorphose into new forms, a change controlled by the gods. Their bodies were broken and stretched, their nature reforged, until they were unrecognizable as the makers of all that was. The primordials thus became known as the Yozis, the greatest of the demons, imprisoned beyond creation for all eternity. The Demon Realm. Malphaeus is the demon city, the heart of the demon realm and the foundation of the prison the gods made. Malphaeus is also the greatest of the Yozis, though he was once known by another name and was the king of the primordials. When his 23rd soul was executed, he was turned inside out. His flesh became the ground, and his bones the pillars that uphold the sky. His muscles and organs became the structures and the edifices that rise into the skyline. His heart was torn out and hurled into the sky where it became Ligier, the green sun. The Yozis Kimberi is the vast acid sea that fills the lowest parts of the demon city, pooling under buildings and stretching across hundreds of miles of sunken ruins. On one of her shores grows the silver forest Soreni, whose trees spread roots into the sky instead of leaves. Cessaline, the lawmaker of the demons and elder sister of Malphaeus, is known as the Endless Desert because her sandy body encircles the edges of the demon realm and stretches out beyond infinity. Adorjan, the silent wind, blows across the sands and passes through the demon city on occasion, slaying every living thing it touches and bringing quiet to the noisy streets. And Hegra, the typhoon of nightmares, tumbles through the sky, collecting into hallucinatory clouds that precipitate psychedelic fear and terror that plague sleepers. These are just a few of the Yozis who define their prison by their very nature. Most of the lesser demons make their home in the demon city, from demon princes to nameless wretches who caper and slave and sing and pray among the tarnished metal buildings that bristle like a densely packed forest. The city is filled with music and noise, for such clamour keeps the silent wind away. The green sun never sets, and only when the Ebon Dragon passes between Ligier and the demon city does any semblance of night come to the denizens of the demon realm. There are places in the city where the sun never reaches, though, and it is to these places that the victims of the Ebon Dragon flee so that they may escape any light which causes them exquisite agony. There is no reason or consistency to the architecture that makes up Malphaeus. The demon city is forever growing, shifting and struggling in torment. Layers upon layers of city have piled up over one another, crushing together, sometimes destroying and sometimes melting into one great mass. Hordes of lesser demons work tirelessly around the city to tear down and rebuild according to the whim of princes or their own perverse nature. The Demon Hierarchy. The power of the Yozis is beyond imagining. Their footsteps turn mountain ranges into seas, their breath shatters the wills of armies, their lustful gaze incinerates fields. Their words change the very laws of nature. The Yozis are so great that their souls cannot be content within their bodies, so they exist as separate entities. Each Yozis has at least a dozen souls, each of which encompasses and embodies an aspect of the greater whole. These souls are known as the Demon Princes, and they are the third circle demons who can be summoned through sorcery of the Solar Circle. The power of the Demon Princes rivals that of most powerful gods and elementals. Ligier, the Green Sun, refuses to fight any battle in which he does not face at least an army of Dragon-blooded or a full circle of Solar Exalted, because he feels it isn't enough of a challenge. Jacint, the Prince upon the Tower, can build a road between any 2 points in creation with his voice alone, regardless of borders and boundaries. The horn that belongs to Erembor, that which calls to the shadows, has cursed whole cities with an unholy fear of light. Sorcerers may summon Orabilis, the end of all wisdom, to build them glass libraries with knowledge that can be found nowhere else. When Monaxes, the Ravine of Whispers, appears in creation, she causes earthquakes for miles around, and any who fall into her cavernous maw will fall for eternity, never dying. Demon princes have the ability to appear in multiple places at once, so summoning Ligier, for instance, does not cause the green sun to vanish from within Malphaeus. Each third circle demon has 7 separate souls of its own, reflections of some facet of the demon prince's personality and abilities. These are the second circle demons, who are the lieutenants and dukes of the demon realm. Slaying a second circle demon does not change the form and nature of its third circle patron, for the demon princes are defined by their relationship with the Yozis. Second circle demons all have unique names and individual natures. They scheme and plan and set themselves against each other and against creation, all for the greater plans of their masters. Second circle demons are summoned by powerful sorcerers for a variety of reasons, but few are ever bound to mundane tasks. In the eons since the creation of the demon realm, the second circle demons have spawned countless races of nearly mindless slaves and chattel. These spawn are the first circle demons, the least powerful and most plentiful type of demon in Malphaeus. The first circle demons rarely have any individual names, and are known most frequently only by their species. Unlike other types of spirits, they have the ability to reproduce themselves, spawning in mimicry or mockery of mortal creatures. First circle demons are the most common types summoned by sorcerers, as they excel at manual labor and simple combat. Their abilities and charms make them extraordinary servants, and their low intelligence and alien mindset means that they're willing to do just about anything. Those first circle demons that have an intelligence on par with humans do not have the same mentality or outlook that humans do. Gilmaine, for example, spend most of their time dancing, and it seems as if that is all they can do. But they know thousands of dances, each one of them a form of language in itself. Angyalka are the harpists of time, and their songs evoke memories of lost moments. Left to their own devices, though, they can do nothing but play the harp or mate to bear young. Hopping puppeteers are some of the most accomplished builders and architects of any lesser spirits, but they have the attention span of children when not building, and they move aimlessly about looking for something, anything, to reconstruct. Travel between Malphaeus and creation. As part of the terms of their imprisonment, the lesser demons were forced to agree to be summoned and bound to the will of the gods and exalts. This was one of the ways that the gods hoped to assert their dominance over these other spirits. Summoning demons is a dangerous and often fruitless task. A sorcerer must not only be able to call a demon, but she must know what she is calling it for and how to properly bind it. Summoning the wrong type of demon is the most common mistake a neophyte sorcerer makes, and it is often her last. Sorcery is not the only way to call a demon from Malphaeus into creation. The prison built by the gods from the bodies of the Yozis was purposefully left flexible and incomplete, with cracks that allow certain demons through. There are events in creation that call a demon that is particularly aligned to that event, and then the demon is pulled into creation without its will being bound. For example, Erymanthoi may find their way out of the demon realm by listening for the sound of the last drop of blood of a mortal species or creature falling to earth. And the Neoma may be called into creation without summoning by the mingled tears of parents mixing with the afterbirth of a stillborn baby. First circle demons that pass through these cracks into creation in this fashion are unable to find their way back to Malphaeus, though few would ever want to try. Second circle demons may return to Malphaeus at any time they are not bound by a sorcerer, and they may carry with them objects and willing creatures when they cross Cessaline. The third circle demons are called into creation rarely, being so powerful as not to fit through the cracks that admit their subordinates. However, they have no problems returning to Malphaeus and carrying with them any being onto whom they can hold. It is possible, too, for mortals and exalts to cross into Malphaeus without the aid of a demon. At calibration, certain paths open up in creation, similar to spirit doors but less spectacular, that lead to the endless desert. Once a being has made it to Cessaline, it takes exactly 5 days to cross the desert into the demon city. Though time moves and feels different while one is in Malphaeus, a mortal or exalt who travels there is free to leave whenever she wants, and she will always find herself back in creation before calibration's end. There are also stories of artifacts that lead their bearers directly to Malphaeus, bypassing Cessaline entirely. An example of such an artifact might be a key that fits any lock and makes a door open up into the demon city itself. The Dead. In the time before the Primordial War, there was no ghosts. It was not until the death of the Primordials that the underworld came to be, and the stubborn souls of dead mortals gathered there instead of following the dictates of creation and re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. As the living realized that some dead souls remained interested in the living world, and were in a unique position to help them, ancestor cults sprang up across creation like noxious weeds. Even at the height of their power, the Immaculate Order was never able to entirely extinguish ancestor worship. Now, with the appearance of the Abyssal Exalted, reverence of the dead has become a significant religion in many nations. For the most part, the dead do not find the lands of the living very welcoming. Ghosts are immaterial and cannot affect the living world. Even the Abyssals, who are not quite dead, find creation uncomfortable. But there are some places where the dead and the living reside together in a strange harmony. The Underworld. The land of the dead is no place for the living, but with the existence of Shadowlands, there are occasionally ignorant, mad, or desperate people who pass alive into the underworld. Those few who return to speak of their travels are usually marred by their encounters with the dead. Whether it's a ghostly, unhealing pallor or mad wanderings of the mind, the living carry the scars of their journey for the rest of their lives. For the living, traveling in the underworld is fraught with peril. Without powerful and unique spells or charms, no ghost will mistake a living soul for a dead one, and the taste of living blood and living passion is a temptation few ghosts can resist. In addition, the underworld is the true home of the Abyssals and their dark masters, and they are even more powerful there than in creation. The dead have their own alliances in the underworld, and the rulers there fear neither the princes of the earth nor the gods of Yushan. Even the food of the dead is dangerous to the living, as it can tie the souls of the living to the land of the dead. Those who eat the food of the dead are quite likely to become ghosts when they die. Based on what's been gleaned from those few travelers and the unreliable tales of the dead, it seems the underworld is a strange, dark reflection of creation. There are dark and gloomy eastern forests, bitter northern snowscapes, southern deserts, and glassy black shadows of the great western ocean. Even the Blessed Isle has its own dark reflection, supposedly home to the most powerful of the dead and the greatest city in all of the underworld. The Isle of Stygia, as the dead name it, has never been seen by the living. The dead claim that within the isle there are darker secrets than even they dare mention. Within the underworld there is a death beyond death, a death even ghosts fear. It is not the sweet forgetfulness of Lethe, but the annihilation of oblivion, the utter destruction of the soul. Centered within the eerie capital of the dead is a great wound, a dark abyss that falls forever into nothingness and oblivion. Madness rises from it like intoxicating smoke, creating nephraks and consuming the souls of those unfortunate enough to fall or be thrown into it. It is from this place that the Death Lords draw their strength, and here they kneel down in servitude to something more terrible and greater than themselves. Shadowlands. Scattered across creation except on the Blessed Isle, Shadowlands are places where the underworld and creation touch. Here, the living and the dead can meet on equal footing and engage in everything from commerce to affairs of passion. Stepping across a border into a Shadowland is unmistakable. There are many people who turn back after that first step, and most animals will not willingly cross into a Shadowland either. The grass underfoot is lank, pale, and vaguely greasy to the touch. The trees, if there are any at all, are scrawny, the bark as black as pitch or bone white, and the leaves a dull brownish green. The sun seems to dim as if hidden behind a pale mist. Even the air seems still, hushed, and less lively. There are no birds, save for rations, vultures, and the occasional owl, and the few other animals in a Shadowlands are sickly-looking and skittish. At night, it only gets worse. Shadowlands become part of the underworld at night, and should a traveller pass the border at night, he will not return to creation, but instead the underworld. The Shadowland moon is heavy, huge, and red-tinted. The stars seem strange, like watchful eyes, and a land that is quiet by day seems full of whispers by night. Buildings appear illuminated by greenish lanterns, while flowers, unseen in the daylight, bloom, releasing a sweet narcotic mist. There are often more people present in a Shadowland at night, ghosts who have come to do business. The largest Shadowlands fall under the authority of a Death Lord or an Abyssal Death Knight. Their huge pagodas tower in the center of their Shadowlands like sleeping monsters, red glass glowing like distant fires, and black lacquered pillars carved with funeral glyphs. There is a large independent Shadowland in Sijan, however, where the Mortician's Order holds sway instead, and there are many others too small to draw the attention of the Death Lords, scattered all over creation. During the day, living creatures leaving a Shadowland naturally enter the land of the living, while ghosts enter the underworld. At night, however, all beings are drawn into the underworld if they cross a Shadowland's border. The living inhabitants of a Shadowland are touched by the underworld, even before death. They have the look of ghosts, pale and thin. Few children are born there. Lives are short, and leprosy and consumption and other such diseases are common. All who dwell in Shadowlands are familiar with ghosts, and may have ghostly lovers, customers, or masters. Death cults and ancestor worship are the only permitted religions for both the living and the dead in Shadowlands. Death Lords establish official death cults, which they head, and membership is required. In most of these cults, the living are treated as misguided, low-status worshippers. Death is the true initiation into these cults. All death cults preach a final, blissful union in the underworld, once all life itself is dead. Ghosts. The citizens of the underworld and frequent travellers to Shadowlands, ghosts are the souls of the dead who have escaped the wheel of reincarnation. Ghosts are tangible in the underworld, for that is their natural home, and they can exist in a Shadowland as well, but they are intangible in creation and cannot remain in the lands of the living for long. Ghosts appear as they did in life, though lacking any infirmities they might have once possessed, with the clothes of their station, any grave goods they were buried with, and the marks of death visible upon them. Many ghosts are beautiful in a distant, chilling way. The violet tinge of a drowning, or the second red mouth of a cut throat, are surprisingly easy to overlook. Ghosts who are beginning to fade away into Lethe's embrace are quiet, pallid, almost translucent, while those who are recently dead or clinging with stubborn will to their existence might look almost alive, full of certainty and lifelike eagerness. Ghosts are vulnerable to the natural pull of reincarnation, the forgetfulness of Lethe that brings them back into the cycle of life and death. They cling to physical mausoleums raised in their honor, and to the offerings of their living descendants to hold fast in the face of Lethe. Burial mounds, plaques of honor, and memorial songs in their name provide ghosts with the essence and fetters to anchor them in the underworld. Skilled ghosts are able to manipulate their dead essence to allow them to breach the barrier between the living and the dead, communicating with their descendants during ancestral rites, or even physically entering the living world. The power of the dead over the living can make the ghosts valued allies or tricky enemies. Ancestor worship is a significant social and political force in many parts of creation, despite the efforts of the Immaculate Order to stamp it out, or of the Death Lords to turn it to their purposes. Many ghosts encountered in the living world have at least a small circle of descendants propitiating them, and such worship gives a ghost a few motes of essence per day. In return, however, the ghost must provide at least occasional service to her living family. Blood. There is power in blood. The source of life itself can call up demons and ghosts, seal oaths, and stand witness. Summoners, exorcists, and sorcerers of all types know the power blood holds in creation, and many magics make use of that power. Human sacrifice is usually reserved for the most desperate or darkest rituals, and it is also the best source of power for the dead. Mortal blood provides the most essence for demons and ghosts, and for ghosts, animal blood can also be used. Either way, the blood must be fresh and shed in a ritual manner. Blood spilled during combat or by accident is useless.
The ancestor cults. In many areas of creation, ancestor worship is a reasonable and common practice. Everyone admits that ghosts exist. Even immaculate monks or adherents of other religions that argue a swift reincarnation is the best thing that can happen to a dead person don't deny that ghosts exist and watch over their descendants. Indeed, the sheer common sense of the whole concept is one of the foundation stones of many ancestor cults, with the truth being the other. Many of the living pay honor to their ancestors, making offerings to their ghosts, or even going so far as to communicate with them for advice and protection. The dead are glad to protect their living descendants, and in many parts of creation, this relationship is a symbiotic one.